This game is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Hello people, and welcome back to Manor Lords, now with new maps, which is very exciting. We have a river, finally. I have been waiting for this game to receive some more significant waterways for pretty much since it came out. Massively needed, and it's a pleasure to see them, isn't it? Really, really cool. There is also a new mountain map as well, which I will leave some footage of up on screen. But we do have a new province to play with. Let's have a little look at this from the bird's eye perspective, shall we? So if you haven't seen our initial series on Manor Lords, of course, one of my favourite kind of village colony simulators that came out last year into early access, of course, and this is its biggest update yet. UI changes, multiple gameplay improvements, new maps, new mechanics, and just a general lot of balancing and fun, right? So this is going to be a nice time. Let's get stuck into our camp here, shall we? So our homeless people living by the tents in the river. And look at that for just a much more interesting landscape, right, compared to the base game map we had. Night and day. Either way, let's get started with a fresh start in this new update, shall we? So let's come into our gathering, and the first thing that needs to go down, of course, is the logging camp. And let's just position this next to this forest, and we can start to clear this out. In terms of what we have resource-wise in our province here, we do have some wealthy berries, wealthy stone, and we've got some clay and wild animals a little bit further afield as well. So it looks like those berries are going to be our first sort of resource spot, right? So let's come into our construction, and we're going to be placing down a forager hut. And I guess we can just have this. There's a nice little clearing for it here, right? Let's go ahead and put that in there. And then we'll draw a road down to this as well. So I'll leave all the improvements and changes that I've come to Manor Lords up on the screen. You can also find the full list over on Steam as well if you're interested. Let's go ahead and wrap up some of these roads here as well. Superb. Folks are also going to need a well, so let's come into our residential and see where we can find them. Thankfully, there's some underground water flows directly near our camp here, so let's make this kind of part of our central area here, shall we? That should be suitable right there. And let's take a moment to enjoy the ambience of Manor Lords, right? This game is just so soothing. I really like it. There's been some improvements to people's faces as well. The construction animations have been tweaked just to become more realistic.
Where are the pegs? Oh, there they are.
Hey, where are the planks? There they are. How immersive. Wonderful, right? So yeah, improvements to building animations amongst other things as well. Really, really sweet. Cool, so we have our logging camp done. Let's go ahead and get 2 families in here straight away. And I am going to limit their work area, because I don't want them to chop down the berry bushes that are across the street. So let's just get them focusing pretty much on this bulk of riverside forest right there. We do have some exposed goods. Our food is on the floor, so let's also address this too. Let's go ahead into our logistics, and I want to grab the granary. This is going to cost us 2 timber and 10 stone. Again, we'll maybe turn off snap to road here. These tents eventually are going to go away. But for right now, we'll start to cluster our main central marketplace and initial burgage plots around this nice little riverside spot here. There's a great cliffside across the riverway that looks like it would make for a tremendous spot for the Lord's Manor, wouldn't it? But it is unfortunately in a different province, so we do spawn here in Dornley, or Dornley, is that pronounced? That's a great spot for your Lord's Manor, isn't it? Put it right on the hill there. There we have a new message. Let's have a look here. I've heard of your renown. I always seek to defend my rights and honour against those who would wrong me. Let's write back to Lord Hildebalt. And currently, there is only still the 1 response. Hopefully it's not too many more updates before we see the diplomacy kind of get fleshed out a little bit more, which will be fun. I always enjoy playing with the diplomacy in these types of semi-RTS games, I suppose. Super. So he's going to construct the well here. There are new faces as well. people look a little bit more realistic now. Not that they didn't in the first place, they were still absolutely wonderful. Trees just fell onto the camp there. Everyone seems to be okay. We should be alright. Cool. And how is our berry hut getting on here as well for this? Construction in the forest. You can see the individual little planks getting added on now, can't you? Very cool. Fantastic. That should be very nearly done. It's a fast forward time. A brief moment. There we go. Let's go ahead and get that forager set up. And we can start to harvest some of those rich berries as well. I just like the granary to be relatively high priority. So we don't want the food to perish. And then in terms of what else you want to place down here, a storehouse is also going to be needed as well. Let's see if we can find a happy position here. This is the national road here, so this is going to be a trade route in the future. There's a trade spot right here because we've spawned really close to the edge of the map. And we can build our own bridges now as well. I believe they cost planks. Which should be really cool for fighting if we can create a bottleneck, like a real choke point. Kind of helms deep it a little bit. I think we can have quite a lot of fun with the fighting on these river maps, can't we? So hopefully we'll get to do some fighting in the new update as well. Tremendous. See what else we want to move through and gather here. We're going to want a woodcutter's lodge as well, because we're going to need the firewood. We'll make this part of our forestry industry over here. And let's just go ahead and put that right there. Fantastic. It's got 2 families spare at the minute. These folk are also going to want a marketplace at some point as well. I wouldn't mind having... We're going to put our houses probably around here, right? I think it'd be cool to have them backing onto the water. So probably we'll end up putting the marketplace, I reckon, currently where the tents are, but we can't for right now. So let's create a little bit of a circle here. And we'll fill this space with markets too. I don't think we can move the homeless tents, can we? No, we can't. The ability to upgrade this into a more permanent shelter has also been removed. I believe that mechanic is going to be looked at, so that won't be away from the game for too long, I don't think. I did really enjoy that. Kind of gave you a bit more time before you had to build the burgage plots. There's the granary. Let's get a family in that. There we go. They're now requesting the market area, so I guess we can just build a temporary one for them. Let's go into residential, and you shall have the market area that you all desire. It is not in residential, it is in logistics. There we go. And I guess we can just stick it behind the tents for the time being, can't we? That should be okay. And then, hopefully, not too long now, before we get some good stockpiles of logs. There goes the storehouse as well, fantastic. Let's take a family away from the logs now. And then we'll give this to the storehouse as well, so we can start to store all of these supplies over here. How are we doing for logs here? We've got 5 at the minute. I guess we can go ahead and start getting those burgage pots down now then. So let's also draw out some roads here. So we'll connect this one into the main national road. And then let's grab our first houses. So guess sort of here is what I want to run with first. So let's go with an initial 3. They're going to be fairly large back gardens too, so we'll be able to get some good vegetable plots in there. And then as those next few logs trickle in, we can then upgrade them to have the 2 extra that we need over this side, I think. How are we doing actually for fertility here? Emma, not really. Flax, barley, and We could grow a little bit of rye here, but otherwise it's not the most fertile province ever. So it looks like we'll be relying on berries and animals for our food supply. Initially we'll have to import a lot of the barley, I imagine. So either way, let's watch our folk build their houses here on this wonderful new river map as the rains begin to piss down upon this land. Oh, that gust of wind, isn't that just so immersive? Even though Manor Lords is an early access title, the atmosphere this game manages to create is some of the most unique thing I've ever played. I really, really enjoy this game. Some new house animations as well. See those stone foundations going in, which is really cool. Very sweet. I keep pressing escape to put the UI back on, which I don't need to do. Let's go ahead and get those extra 2 burgage plots built in, so you can just slide next door to your brethren, and then we need 2. And there's a total of 5. Which should look pretty snazzy, I think, having these houses built up against the back of the water here. That should be really cool. We got a food store and a common goods store now as well, which currently doesn't have anything stored inside it, and neither does the food store. But do we have anything stored in here? Yeah, so our tools, stone and firewood is all in here. And we've got those initial bread and berries also there too. So we do have a rich stone deposit, was it, on this map? Yes, we do. I would like to utilise this, so let's go ahead and get our mining down. No, we won't, because we need the saw pit first. We'll come to gathering. And this will refine timber into planks, so let's keep this nearby to our timber supply. And by nearby, I mean immediately next door. Not enough goods, just fast forward time a little bit. We just need 1 more log. There it is. I do like to kind of position these to make a little work yard almost. I know we usually end up moving them anyway, but I think there's some element of detailing to be had, I think, positioning your extraction buildings together. Just to make something a bit more just sort of realistic, I think. Our woodcutter's lodge is now available, so I'm going to stick a worker in there. We're going to need that fuel. That does leave us with no builders, so I think we'll take the guys at the storehouse for right now. And we can connect this road down there now too. Let's also do some other connections we would expect to see. Let's tighten the road formation up there. And then connect that in. We can start to watch this little village centre develop. It won't be too long before we have the ability to host some more families. Because these burgage plots that we've placed in right now do have the ability to have living space added to them, which will allow more families to move in. However, we do need some logs to do that. So we've also had more family members join one of the settlers here, which is fantastic. We can also give them an upgrade. We can do vegetable gardens immediately. Or we can wait till we get some planks to get chicken coops and animal pens, which have been recently added as well. Goats will give us some passive hide, which can be nice for leather. Especially since our current leather supply is alive and kicking right on the other side of our province, which is a little bit irritating. So maybe some goats in the village with that passive meat and hide would also be quite welcome too. We do have those logs now, so I think we're going to go ahead and expand the living space. So we should see them build that little extra spot there. It can also be really useful to buy another ox early on as well, but since everything's relatively close together here, I don't think that's something we really need to worry about. So I think we'll just bear with for what we've got at the time. There we go. So once our approval is up, of course, we need to be above 50% approval in order to keep our people happy and attract new families, and we do have the space for them there. That homelessness disapproval rating will slowly dissipate, and then we can have a look at satisfying The next thing, which is going to be the church, for which we want planks, which our saw pit is currently in the process of being done. So let's start to gather this together over here as well. Our common goods store has been abandoned because we removed our worker, but we need it, but we just need to manage our initial population at the start of this. Well, any settlement really. Cool, here's all our burgage pots coming up now. So it should be really sweet, almost like they have private river access. It'd be great to see them interact with the waterways at some point, maybe. Even if they go swimming, or maybe it can almost negate the use or need of a well if you're nearby to a river. They can walk down and grab a little bucket of water. That would be a really nice little feature. Well, there's day and night cycle too, right? Isn't that gorgeous? I have to remember to boost the brightness in the edit. So YouTube doesn't really tend to like dark videos that much. Fantastic. More family members are joining as well, which is great. So it's going to be more people doing the jobs that we already have assigned, which is fantastic. And there is our first settlement level. So let's have a little look at what we could do. We do have rich berries and rich stone, of course, so doubles the capacity of all berry deposits. I don't really like this perk too much because it only doubles the capacity and they're still a limited resource. Trapping is good because it gives, well, it allows them to lay traps, which gives passive income, which is quite nice. Or passive meat income, rather. Because we do have the stone, we could also do a rich deposit to create a deep mine, but that's 2 development points away. So because we're not really going to do any farming here either, I think we'll go down honey because the apiaries can be quite powerful. Every region can sustain up to 2 apiaries by default. Placing more will not increase yields. So let's do beekeeping then, I think, because we're not really going to specialize the settlement to produce anything else. I have a new message. A strong militia is paramount to the survival of any settlement. Luckily, a shipment of weapons has just arrived, and you will now be able to create your first militia banners to serve you and protect your people. However, we will need more weapons to equip all of the people as the settlement grows, either by making them or importing them from other lands. Often found importing them is always the better way to go in terms of that. But how are we doing for resources here? We've got 5 planks in, so I'm going to go ahead and put people into the saw pit. Fuel. We've got some good fuel reserves. Currently 10 months, so I'm going to take my woodcutters off of the current job. I think we can afford to lose that temporarily. Just while we get the first wave of planks made, because I do want to be able to build our church here. So we'll just let these do. So you've got all the timber storage in here. What was it? Was it 20 planks we wanted? It was indeed. There we go. We already have them. So let's just let them use those last 2 logs. It was a slightly higher surplus. And then we can put you back into the woodcutter's lodge as well. This will now give us the ability momentarily to build our hut. Just need to wait on those extra planks coming in. And then we should have enough room to build the church here. We could also go for upgrades to our initial storages, but we've still got plenty of capacity. I don't think there's really a need for that. And just a few more logs. We also want to build the mine as well, don't we? Which we do have the surplus for. But let's get that church done first, I think. Right, so church, this is a big old chungus. And where are we going to put the rest of our houses as they grow up here? Probably all going to grow up centrally around this space, isn't it? So let's have our church right here. And then we can build more burgage plots along the riverbanks here as we clear out this forest. Now we have placed that, let's go ahead and add our stone cutter camp, which we just need 1 piece of timber. So this is pretty far away. I think I would rather them walk to work from the stone cutter camp than build the stone cutter camp out here. So let's do this one, I guess, in and around our industry, and this way they're right by the storehouse. And then we'll send them to walk up to the stone deposit, I think, is what we're going to do there instead. So would love to expand more living spaces here as they do become available. And we do have some regional wealth to spend as well, so I think in the larger burgage plots here, we could go ahead and do... Oh, I know we have to pay for the goat as well afterwards, don't we? Chickens are also good as well, just due to the eggs. That's going to help give us food variation, which we are going to need. We lost 6 bread to the bandits. We'll have to see if we can deal with them. So vegetables do take a while to kick in. It's quite a hard choices actually. I think I'm going to go with vegetables and then expanded living space again. And then let's also make church a top priority here as well. And yeah, let's also do expanded living space everywhere else. Just gotta wait for those churches to come in. The balance of the production chain becomes significantly easier once we have just a few extra families to distribute across all the jobs that need doing here. We could also buy another ox as well. I wouldn't be averse to that. I'm going to upgrade this into a small stable because that will give us that extra animal capacity. And there's that plus 50% approval now. Yeah, so we will start to attract other people into our village as well. You can see those vegetable plots down here as well. So over time, these will grow and begin to contribute toward our food economy, which is entirely reliant upon berries at the minute. That rich berry resource is doing us some wonders. And I wouldn't mind actually getting a hunter's shack set up as well. Let's go to gathering. So there is also a fisherman's hut as well. Now I don't think, strangely enough, we can't fish the rivers. You do need a shoal of fish resource, which is one in the province next door. Yeah, this is what you need to fish, which is a little bit of a shame. It would make sense to be able to fish the river. But hopefully that's going to come at a later date. So let's go ahead and build our hunter's camp. Again, we could have this over here and then just limit their work rate to come over there, but that's such a long way for them to travel. Really is quite far away. So I think we will build it over here. This is not really a priority, so we'll leave it at medium. It's going to be fine. Super. So we're still just above that 50%. Hopefully we'll be getting some extra families in the not too distant future, especially once this church goes up. We'll actually make this highest priority. I want that church done. The rains batter the village again as well. Look at that. And lightning as well. I'm going to try edit today's video as little as possible. We just want the atmosphere and the ambience of Manor Lords to come across. Such a chill game, isn't it? Hope you're all enjoying it, everyone. Let's have a look how our berry deposit's doing over here as well. It's okay, of course, but it is very seasonal. So once that does deteriorate when we hit the winter, that hunter's cabin is going to be needed. It's over there. Let's give them a slightly more convenient road as well, shall we? There we go. Should help them get there a bit easier. Stonecutters camp is coming, getting plenty of storage here as well. There we go, there's our initial wave of spears. Let's go ahead and recruit our spear militia. That gives us 10. And then, do we want to have a look at possibly bringing in the manor now? Which is small village, which we are small village. But we do need the stone and the planks for that, which will come hopefully in the not too distant future. There we go, we got a new family. That's perfect. So I would love to reinstate the... So let's get the saw pit working again, because we're going to start using those planks quite soon. And then we can just move this saw pit family back into. Of course, one of the things I do love about Manor Lords is you can click on the building, and it will show you where the people are and what they're doing in terms of their job. So we got Tom and Ott. Shout out to our patron Ott as well, of course. I know he is German. And we also have Dorothea as well. Is it Dorothy? I would probably read that as Dorothea, I think. So when we get someone back in the storehouse, we should get common goods coming back in here as well. Start getting those planks coming in too. Stone camp is very nearly done. As is the church, which again has just more wonderful animation. Of course, the Manor Lords team significantly expanded now. And what Darren plays is also involved. I'm not sure if he's on development, but of course he worked for, I think, Creative Assembly previously, didn't he? If you haven't checked out what Darren plays, by the way, wonderful creator, very good at Satisfactory as well. You should check him out if you haven't already. Wonderful. This is going very well. So we have available living space here. We do still have some bits available. Did we upgrade all living spots? No, let's get another one in there. But otherwise, I think everyone else does have the upgrades for living space now. Our storage is full at the saw pit. That's fine. We've got plenty of logs now, then we don't need that anymore. Let's get this built. I'm worried about our berries dwindling. In fact, they've dwindled so much that they don't exist anymore. We could go for a herb garden, but we don't really need herbs just yet. So our food supply is going to begin to dwindle now because the berries have run dry. So I really want to start kicking in the Hunter's Lodge, which will also help satisfy our home's need for clothing as well, because we're currently not doing that. Construction finished at the church. That should be a nice boost to our approval rating. And have we not upgraded this yet? We haven't, have we? Let's get the stable done, because I think I would like to bring in another ox. And then let's also get... Do you want to upgrade these just yet? I think we're still okay, really, aren't we? We've had a bandit camp sighted. Whereabouts are you? You are quite far north yet, so we shouldn't have to worry too much about those. I wouldn't mind also looking at getting a trade post sorted as well, so let's have a look at trade. Trading post is going to be 4 planks, or 4 timber, sorry, so I wouldn't mind having this nearby to our storehouse, because that's going to be a lot of the goods taken to and from. Let's have that right on the trade route across from the storehouse there. And we still do have some, I don't think I can change the size of these marketplaces when they're already down. But that's okay. New families are coming in, so storehouse can now have workers back in it. And we have people at the lodge. We could go for a bit more timber production, which I think we will until the stonecutters camp is done. That should be okay, I think. There we go, we can see the common goods store. Now is back up and running. And we've got decent approval here. I think we've got people moving all the way out here for those hunting camp things, haven't we? Okay, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and get the hunting camp working as well. Have them over there. Then come into advanced and leave at least 4 wild animals left as well. Don't hunt them to extinction. This does leave us with no construction around, so let's take the extra family out of the logging camp. And then we'll get the stonecutters camp going as well. Let's also have a look at some apiaries, because we did spend our point on them. So coming into gathering, they're only going to cost 4 planks. And every region can sustain up to 2. Placing more will not increase yields, so that's going to be fine. Let's have these right by our granary here. And we'll do 2. That's going to be a nice little bonus variation to our food supply, and we can probably trade that honey as well quite nicely. The stonecutters camp is finished, so again I want to give them some workers, and then they're going to go off then and head toward stone camp. So you don't actually need the building right there. They will go off and use it themselves, which is very nice. I guess we could have also done that same thing with the hunting lodge as well. Probably would have been a wise idea in hindsight. So we do need some workers. We've got tons of fuel, so I'm going to remove the woodcutter family. You guys can come back to work on construction. And we can watch our little village grow up quite nicely here. So we're also going to need some families for our apiaries as well. I guess with the berries currently out of action, we don't need our people in there anymore. So they can come and start work on the apiary instead. And there's another family as well, which is fantastic. That should give us 2 families per burgage plot now, which is quite handy. We're also getting more people coming in all the time, aren't we? Should we set up another burgage plot as well, I think? Let's go ahead and just give ourselves that headroom per population expansion. I'm just going to run this pretty much in tandem with that one. We could do 2. I think we'll just go for 1 there, I think. Fantastic. So in terms of food variety here, of course we did plant vegetables, but they're not going to come to fruition for a little while. So I think in the next burgers plot we're going to do an animal pen. We'll have some goats in here, I think. Our second apiary is up. I'm going to go ahead and stick another family working in that apiary. And hopefully it's not too long now before these start to produce some food for us. Very nice, we do have that food variety as well already, don't we? Our trading post is also available, although it says he's disconnected from major trade routes. He shouldn't be. There we go, seems to have settled in. So in terms of trading, let's have a little look what we could possibly do here. Now, we are going to have a lot of stone, just due to the fact we have a rich stone deposit, and this is a minor trade, so we don't need to buy the trade route for that to trade it, which is quite nice. They are, however, only worth 1, which is pretty terrible. So, let me have a look at food. We can sell honey for 3. Now, we do have the honey going quite nicely. What's it currently on? Still only 1, which isn't outstanding. But we could sell some honey. I wouldn't mind selling it. So let's export. But I only want to export anything over 10. So we'll keep 10 honey for ourselves. Anything else after that can go. And we don't need to establish the trade route. That's just going to make more merchants come for this specific type of good, which means we just essentially shift more volume. But we don't have that much volume to shift anyway, so I'm just going to leave it without the trade route. And then I suppose I will sell some stone as well. It's going to be easy to shift, so again, our desired surplus, let's just set that to 10. And then we can export that as well, because we're going to end up with quite a lot of stone, I think, aren't we? Yeah. But now we don't have a family currently in there working, which is fine. Should be okay. We're also going to need to have a look at a church upgrade in the not too distant future as well, which we need some stone and those clay tiles as well. Our second burgers plot is up. Let's go ahead and give you expanded living space. And then next door to this, we can now buy some animals. So a goat will give us meat and hide every 150 days. Or we can get 2 meat. So I definitely want that little hide buff there. So I'm going to order some goats. And we can watch some goats knock about in this burger spot. Very cool. Approval's really high at the moment. We got good market food variety. How's the honey doing? Still only, well, 2. I think we just got another one there, didn't we? Yeah. Are they going to store that in the granary, I wonder? This is also really full as well now, so let's go ahead and upgrade to a large storehouse. And we could also do large granary as well. We do have the stone planks materials available. Yeah, let's just do it while we've got it. That way we don't have to worry about doing that in the future. And I think I'm going to make this whole sort of central square here a marketplace. So let's do logistics. I guess it doesn't really matter if it's not one continuous space, does it? There we go. They're technically 2 separate marketplaces, but they're both within the same square. New families coming in all the time now, which is really cool to see. Really, really great. It's starting to grow up nicely here now. So we can pretty much keep everything stocked. Let's go ahead and get someone working those trade routes too. They should start to bring in everything we're producing here. So I'm actually kind of curious as to what happens if we do build a 3rd apiary. I mean, they're not particularly expensive, are they? It's only 4 planks. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I just want to see what happens. Let's do a little bit of Manor Lords science, if we will, right? We'll try a 3rd apiary, see what goes on with it. Wonderful, we have our large buildings now as well. Should we take a little first person stroll? God, it's about to piss down, isn't it? Goodness me, it's a dark sky. Our trading posts here on the main 3 road. Oh, look at those autumn colours. It's red sky at night. Is it red sky at night, shepherd's delight, is it? So, good news for the sheep, I suppose. A wonderful little tour through the area here. Isn't that fantastic? Such a cool little addition, this first person walk mode. I think every city builder or village builder or colony sim, whatever you want to class these games as, must include a first person mode here, right? Going forward. It's really special. We can get a good view of some of the new faces here as well, if you want to. There she is, waiting in line to fill up her bucket. Such an immersive little simulation as well, isn't it, in Manor Lords? Beyond the gorgeous graphics and immersion that this game sets up there. Just watching people move around and enjoy the settlement that you create for them is, I think, as much fun as actually building it, you know. Fantastic. Everything's going very well here. So we'll let them build that apiary, and then we'll see what happens. So right now we have honey accumulating here. It is being taken to the granary slowly. So currently our granary workers, they're walking all the way up to the hunting camp, are they? I'm not sure I really like that, to be honest. So I think I am going to relocate the hunting camp. And then I'm just going to tell them you have to walk across the other side of the map to get there. So let's keep this nearby to our current sort of gathering buildings here, if you like. I'm going to move it over here. Now they will have exposed goods, of course, which is fine. And they will be picked up. I think it's just too long a distance for the granary workers to be walking all the way over here. I'd rather them just walk to the camp and let the hunters do the walking. So let's have a look at our current burgage people. The only thing they're really annoyed about right now is their clothing store supply, and we do have some hide coming in. Oh, the goats! The goats are here. Can we first person tour with the goats? Where's that? Oh, there we are. Imagine these people. Like, oh no, the Lord is here again. He's like, oh, the goats. Let me spend some time with the goats. Here they are. They're big, aren't they? Are goats this big? There we go. There is the Manor Lords goat. Very cool. But they'll have two. And I guess these are just going to passively breed and be harvested over time. Not sure if we will see them breed and multiply. Because obviously we are harvesting hide from them, so I'm guessing they're not around for the long term, if you know what I mean. A hunting camp, yeah, so I want to add the workers back in there, but now I just want to move their working area back over here. It already looks like they've diminished the animal herd down to size anyway. So, based on my calculations... Yeah, there we go. There's no gaming range or hunting limit has been reached, yeah, so they can't really hunt at the minute. Not that we really need to. We've got nearly 2 years worth of food in the bank, so I think I'm actually going to remove the hunting camp folk and they can come back to working on construction. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to put them in the third apiary. I just want to see if this begins to produce. I guess we'll see. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that. Because every region can sustain up to 2 apiaries by default, and placing will not increase yields. So I guess we'll see if we get honey here. Maybe I'm totally misinterpreting what that's actually referring to. I guess we'll see. So with the hides, yep, I want to address some industry. I would like a tannery to come in. Now currently the pollution mechanic is not at play, so the tanneries don't really stink when they should. So I think it's a good idea to keep in the habit of keeping the smelly stuff away when that eventual smell mechanic does kick in. I'm just going to throw workers into the saw pit here because we do just need a couple of extra planks. There we go. And then let's have our tannery over here, shall we? Also expand out some roads around here as well. More really kind of desire lines right in Manor Lords where we expect people just to cut across the grass rather than follow an actual road. So this third apiary has a honeycomb inside, which is classed as a transitionary resource. Yep, berries are now out for the winter. We've still got plenty of food and fuel knocking around. How are we doing for stone? At 22, how much is it we need for the upgrade? A bandit stole some firewood from us, and tools as well. Is there another bandit camp? Or is it those over there? I think it is, isn't it? There's one over there as well. Yeah. I hope that the bandits actually visit soon to come and steal. It would make defending those resources a little bit easier. I guess maybe you could use the excuse of sneaking around at night. But let's possibly address the Lord's Manor, because that means we can start to tax people. So we can place this now. Where would be a good spot for our Lord's Manor, I wonder? I guess heading uphill is probably the obvious choice, isn't it? We're in a pretty limited space around here anyway, aren't we? So let's go ahead and do that. Let's have our Lord's Manor on the way into town here, if you like. That should be absolutely fine. We won't have the resources to build anything else around it right now. So let's just go ahead and get that down. That's going to give us our retinue. So we at least have some extra ways to defend our town when the inevitable war comes. Now, bringing in some bows is also relatively important. Now, we could do that by upgrading a family into an artisan at level 2, because we can create a bowyer's workshop. Or we can import them. How much are bows to import, I wonder? Let's have a little look. So come to military, and war bows is what we want. It is a major trade, so we need to actually buy the route first. Which is fine. How are the people here doing? Are you guys actually out and about trading? There we go. They just sold some stone there, didn't they? Don't think they're particularly selling honey right now. Our tannery is finished, which is good news. Do we want to unemploy our stonecutters? Then again, if we are selling the stone, it's going to be good to have that continual supply, isn't it? So it may be a good time now to have a look at expanding some more houses out around the back of our church, yeah. So I think we'll bring a road down the side here, if you like. And I guess that should be fine, actually. And then let's snap back to road with our burgers plots. And I'd like some houses to run. Again, just kind of backing up onto the river here is, I think, is a nice way. And let's go ahead and smarten these out so we can get the population upgrades with that little extra house icon there, which is really what I want. Because I want those extra living spaces to get 2 families on the same plot, if you like. With that regional wealth, we could also have a look at bringing in some more animals. And we do have veg and goats so far, so let's go ahead and complete the trifecta with chickens. And I think maybe with that next little bout of regional wealth, we might go ahead and get ourselves a second ox as well. New families moving in, absolutely wonderful. Where was that? Actually? Where did you guys just move in? Over here? Okay, that one's just had its secondary living space come in. They've really drawn the short straw here, haven't they? Having to live in this tiny little hut. It's okay though. They have very nice surroundings, don't they? Look at that, right? That's so cool. They're backing onto the water. I really hope they just allow fishing from these waterways going forward. It would absolutely make sense. Yeah, some larger lakes and ocean at some point perhaps. I know this is kind of, I guess, set in rural Germany, or at least kind of Central Europe tends to be the vibe, so you don't tend to find a lot of oceans in Central Europe. So, well, you know, just different landscapes just add so much variety to the game. Look how much we love seeing new maps in city skylines. I think this game's going to suffer a pretty similar fate as that. New maps and variation are just going to help keep things so much more interesting. Wonderful, so we're starting to get some really good surplus in workers now as well, which is great. So we can start to populate some of the other jobs. How are we doing for, do we want to get someone back on the Woodcutter's Lodge? I think we will. And I also want to get, actually no, let's take them out of the Woodcutter's Lodge because we've still got loads. So let's go ahead and get the tannery working. I would like to start processing those hides. And we should have our chickens in here now. Yes, we do. Wonderful. That's going to be even more food variety. Berries are insane at the minute. We have just endless amounts of berries. I don't know if they're going to tweak that. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for berries to last years, but it's fine. We accidentally teleported toward our what are they called? Bandits then. That's okay though. I don't know if these guys are going to be close enough to the markets here actually. I guess we'll see. Should be. It's not too far distance for them to cover. I want this to be built as well. Pretty sharpish, please. Let's go ahead and make this highest priority. Do we have the stone? Yes, we do. And there we go. So we can see that stone and honey stockpiling in the trading post now. Yeah, so they're all stocking goods for sale. Respecting the surpluses that we set in. Going somewhere is Hans. Is he out trading then, I guess? We can show their home. So our trading family live over here. Fantastic. Reef tiles is something we should look at. Not too far away. We could trade them, although they are a major trade, which means we have to establish the trade route. Which I'm not a huge lover of that, to be honest. So we'll probably have to produce them locally, and the clay is miles away, isn't it? Yeah, even further away than the animals. Of course it is. Of course it is. That's fine though. So wait. So I'm wondering actually how many goats we're going to need to make a significant impact within the the hide production, because one hide every 150 days doesn't sound like it's going to clothe an awful lot of people. There we go. She's now peddling leather and firewood. So interesting that leather is actually falling under the common goods store now. It's not setting up its own store. Yeah, so the tannery is now sending to common goods, where people can buy leather for clothes, which is now meeting all of their criterias for level 1. Let's go ahead and get these new homes built, and then I think we'll wrap up today's video there. We'll look at our granary too. So yeah, I haven't really shown this off yet, sorry. There's now much kind of, the UIs have been tweaked much better, so we can decide what we do and don't want to store here. If we want no crafting materials at all, we can reject them all. Or you can refine down to which ones you do and don't want to stock, which is really cool. It's very kind of farthest frontier in the way you can do this now, which has a great system for just kind of stocking and, well, choosing when and where not to stock different supplies. So our third apiary here is creating honey. I'm guessing I've probably misinterpreted that then, which is adding an awful lot to our supply. 22 extra gold in there, that's fantastic. I think we'll keep a bit of regional wealth. Just got another 18 in there as well. Very cool, very nice. I'm almost tempted to build more apiaries then and start harvesting. So I just think with the apiaries, if we keep building them out, oh, I would love to put that in there. It's so annoying. It's fine. Oh, there is a sweet spot. There we go. Managed to find it. I'm sure there is some kind of min-max way to lay out these production chains, but I think that can take away from a lot of the organic feel that Manor Lords has if you start trying to min-max everything with layouts. So I want to try avoid it as much as possible, really. A new retinue has been assembled, which is fantastic. Yeah, so with our tax, we can pay tithe tax, which is going to give us influence, which allows us to claim provinces. This is going to send food to the church. We have a lot of food. So I think I'm going to pay 7% tithe tax. And we can do... We'll do 10% land tax for right now. That should be okay, I think. We should be right there. Still more than a year's worth of food and fuel in the bank for our current population size. And we've got these guys growing up here now as well, so I'm going to upgrade you to be vegetables. And you will also be vegetables as well, alongside 2 extra living space upgrades to get those extra families in. And we can see now, right, that first vegetable plot we installed is now beginning to produce stuff. So as we move up to level 2, hat burgage plots when they need more food variety, and we should be able to keep that in line quite nicely. There's that first egg coming in now as well. Wonderful stuff. We've got a 4th apiary down. I'm going to put another family in there because that honey is doing wonders for us at the moment. We have 25. And we're also selling it as well. I wouldn't mind buying these guys a horse, because that'll allow them to trade a little bit quicker as well. And I've got some things on the agenda for today. I'd like to begin building our forces now. First of all, I would love to have some archers for some extra damage output. So I think we're going to take our first burgage plot up to level 2 today, and I think we'll do... This one here doesn't have an upgrade, so first of all we need to upgrade it to level 2. Let's do that straight away. And we'll make this the highest priority. We also have a new message. We received a band of raiders roaming the nearby land. Should we track their steps? We'll be ready for them. Don't worry too much about that. There is current already raiders knocking about. We have a raider camp just across the bridge here. And then we've also got one across the next province as well. So that's going to be quite a lot of money for us to get involved in, so I really want to get rid of them today. Which is what we'll start doing, so we'll wait for this to hit up level 2. That's highest priority, so that'll start being worked on. And then I'd also like to develop some more interesting shaped burgage plots, using the road tools to actually kind of force them into a specific shape here. So I want to start growing up some residential over this side here. So what I really want to kind of make is a bit of a rectangle with kind of a bit sticking out, if you like. So if this is going to be the bit sticking out here, let's force our rectangle to be against the current road configuration here, right? So we have what is essentially the rectangle following here, and then with this little bit sticking out. And then with the little bit sticking out, we can actually force our house to occupy that space. So by filling it like this, and then reducing it down, that's going to give us just one house to fill this entire spot. I'm going to go ahead and build that, okay? Now what this is going to do is give us a huge plot of vegetables, which is going to be quite important. So we'll look forward to that being built regardless. Beyond that, everything else in the village is fairly swell. We have another 12 months worth of food. The berries are about to come back into season as well, which is really the backbone of our food economy in this village. And then with this also upgrading to level 2, which we can see the supplies arriving now for, which is very, very cool. We're also going to need to think about some beer as well at some point today, which we absolutely will do. There we go. So we are going to lose this family, of course, when we set up a backyard extension. We do lose a working family. So I'm going to make this a bowyer's workshop. That's going to allow us to produce bows and thus have some archers as part of our forces. It does mean we lose construction, so what do we have an overabundance of here? We've got a lot of planks, a lot of berries as well. We're doing quite well for honey. Just why we wait for a new family to arrive and rebalance our worker numbers. We'll take them out of one of the apiaries there as well. Cool, so now we have an advanced tab so we can check out. We want them to be focusing on warbows. We don't have the iron parts needed to produce crossbows. And then we can set some reserves. Building will stop production if the region's surplus of this resource is less than or equal to said reserve. And then we can also set some production limits as well. Not massively bothered about that just yet, because we've got plenty of planks, I think, haven't we? Yeah, 113 is absolutely fine. But this should now allow us to recruit some archers into said forces. And I think we need at least 5, don't we? So we'll wait for 5 bows to be produced. And then we'll get this house built up here as well, and that was make this high priority. And I did want to also have a look at buying a horse as well. Where are our tradespeople here? One of them's out trading now, so there should be a bump to our regional wealth in the not too distant future. Now let's have a look at our boys here. So where are our people? They are crafting, waiting, so we should see them head to the storehouse. Yes, there we go, there we go. So she's bringing the planks from the storehouse over to the new boyer's shop, which is allowing us to produce bows now, which is so cool, isn't it? Again, just endless compliments for Manor Lords' simulation in action like that. Very cool. And there you go, he comes out with the bows. Very, very sweet. Where are you going, sir? Mind if I ask? So he's just going to transport the warbows, is he? Yeah, okay, so that's the first warbow coming out. And I guess he's going to go drop that in general storage, right? He probably is. So let's wait for 5 bows to come in. And I also wouldn't mind relocating what is essentially our industry today as well, a little bit more towards the forest line now, because I'd like some more burgage plots, I think, to start surrounding this central marketplace. We'll probably start relocating that today as well, hopefully. But let's hang around here. Let's wait for construction finish level 1, burgage plot. Has that just finished construction, has it? Oh, our first vegetable plots are also coming in as well now, which is nice. We did just get a little boost there, so I'm going to go ahead and buy a horse. When that horse comes in, it will live at the small stable with our single ox, and then we can assign that through the livestock tab on the trading post, so that horse essentially becomes our trade horse, right? Got really high approval at the minute as well. There's another 20 gold coming in from the trade, and then we're going to have a big old vegetable plot here as well in a second. I wouldn't mind forming up a few more of these little roads here as well. So if I want my little sticky out bit to be there, let's force the shape of our road to kind of come around here. Like so, I think is what I want to do. And again, we'll come back to our burgage plot. And then I really just want to run this. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to see through the forest there, isn't it? Let's see if we can position this rightly. That should do there, I think, actually. I think I'll be pretty happy with that. And then let's get that one growing there as well. We'll have some larger burgage plots on the edge of town here that are going to be producing an awful lot of vegetables for us. Wonderful. Let's summon all our forces. Come over to the bridge, gents. And this should be close enough actually to bait these bandits over toward us. So here they come. Here come our forces. I reckon we've also got some other bandits there as well. Where are you boys going? You've just disappeared into the forest line again, haven't you? There you are. I reckon they're coming to kill these current bandits then, aren't they? Well, let's make sure we kill them before they do, because I want the loot. Yes, there we go. There's the bandits. So let's set up our forces on the bridge. This is the first time I've really fought on the bridges, which should be pretty cool. And let's have our archers just behind here. Hopefully we should arrive at the bridge in time. And we can watch our first fight here. Everyone settle in. Here comes the band of merry men. And it's about to kick off. Oh, the trader's in the way. You are. Oh, there we go. He's running away. He's running away. So a great little bottleneck there at the head of the bridge. It's not quite as dramatic as the siege of Minas Tirith, is it? Send these spears into them as well. And it looks like they're getting a good scene too. Should be no problem at all. They are already starting to lose. Yeah, there we go. That should be them done. Good little fight on the bridge though. Great little bottlenecks them, aren't they? Absolutely wonderful. There we go. Goodbye. Let's go ahead and raid their camp. And then we're going to send these boys off to go fight another battle. Which is a fair trek away. We need to actually send them all the way over here. We'll probably fight on the border, I reckon. Because they do have quite a large detection radius. There we go. So, yeah, come raid the camp. New families are also moving in back in the village as well, which is great. New message. So I want this to go to the treasury because I want to spend it on new retinue. So I'm going to send it to the Lord rather than the town. Because we're making money in the town via trade. So I'd rather it go to treasury. And then with this one, let's pause our game and then let's align everyone on this road here. Also fast forward that as well. Draw up our spears at the front and then we'll have our bows line up just there as well. Of course our production chains will grind to a little bit of a halt here as well. And we do have negative effectiveness. I think that's just because they're running through forest uphill, maybe. I'm not sure on that one. In the meantime, we do have 2 new families. Do we have people living here yet? Not just yet. And this one's still under construction. So with a little bit more regional wealth. This is a big burgage plot here. I think we're going to get some vegetables growing here. And with an eye to eventually upgrade to another level 2 house to supply beer, because I'm going to want the brewery extension at some point, which will produce ale from malt. We also need to look at importing malt via trade, which should be a commodity, I think. Or crop. No, food. It's got to be one of these crafting materials. It is, yeah. Malt is there. So 14 to import malt for that brewery, so we'll set that up at some point too. So let's hope the other ruler's army doesn't make it to those bandits before we do. They shouldn't do. Again, let's reposition them here. Let's get a staunch line of spears with our archers. Let's get this fight over with before the other army gets there. And there they are. Waiting for them to launch an attack. Don't seem to have noticed us just yet. Let's move up into the open field here. Oh, some animals there. What province is this in, actually? Not sure what province it is we're going to claim first. There we go, they have noticed us. So let's make sure we're set up, ready to receive them. Should be okay there. We're getting 2 fights already at the start of today's episode. Tremendously exciting, isn't it? I do really enjoy the RTS elements of Manor Lords. It makes it a very unique city build in that element, I think, doesn't it? Make sure they actually meet our spares here as well. Let's see if we can flank our archers around to the side here to get some shots into the side. Should be quite an easy win this one again as well. There we go, wonderful. Influence gained, absolutely fabulous, super. So ascend the archers across to claim the loot, and then the retinue and our spears can head home, where we will be able to tell them to get back to work essentially. Now I think that's all the bandit camps currently taken care of. No more reside across the map. Yeah, that's it. Cool. So when these archers get over here, again I think, well, we do actually already have 1k influence, so we can also claim another territory as well, which I think we will do. Now in terms of which one we want to do, let's have a look at, I mean, barley fertility would be good, any kind of fertility really, because our first province is not going to be farming. The one to the north does have a strong fish deposit and strong iron, or rich deposits rather. And the province to the south of us isn't really that great in all honesty. It's got rich salt, but salt isn't superb, I don't think. I think we'll claim this one then, Wildfeld. Can we claim this with influence? I think this is the one I want to go for, isn't it? We have rich iron deposit, which is great for trading. And then rich shoal of fish as well. We're going to press claim toward Wildfeld. Let's go ahead and claim this camp as well. This will be ours. Tremendously successful start to the episode. And there we go. Fabulous. And again, I'm going to send it to the treasury, because I think we're making enough money via trade, slowly at least anyway, to pay for everything we need in the town. Whilst we do have some decent treasury now, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to upgrade our retinue when they get back. So let's make sure all of our soldiers return home now. This is fantastic news. Do we have folk living in here yet? We do not. I'm also going to expand the living space of these new houses as well though. Do we have our horse yet? We do have our horse, wonderful. So we should be able to assign this to our trade post now. Where is the horse? Where are you, Jorg? He's following. Has he not arrived yet? Possibly he hasn't arrived. That's okay though. He will at some point. So we've got a couple of families spare at the minute. Let's just kind of review our situation. Food is going to be needed. Our berries are back in stock now as well. Let's get those working. That's going to prop our food back up again. And then I think I'll take this as an opportunity to begin relocating our industry, essentially, to the new edge of town, which will be there. So let's move all this over. Again, I'm going to try and keep it in a somewhat sensible configuration. Don't want these saw pits being too far from our general storage either, because we're going to be using those planks to make bows. And then the stonecutters camp and the hunting camp and the tanneries, they can probably all stay there. What can we do with the well? So we can actually upgrade this to a stone well now. Increases the capacity of the well, supplying up to 50 burgage plots with drinking water. Well, that sounds very exciting. So I think we'll do that. I actually think I want to move the well though. How about over here on the main road, I think, and then I'm going to delete this one because I would like to have more burgage plots around here, like I mentioned. Let's go ahead and move up some roads outside the front of this house too. And then we'll wait for all these logs to be removed, which is going to take a little while, to be fair. We do have bodies needing burial as well. Let's go ahead and stick someone in the church then, because that's really going to hurt our happiness if there is unburied bodies. They will go and collect them now. Wonderful, here come our merry men home from war, disbanded war. Okay, the archers are still on their way back, are they? They are indeed. But yeah, we definitely don't want to leave those bodies out too long. That will be a serious happiness debuff. Do we have people in these new homes yet? Not just yet. Waiting to upgrade these into vegetable plots so they can start to be worked. And I think I'm also going to go ahead and build a second shelter stable, is what it's called. I'd probably like another ox in the not too distant future. Now we're starting to spread out a little bit. So we'll build a hitching post. Where can we have you? Is there a little happy spot perhaps around here? See if we can find one. Maybe next door to our well. From a sanitation perspective, doesn't seem like the smartest thing in the world, but we don't have to worry about that in Manor Lords, thankfully. Cool. So this ox is going to take a little while to shift all these logs around. There's our workers. You guys can disband. Super. So let's spend some of that money upgrading retinue. We've very nearly claimed Windfeld as well. So let's come into... Actually, what was it? The was it administration? Yeah, so the settlers camp, we can place on the empty claimed territory in order to settle it. Grants base starting supplies. And an initial population. So maybe we want to save a lot of our money for that instead. Let's come to our retinue, because this is what I actually wanted to do. So let's do retinue, let's do customize them. So we can buy... That leaves us with 281. You want to upgrade their armor? It's 34, which we can't afford. Otherwise we do start to increase population size though, especially moving up 2 houses to level 2, we will start to accumulate more treasury. But I am going to make sure that we can afford the settlers camp, because I would like to get Windfeld set up. That's going to help us provide fish and rich iron, so we'll probably formulate our settlement around this little lake here, I think. It should be quite fun. Those bodies are slowly being cleared up now, which is wonderful news. Still got good approval. food is on the down. Look at that. Look at that. Region claimed. But this is ours now, isn't it? We'll send our people over there in a second. The hitching post is here. Definitely want this to be upgraded to a stable. So let's get that upgrade done. That way we can have another ox come in, which will dramatically help us with moving all the resources around. I actually want to make that stable highest of priorities. Shouldn't take too long to do. And then let's go ahead and order another ox, which won't come in immediately. It'll take a little while to get here, but when he does, we should be okay. How are we doing for firewood? Do we need another woodcut yet? We've got a year's worth of fuel. Well, I definitely want people back in the saw pit though. Logging camp, sorry. And then let's just set your work area up again. Pretty much this entire area. Guess we can probably take it to maximum size, can't we? Start work on clearing all this out. So checking out our level 2 burgage plot, we're actually keeping him fairly happy and it's not affecting our rating too much either, thanks to all the food variety that we have at the moment. Which is only going to increase further when those vegetables come in, which they are in the process of doing now. Won't be too long before we have another major vegetable plotting over here as well. No one's moved into these homes yet. Guessing it's just going to be a case of time, probably. Spaces for 2 people in. There we go, there's another family just moved in over there as well. I guess these extra living spaces still have some capacity, right? So they will fill up first. So I think I'd like to move Shack Spits. Is that how we're pronouncing that? Shack Spits, probably. Not sure, maybe our German brethren can help us with that one. But I would like this to move up to medium village. So I think I'd like to move this burgage plot here up to level 2. Well, let's do that, which will give us the requirement we need. And I think I'd also like to have a bit more development around our castle planner here. So let's place a road from our castle manor, and then I wouldn't mind some walls and gates through here. So let's just basically run this right along the road. That seems pretty good to me. Let's run this around the perimeter. Seems pretty good. And then let's do a... we can't do a garrison tower just yet, or an outer tower. So let's just commit to that first of all then. That should be fine. Did our second ox arrive? Where is our animal count? Yeah, we've got 2 oxes now. I guess 2 oxen is the plural, right? And then in terms of how we're doing here, I think we're ready to go ahead and set up the other building as well, or the other settlement now. We've got plenty of people here. I think I wouldn't mind some more people doing some more trading. They're also ploughing the vegetable field over here as well. Maybe there is a bit of optimization to be had there in terms of making sure that the traders don't have a vegetable plot. Although there's nothing actually stored inside here at the minute anyway. So it should be okay. Is there anything we want to trade here? I think what we will do is set up a pack station. So if we come to logistics, a pack station here will allow us to send and receive goods between this and another region. And because this region over here, Wildfeld, has rich fish and rich iron, I think we'll end up sending a lot of that back to Shackspitz. My pronounce sounds very weird. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that quite right. So that's the plan. Let's go ahead and get some more burgage plots down. Whereas I would like to have every job here totally populated, including the apiaries and things like the tannery and the animal camp. So let's do some... can we drag you guys out to be a little different shape here? Maybe can we send that one a bit further up? I'd quite like to have some larger gardens here. And then should we do 2 here? One would be absolutely enormous, but we only get a bit of an awkward space there, so I think maybe we'll do two. Two more burgage pots there, I think. That should be quite good. And then we can have everything kind of growing up around the central square here. I would also like to preempt the pub as well, I think. So let's come to residential. We'll grab the tavern here. And can we grab you right next to the trading post? Because we're going to need that now we're moving up to level 2 burgage plots here as well, right? Let's go ahead and wait for this burgage plot to be done, and then we can spend our next development point. I'm not sure what we're going to put it on. We're not really specialised in this province, so we might have a look at some trade. Or we can do something with the orchids, maybe. Cool. So we'll leave this village at this size for a little bit. So in terms of our second development point, we are doing a bit of trade here. Half trade route cost is pretty good. Has been nerfed though, it used to be a lot better. Foreign supplies isn't too bad, although you do have to pay for them. The extra bread is a good food variety. So we can get orchidry here, which I don't think we've ever done before. I'd be quite keen to try that. We won't be going any further down that development route. So we could say apple harvest happens around September in every year, with apple trees taking approximately 3 to 4 years to fully mature. Let's go down orchidry then, because that's going to give us yet further food variation, which is going to be helpful. In terms of where we want to put this, these have got chickens, that's the boyer shop. You will become another artisan. Do we want to... I mean, we can't, we don't have the malt coming in yet anyway, so I don't think there's a point in upgrading that one just yet. And then these have all got vegetable plots around the back here as well, haven't they? And we can take that person out of the church now as well. Yeah, I don't think we'll do the brewer's upgrade just yet, because the tavern's not even ready, and then we don't even have the malt to make it. So we'll just let things tick over here, I think. Let's make sure everything's stocked up here. We definitely want people in the saw pit, because those planks are being used to make the bows. How are we doing for bows now? We've got 17 bowmen, which is fantastic. That's really good. Logging camp's populated. And we'll also put someone in the woodcutter's lodge as well. Super. So everyone around here now is pretty happy. We've got 65% approval. We could afford to tax people a little bit more. Yeah, I would like to give someone the orchidry upgrade, although it is 50 regional wealth to actually upgrade that, so maybe we'll leave that, although the level 2 one has to become the specialist anyway. That should be fine then, that's really good. So I think we'll go ahead and set up our next settlement and get that one working before we round out today's episode. Let's do logistics, and we will have our pack station first of all. So you will send things to the new settlement. Oh, can I squeeze you in there? Oh, what a shame. I feel like this game would really benefit from a form of anarchy at some point, right? Let's just have this next door then. Got a pack station, and we'll use that to send goods back into Wildfeld, and then administration. Let's go ahead and do settlers camp. This is going to cost us 250 regional wealth, and we're going to settle, I think, right by the pond, although it's a fair old drop there, isn't it? So let's get our initial structure in town set up here. Yes, we only have the 251, so that's fine. These settlement options aren't available yet, are they? It'd be really cool when these are good to start specialising different things and when that gets developed. I also believe as well, having spoke to what Darren plays on his live stream recently, that the next few additions to Manor Lords should be really kind of focused on content going forward rather than kind of tweaks and amends, so should start to see lots more things added to the game hopefully very soon. Cool, so this is a brand new settlement. Logging camp, of course, is our first priority. Alongside a well, which we should have plenty of availability for here. Let's get that one in there. And then you should have food on the floor as well, you do indeed. So we also want a granary. Now let's think about where we can set the granary up. I wouldn't mind it right by the fishing setup here. Why don't we have our granary sort of out this way, I think. And that should be it for you guys. We won't worry too much about burgage plots just yet. Let's just run through our initial setup. A storehouse will be needed relatively soon, I suppose. So let's go ahead and just pop this next to the granary. And we'll connect these in with some roads as well. And I would also like to connect you to shaft bits as well if I can. This road doesn't really go through, although can we make it? Yeah, let's add our own road through there. And then we'll add a little road connection all the way through here. I really do enjoy the road building in Manor Lords. Super, so I think in terms of food here, the obvious choice is to go for fishing, isn't it? But we do need a couple of extra logs, so let's just go ahead and get this done. In the meantime, we can enjoy the wonderful ambience of Manor Lords as they construct a brand new settlement for us. Unreal Engine is looking fantastic these days, isn't it? It always has, really, but Manor Lords really utilises the Unreal Engine, doesn't it? It's super nice. Logging camp is finished. Let's get someone working in here. And then that will get us the extra log. So we can build the building that we need, which will be our fisherman's hut. Something very satisfying about a new settlement in Manor Lords, isn't there? Pretty much any simulation game, a new city, a new settlement, new village, whatever game it is you're playing, there's always something so wholesome about it, isn't there? My village folk, Peter. Ott, again, he's living here. There's another Ott in the other village as well. Thomas. Very exciting. But let's fast forward time here. Would like to build them a food supply, pretty sharpish. And then we can build them some burgers plots as well. There we go. So, how do we want this one to sit? These pools have like an enormous collision radius to them, don't they? You really have to set them quite far back. Sure, I guess we'll go for that route instead. Let's get someone working at the granary, which should be complete momentarily. Get all these supplies tucked away. They do also want a market stall. Let's get that done for them too. Into residential. And we want... it's not residential, is it? It is logistics. Where should we have their market? How about right outside the storehouses here? We do this. That should be pretty tasty. And then let's line up some roads around the back of our initial infrastructure. And we'll plan for some burgage plots here eventually too. How many people do we have spare? Here we still got 2 families going. You're also going to need, of course, a woodcutter's lodge. And pretty similar to what we did in the first settlement. We'll just have this by our logging camp over here too. So the other rich resource in this region was iron deposit, wasn't it? Which is quite far away again. But rich iron deposits can earn quite a lot of money. Because we can turn them into tools, I believe, can't you, by industry? Yeah, so iron slabs, so we can go to bloomery and then smithy. So this province here, with rich fish and rich iron, especially if we specialise the points into them with the deep mine and the year-round advanced ice fishing, should be able to make quite a lot of money here, which should be quite nice. There goes our common goods stall, absolutely wonderful. Food store up as well. Got our resources being gathered now here. Now, how are we doing for building materials? 2 logs. We'll hang out here until we can build them their burgage plots. Which I'd like them to be quite big, these burgage plots, I think. Because we'll also do some vegetables as well, so they can be pretty much self-sufficient. Let's bring out some roads here to hold said burgage plots. I'll have more fanning out in a bit of a angular direction, I think. Something like that. We do have some logs already, so let's go ahead and build the first house here. Also get the fisherman done as well. Full. Let's do burgers plot here. Just want to see what sort of space we could fill. Could we actually fill this entire... Could. That's pretty massive. But could you imagine the size of the vegetable plots there? Or we could do one with the extra living space. I think we'll do two. I don't think I'm massively bothered about the extra living space in this particular settlement. Because it should be alright. Okay, so I'm just going to pop the guy out of the storehouse for the time being and tell him to cut some wood. And then we can just wait for these burger spots to come up now and make sure these guys are housed. Let's head back to our other settlement, 63%. Do we have people living here yet? Not quite. How about in the one next door as well? Yeah, not just yet. But how are we doing for storage here? We're getting quite a lot of war bows, which is good. Why don't we consider selling some of them? So let's come to trade. Let's go to weapons. And what bows do I need? Oh, they're all major trade routes, aren't they? So I need to buy the trade route in order to sell them. Which is a little bit annoying. But I think we'll set them up for export. And I guess sell anything over, let's say 30 maybe. Let's make sure we have a decent reserve in just in case we need to summon some archers. I think I might actually... Can I replace the family in here? Because a lot of them are currently sewing, which is a little bit annoying. I'd rather you be trading than actually sewing here. We also need to upgrade our church as well. Let's go ahead and get this set up. So we need industry for this. So, no, it's gathering, isn't it? Mining, yeah. So we want the mining pit. We could import them ourselves, but it's a major trade, so we're going to have to pay regional wealth in order to open the trade route. And we've got no deposit in range, and we want our clay pit over here. So we'll just make that ourselves. It won't take too long, we'll just rotate some families in and out. Where is the road through to Wildfeld? Where does that one go? Close through the forest. Is this the one we connected to? I think it was, wasn't it? Now, we do also have 50 regional wealth here too. So we can immediately get those orchids going. Not the orchids, sorry, the vegetable plots, which I think we will do. And how are we doing for more space here? Yeah, let's keep these big old burger spots going. Can we fill that whole space there as well? Goodness me, we can. We need to make that just one giant burger spot with the living space. I think we'll do that in that case there. And then over here, we nearly resolved our homeless problem. I think I'd like to provide a little bit of a boundary for this house over here. Let's cut it off there. Seems pretty sensible. And then we'll get that built. And then in terms of happiness here, we've also got to give them their church, which should be pretty easy. We're just going to need the sawmill for that, I believe. It should be residential. Yeah, we've already got the stone, we just need the saw pit. So we'll add that to our build list as well. And then let's carry on with the burgish plots in these big old spaces. Something like that, right? Let's do that as well. So these guys should be able to grow vegetables for days out here. And also not forgetting the pack station as well, which I think we'll keep roughly toward the edge of town, because they will be heading back to our initial settlement to send what is hopefully a large abundance of fish. Currently got 20. Yeah, they've hardly even touched the resource, have they? Which is really cool. There we go, getting some more families in here now, more family members at least. And we'll wait to pay for these upgrades over here too. Now let's also go ahead and do the sawmill for Wildfeld too. We can have this with one more log, which hopefully isn't very far away. There we go. We can have that right there. More family members joining the villages over in Sharspats as well, which is great. New families also moving in over there as well, which is cool. And we are in August now. So I'm going to put a hunter back in the camp. We will need that. How are we doing for clothing supply here? It's still not too bad. Did we get people moving in here yet? Yeah, there we go. So these guys have these huge gardens now. Which, I know I'm trying to save regional wealth for the apple orchards here. Oh, yeah, should we save that really? I think maybe we will save it. Yeah, we just made a trade there, didn't we? Stocking goods for sale. Yeah, should we turn one of these big houses into the apple orchard then? I think if we just wait a little bit, because these guys are all trading and stocking resources here now. It shouldn't be too long before we get another trade hit. And there we go, we just got it now. So let's make this into apple orchard. Which, as it said, it will take a few years for them to come to fruition. But once they do, that food variety is really going to help our higher level houses, I think. And we got people living here. Not yet, this one's still empty, but they will come in soon, I hope. We've got the apple orchard there now too. Yeah, with 2 spare families working on construction, did we get that one's... Did you not build your stuff? No? Did we not confirm that? I thought we committed to it. I thought it was building, maybe not. But otherwise everyone over here I think is pretty happy for the time being, aren't they? Still gathering up those resources too with getting our militia sorted. We do have the pub ready to stock up now as well. Did you build the mine? Out here, so far away that, isn't it? Absolute trek. And let's get the extra living space here. I wonder if that will that fix the final homelessness problem if we have the extra living space in this burger spot? I'm actually not sure. Let's make it highest priority and see if it does. You've got 14 months worth of fuel now as well, so let's take the woodcutter back out here and put him back into the storehouse so he can operate the common goods store. Yeah, that did fix the last homelessness problem, so that's fantastic, that's perfect. Actually, no, don't go back to the common goods store yet. Come back and do the saw pit because we want to get the church built here. Where was that bandit camp sighted? Where are you? Ooh, you're a little close to our new settlement, actually. I don't think we can beat the AI army over there. I'm pretty sure we can't. I'm going to try and rally here. I want to take that out. I want the points for that. Let's gather the merry men. And we'll see if we can beat the AI to the bandit camp. Where are they coming from? Come on, boys. we need this influence. Don't let me down now. Come on, stand in this little clearing over here. Are they going to beat us to it? Oh, this is going to be a bloody close one. I think they are going to beat us to it, aren't they? They're very, very close. Although, if I can sneak in and take the bandit camp while they deal with the bandits... Of course, they'll have to stop and fight, won't they? And I can just run in and grab the bandit camp. Maybe that'll work. We'll find out anyway. Come on, lads. Let's, yeah, it looks like they're coming toward us here. Fantastic. So, I will... Yeah, Let's fight here. Men just behind. Are they gonna go... If the AI steals the camp without me actually fighting, I will be incredibly irritated. Let's see if we can move our archer militia around the side now to get some shots in. Let's back up the retinue there with the spears as well. We got some nice cinematic shots of the fight kicking off. You lads want to shoot? You won anyway, regardless. And oh, they are going to take it, aren't they? Don't you dare. Oh, they took it. They took it. Oh, you ass. You ass. I should have let them fight that. I should have let them fight it, shouldn't I? They took the reward. Yeah, I should have let them engage the bandits and I could have swooped in and took the reward. That is a pain in the ass. But then I think we did get a big chunk of influence for fighting them, did we? Damn it. Until next time, Lord Hildebald, you win that round. You win that round. Right, let's get the boys back home. Everything in Wildfeld is hunky-dory now. We've got very nearly the amount of planks we need to build the church. Although we do also need some logs, which hopefully aren't too far away. Ploughing by hand. Oh, that's such a shame, isn't it? I could have really done with that that treasury wealth. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, disband. Everyone go home. I haven't missed a bandit camp spawning in, have I? No. Because they're good money and good influence, those bandit camps, so it's good to get them when we can. We're just waiting for supplies here now. Where are our people? Debranching a tree. And then we've got the planks, so Sawpit can leave. You go back to the storehouse. And then we'll get our church built in Wildfeld. And then probably leave today's episode there, I think. In terms of fertility here, there is a little bit of rye farming possible. A rye farm, if you will. So maybe we can have a look at some farming next episode to start producing some bread or other farmable crops. We'll see what we can get planted. Everyone in chat bits is okay. The berries are empty now, are they? They are indeed. So remove the berrymen. How are we doing for animals over here as well? Have you hunted them down yet? No, it's still 20 actually. Do we not have people in our hunters camp? Where are you? Crafting. Did we forget to set the work area? Come and hunt over here. That should... Yeah, there you go. They're off to hunt now. That's perfect. And we've got... not bad food here, although I'm guessing all these new people are starting to eat into our food chain a little bit. But with all these burgage plots now starting to produce food, it shouldn't have a massive impact. I wouldn't mind a few more animals over here, actually. Because we do have goats, which are contributing... Well, I guess the 2 hide would have come from the goats there, wouldn't they? So that's slowly coming into our kind of production chain economy now. And we're not stocking the pack station just yet, although we will need to order a mule at some point. Don't think it comes with one, does it? No. But we're not ready to trade between regions yet, we're just getting that infrastructure set up. And we are very close to being able to build our church in terms of where we're going to put it. Probably... let's have it there, I think. Next to the logging camp. We do have a little bit more regional wealth to spend here. We could go for... what you guys like for diet variety over here. It's fish and bread, although that bread is going to run out. The vegetables will kick in, but again, I think just for variety. Let's get some chickens in. because those eggs really help. And that should be fine now. I think everyone's happy here now. Above 53% approval at least. Yeah, I think we will also expand the living space here as well. Don't think we can do it in any other ones, can we? This one already has it. That one didn't have the option. So you guys are very slow at producing logs here. I guess you're not in a massively forested area, are you? Let's wait until we have this second piece of timber here. And then we can upgrade our living space in this new house, which will give us that extra headroom with the families. So the granary's stocking decent fish. They've got a month's worth of food over here, or a year's worth rather. And that orchard tree is starting to kick in as well now. Let's have a little look around. I'll tell you what, actually, let's come over here. I should be walking to town past the new orchard. Orchard. Where the hell am I? I'm around the back of the orchard here, aren't I? This is so cool. I've never really used apples before, so we'll see how they contribute to our food economy as well. Well, hello people, and welcome back to part 3 of our Manor Lords Update 4 series. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Enjoying the ambience of the village as we receive a brand new message where we have raiders are on the way, which is absolutely terrifying. We will track their movements, we'll see where they come from. 122 days left before they come and attack us, as some trees are felled. Last episode we started to specialise our food economy down the apples and honey route, which seems to be working out quite nicely. Everyone over here is wonderfully happy. I'd love to take the opportunity as well to, I think, up our tax rates a little bit. But I might even pay a touch more tithe. I'm going to go to 20% land tax, I think. We'll see how that works out for us. We do have a little bit of headroom over here. And I think with us having multiple level 2 houses now, we can begin to look at investing in the tavern. So let's set up that production chain. So we bought a horse last episode. We could buy another one for them, but we'll get this done first. So we want to come into, it's not food, is it? It's craftable materials, I believe. It is indeed. So we want malt. This is a minor trade, so we do not need to purchase the trade route. And I want to go for a import of malt, and let's say I want a surplus of at least 20. That's going to cost us 14 per import price, which we do have a little bit of money at the minute, and we are selling a lot of this stuff as well. How are we doing for selling those war bows? We've got 97 in stock with a 30 surplus. Yeah, we should establish the trade route really, shouldn't we? Go ahead and do that while I've got the cash for it. And I wouldn't also mind importing some spears at some point today as well, because we don't really have that many spearmen, so we could do with doing that. But either way, that allows us to import malt, and we now need to send that malt to a new artisan, which is going to live here, and we are going to set up our brewery extension. That, of course, will lose us a family from the work pool, so important to make sure that you do have those spare workers. Indeed, you are following along. Wonderful news. Our little industry area over here doesn't have a road at the minute, so let's go ahead and draw them one out. Go over there, and I guess over here as well. Might not be too long as well before we think about bringing in another ox into the settlement too, as industrial demands begin to grow, of course. Otherwise, I think we'll head over. Got no space left for production at the saw pit, have we? Is everything okay here? You guys are just... yeah, you're just blitzing through that, aren't you? You really are. I wonder if we need another large storehouse worker then. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. Things are starting to pile up in our production chains, and they're going to need to be brought to the storehouse a bit quicker. Over toward the next town, to the wonderful town of Wildfeld that we established last episode as well. I would love to bring in the mine to this, because this is going to be a really fun production chain for us. So we need some extra saw pit stuff here. Let's come ahead and get this going. We do need... where is everyone here? We don't have the pack station working yet, do we? No, we don't. So let's go ahead and wait for 4 planks that we need for our mine. I know we have no unassigned families, but it's just a temporary problem. There we go. Get them back out again. And now we want to set up our new mining pit, which is going to be all the way over here, which is quite the walk, but it should be okay, I think. So where do we want to send you guys? We're kind of coming down a bit of a hill here, aren't we? So let's do our road curvature. I wonder if we can maybe do a bit of a switchback thing here to respect the topography, if you will. Might be quite cute. And then this is just going to run down the town and can connect into here currently. So that iron mine is essentially going to pay everything toward Shaxpit's, our first settlement, and we'll kind of talk through how that's going to work in a second here as well. So we have a few jobs here. The pack station here will come into use eventually, but not immediately. How are we doing for logs? Do have a worker family. Work in the logging camp. There's still a few trees around them to clear, so we don't need to relocate it just yet. But now that we have iron arriving here in Wildfeld, it will continue to stockpile at least once the mine is built anyway. We now need to come back to our pack station in Shaxpit's, and we are going to set up our trade here. So our partner is going to be Wildfeld, and we are going to send them honey in return for iron ore, which is a pretty terrible trade for Wildfeld. We are taking their precious metals in return for bee juice, which doesn't seem a fair trade, but thankfully due to my dictatorship attitude, they don't have a choice. I'd also like to get working on upgrading the church today as well, for which we will need to... Did we set up the thing last episode? I'll have to remind myself. It's been a few days since I played. We did. Let's go ahead and get that mining pit working then, because I want them to start collecting some clay. And then let's also get the animals being hunted again too. We do have a family in there, don't we? We do indeed. So let's come down to our industry in this town. So I want to grab the bloomery first of all, although we do need some... Were you guys debranching trees? We do some logs here, please. Let's go ahead and leave our game on a little bit of 3 speed. And super. Now we have some logs. So we want to grab the clay furnace first of all, and let's align this with our road, so we can kind of create a bit of an industrial corner on this junction here, can't we? So our clay furnace is just going to make us the tiles. This is only going to be a temporary building. We won't be using a lot of that clay. Then I want to come ahead and grab the bloomery, which is going to take the iron ore that we receive from Wildfeld and turn that into iron bars, which we can immediately sell at the trade post, of course. Or we can then turn that into tools at the smithy, which can then be sold for even further money. So let's get that one just across the street, and we can have a little bit of industry here around our town centre. I think that should be quite a lot of fun. So we're waiting for these to be built. Now whilst that does continue to happen, I'd love to expand our apple production capacity here on the edge of town. So I want to kind of do a bit of detail in here as well, in terms of how I want to see the apple orchards flow this side of the map. I'd love to have... Oh, we accidentally built a little bridge there, did we? We did not. Didn't mean to do that. It's fine, it's fine. I guess we could... we just go straight across here with the bridges? Not enough goods. It's 55 planks to do that one. Okay, that's fine. That's not what we're here to do anyway. Yeah, I want to position some new apple production burgage plots against the edge of town here. I want these ones to be quite big. Bring our road curvature down a little bit as well. And again, using the same trick we did here last episode to force the house into the tiny corner while the workspace fills the whole space here, right? That's kind of what I want to do again. Let's see if we can do it. So let's bring... How much space do we have to fill here? Can we do probably 2 burger spots in this space? I reckon we can. So let's come up a little bit further and a little bit wider as well. Something about there. And then let's run that all the way up to there. And then we can come into our burger spot. We only need 2 logs for this one. And that's exactly what I wanted to fill right there. Cool. So that'll give us another house. That'll go ahead and get built. And then let's do a similar thing pretty much right here as well. Let's run our road up against the river here. And eventually one day, as this town continues to grow out, we should just have apple orchards along the river, which should be quite a visually nice thing as well, shouldn't it? So again, this one wants to be a fair old size. Not too big though, otherwise it will take them just forever to kind of harvest and plough it. Let's bring that one down into there. And again, where is it? I want the house to sit here. Probably this side, I imagine, isn't it? So let's run our awkward spot about there. And then we can hook that in. Just a quick brief check. We haven't missed any bandit camps spawning in, have we? I do want to make sure we catch some more bandits today, because that influence is going to be very important for our expansion. If I can find out where I've teleported to, wonderful. Yep. Do we have that next burger spot in? We do, wonderful. So again, just want this one to sit. Looks like we can possibly split this one up into 2 plots, I think. And have that one there, and then we can have another one sat around this way. So let's do and just some slight road manipulations. And then I want to have this one fill that one there. Again, if we bring it down into just 1 plot, we're going to get this big workspace behind, and then the house kind of sits in this awkward little outcrop. So, it's not an exact science to it, but it definitely helps kind of shape the burgage plot, I think. The people don't seem to be too annoyed by that taxation increase, they're still pretty happy. Do we have people living here yet? We don't, so let's go ahead and get those living spaces brought in too. And now we're going to have some much wider food production houses just on the edge of town, which will pretty much stay at level 1 their entire lives, I think. Did our brewery get complete? It did indeed. So let's have a look at the advanced tab. And are we producing beer yet? Oh yes, we are. Wonderful, fantastic, cool. Let's get someone in the tavern then. Brilliant. Hopefully these new families that are coming in all the time will be able to increase our trade output as well at some point. That'd be fantastic. Let's head back to Wildfeld, indeed, where hopefully the mine has been complete. It has indeed, so let's get that working. That's going to be a really important sort of point of economy for this town. So that ore is going to come down into Wildfeld. It's going to be stored at the storehouse before the pack station at Shackspitz, which needs to be stocked now, or populated at least. We also need to buy them a mule. And then those guys will now take our honey from here, send it to Wildfeld, and bring back the iron ore, which of course will be stored in our large storehouse. And then it will go down to the bloomeries, the smithies, and then we can fax that into our trade as well. We have dropped slightly below the approval, of course, as I said that, so let's make sure we're keeping everyone nice and varied here. That church level is going to be really important, I think, so I really want to focus on that next. We just need the clay furnace working, so let's get that done. Let's take someone out of our logging camp. They can come ahead and work at the clay furnace. How many was it we needed? Was it 10? How much clay do we have? 10, perfect, cool. So we can make those clay tiles. And the stone, we are exporting the stone, aren't we? But we should have enough of it. We've still got people in our stone camp. Yep, there's still a family in there, which is great. We've got another burger spot over here that could be upgraded. 50 regional wealth for the apples, which I really want to lean into. So I think I'll just wait until we get a little bump in regional wealth there to upgrade those new apples out here. I'll go ahead and get all these living spaces done pretty much straight away as well, because extra headroom is really going to help us in terms of just managing this settlement, I think. But otherwise, everyone's pretty happy. We've got a war very soon in 39 days, which we need to be prepared for. Our current roster of merry men should be able to deal with that. And they can recruit another unit of archers. I might even grab another unit of spears as well. We'll drag them in order. We've also got the retinue. Which I wouldn't mind actually buying some further retinue before we go to war. Let's customize and get an extra unit in. That gives us 8 in total. Because they're both really powerful for the enemy and for us as well, those retinue. They're very good in battle. Wonderful, there is that extra income. So you will now begin to produce apples. I want to get those working because they do take a few years to come to fruition, if you'll enjoy the pun. Now, apiaries, are we still stocking a decent amount of honey? I know a lot of it's been traded and taken away now as well. We do need... Yes, we've got 3 months worth of food at the minute. How are things looking here? Meat, the berries and the honey. We've got our hunters working here with the meat. So currently when our berries die, they're very nearly about to come back anyway. We do suffer with food a little bit in Shack Spits, which I'm hoping that these burgage plots are going to help with that when they eventually start to produce. But we'll wait for that. Let's have a look at our pack station here as well. Where are our people here transporting? You're sick, dear me. Barbara is heading. Let's look at that, isn't that cool? Got Linhart a bit further down the road as well. So these guys are walking back from Windfeld with iron ore, and then Fritz is currently not very well at all. You guys should have the mule, which should help you move things a bit quicker. Which hopefully isn't too far away from arriving. Do we have our mule here yet? I'm going to tell this to look for livestock. Yeah, we do have our mule. Is it... I'm interested in the location of it. Maybe it's still on its way from the livestock trader, perhaps. Oh, just something I'd like to look at eventually as well. A livestock building for this town. But otherwise, we've got... Do we have a stocked pub here? It's just got the 1 pint in at the moment. If you just roll a barrel in. There we go, there we go. People are enjoying the pub now. It's starting to come stocked with that beer from the storehouse. Considering how long that took to arrive, actually, it might be a sign that maybe we need some more granary workers. He is enjoying a hearty meal of apples and beer. Wonderful stuff. With the Lord just staring at him, of course. So either way, looks like the winter is beginning to break off of the town now. See the Lord's Manor just up the top of the hill there, although it's blocked by the industry now, isn't it? Wonderful. Let's focus on that church upgrade next. I really want to make sure we get that done. How are we doing for those building materials? Roof tiles. We just need the stone. Let me change this to 25 for right now. Because we need some of that stone. We also don't need the clay furnace working anymore, that's all sorted now. And we also don't need the clay... Oh, bandit camp. Bandit camp. Let's go ahead and check that out. We don't need people working at the clay pit anymore. Bandit camp was sighted. Where? Where? Oh, that is very close, isn't it? That is very close. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Okay. Another ruler's army was sighted. Where are you boys coming from? Yeah, we're going to beat you to that. That's no problem. Okay. Let's head home. And we will summon... Don't think we'll need the retinue. Summon all the men to go deal with these bandits. Although the raiders are also 7 days away. Or what? They're already coming. Because they spawned within range of us, which is... dangerous, I think. It sounds like it is dangerous. Looks like we're going to get another battle on the bridge here. Line of power, spears and archers, and then we'll go ahead and clear out that camp. And hopefully this is all going to happen in time for the raiders arriving, because they are on their way. Yeah, so they're coming down the bridge here. Or down the hill, rather. Should be a pretty easy win. These bridges are pretty overpowered for bottlenecking. I'm actually hoping to fight the final battle with Lord Hildebot on one of these bridges. And there's the band of raiders. Enemy unit has been spotted. Where are you coming from? Are you being serious? You're coming from there? You're going from there? Whilst I'm fighting the bandits? Are you being serious? Are you being serious, Manor Lords? Is this what I deserve after supporting your game? Right. We need a unit of archers back here. Of course, we've been attacked from 2 different directions at the same time. It never ever goes smoothly, does it? These should get a good scene to pretty quickly, these outlaws. And for the meantime, I'm hoping you come this way. Because if you don't... And where's the other man? Okay, we got 2 fronts to fight on here. Also got 18 this side too. Yeah, you come and line up with the retinue. Come block the road here. And then our archers come and sit behind for right now. We'll likely try and flank you around to get some better shots. This fight here is about to kick off. Archers are firing. As soon as this is done, we can send them over to fight the other battle. Most important thing here with this bottleneck is that we keep these shots on the side coming in, because it really just trashes them. I also don't want Lord Hildebot's army to raid that camp as well. That would be another substantial loss. They should be alright. They're still quite far away, aren't they? They're trying to get to the raider camp to take the loot, which I want. Also losing a bit of approval here as well. Maybe that taxation rate was too high. Can you guys shoot here now? Be great if you could. Can we fall back a little bit with the men? With the bridge is blocking them slightly. There we go. Now they're shooting again. Perfect. Get over here. Immediately. Please. Please get over here. Move the archers forward a little bit. See if we can line up our archers now behind. Reform these spears at the edge of town. Let's bring the retinue behind them slightly. Cool. Let's see if we can bait their attack here. I'd rather fight them out in the open here than them come anywhere near the town. Really don't want Lord Hildebot to capture that camp. He's still got a long way to march there yet. Although he is already there. I'm gonna take these spears. I want them to go get the camp. I really don't want to lose that one. Yeah, can you boys come up here? I want to grab their attention. Get them out of the trees. Although the archers are firing upon them, they're not. Come grab them. I don't know where they're headed there. There we go. I think they're trying to go for our archers, weren't they? See if we can bring them around the side. Oh yeah, we're gonna get bring the retinue out here. Focus fire on them. And then bring the archers around this side here to kill these. And hopefully that should be okay. Talk about stressful, right? This is supposed to be a Nice chill city building series. It turns out without fighting on multiple fronts. Can you shoot here? Yeah, you can. No retinue. Don't let them engage the archers. Archers in melee combat is no fun. Please fight the retinue. There you go, now shoot them. Gonna run the flank again a little bit more. They're definitely shooting. We have lost a retinue already, which is a bit annoying. Maybe a sign we should upgrade some of their armor relatively soon. Nice. Let's kill these. Wicked. Nice one, boys. Very well played. Everyone disband. And now, with our spear militia, we can come and claim the bandit camp. That was wild, wasn't it? That was absolutely wild. Holy smokes. Right. We did it though. We now have enough influence to launch a claim to a second province. What's this? Towsonbrook? Seems pretty appealing. It's almost an exact setup of what we've got over here with another rich iron deposit. And which is very good for money. But this one down here is a super fertile province. So I think we're going to claim under Dawnlie is how I'm going to pronounce that. So we'll see if we can get it. Also gives us this position on the cliff as well, which I quite like to explore with some building. Oh goodness me, yes, that taxation rate is proving a little bit much, isn't it? My apologies, let me bring that back down to 10. We are also sending quite a bit of food to the church as well, aren't we, for that influence, but we did just get quite a bit of influence, so let's bring that back down to 7 now as well. And we can very nearly upgrade this. How much stone are we getting here? Our building material, there's a new message. So do we want to send this to the treasury? Or to the nearest town? We're still making pretty decent money through trade. Especially once those apples come in. And the iron as well. That trade's only going to get more increased, isn't it? So I'm going to send it to the Lord's treasury. It's going to allow me to build up the retinue, which is really what I want. Especially since we lost 2 of them. God damn it. God damn. Need a worker at the church. We've got some bodies to bury over here. Make sure we get rid of that before it starts to affect our happiness. People are harvesting. Are you sure? Do you not want to bury the bodies? Oh, yeah, there you go. Gravedigger, was there? Yeah. Yeah, collecting a dead body. Perfect. They're starting to collect the bodies now. And I wanted to upgrade my retinue, didn't I? So let me do that immediately. We'll have 1. Yeah, let's go for 10. Let's get 10 in. Because they're so strong. It just makes sense to have them. Did we have people move in here? Oh, they're in mourning. How sad. While family members mourn their loss, they will not accept any new members into their household until the mourning period is over. Well, can I cheer you up with an apple orchard, maybe? Because we do need some more food. Right, you guys come home. That was absolutely hectic, wasn't it? How's Wildfell doing? My apologies, gents. I've just absolutely ignored you all. I've been working over here. How are we doing? Food and fuel still pretty good over here. Let's stick someone back into the woodcutters. Let's take them out the logging camp for a little bit. Got 28 logs over here. That should be fine for a little while. And that honey, he's making it to market now. The stuff that's arriving from Shack Spits, which is great. But these guys have got brilliant food variety. Yeah, there's that iron coming in now as well. So they've got 23 iron. So how much does Shack Spits has now? 9. Which is alright, that's fine. I really want to get this upgraded though. I think what I'm going to do is turn the saw pit off for a little bit. Because I'd quite like to begin stockpiling some logs over here. And we're still alright for fuel this province, aren't we? Yeah, nearly 2 years worth of fuel. Our berries are back. Bring people back into the berries, and I'm going to remove an apiarist temporarily. We also will start collecting our berries again. That's wonderful news. I also wouldn't mind the herb garden at some point as well. And then let's start processing the iron into bars. So in terms of what we're going to do for trade there, the pub is pretty much staying stocked. There's 67 pints in the large granary. I feel like we need another granary worker now as well, you know. Maybe they'll come in over time. Let's hope so anyway. Pantry's full. Our burgage plot, is it? It is indeed, isn't it? Okay. I think we are ready for another worker then. I think we'll remove the worker from the large storehouse and actually put them in the granary instead. Because I want the beer moving into the tavern a bit more consistently. And hopefully... have we buried the bodies now? No, there's still 40 bodies that need burial. You guys are burying them, aren't you? Yeah, is he the one that's doing the burying? Yeah, he is. He's off to get them. Yeah, so while they're going, let's have a look at trade. So it should be commodities, shouldn't it? Or trade and materials. The iron slabs will sell for 4. Or we can sell the tools for an undisclosed amount because it's a major trade. Almost tempted just to sell the iron slabs straight away then. I'm going to tell them to export. Not really bothered about a surplus. Well, beer is only going to become more and more popular, especially as we begin moving some houses up to level 2, which I am going to start doing now because they're going to give us regional wealth alongside doing that. So let's bring a total of 4 houses up to level 2. Could even go for 3 because that'll push us up to large village, which should be quite tasty. We'll see what happens. This burgers plot is really filled with veg, isn't it? It's taken a while to clear up, but otherwise, vegetables starting to come through into that economy now, aren't they? We've got 129 of them. How about our bloomery? You're transporting, are you? You're helping to build, I think, are you? Or do you actually, have you burnt through all that ore already? Yeah, still. Yeah, there you go. So we got 5 iron slabs. 7 in here too. Oh look, we can see our orchards beginning to bloom now. They have little white flowers on them. How fun. And hopefully over here as well. Yep. Very nice. Although there's no people actually in here at the moment. No one's living there. How about here? Yeah, I'm still waiting for families to move in down that way actually. Should hopefully give us some more workers. So Hildebolt is trying to claim this region here. I'm really not in a position to try and fight him yet. That leaves 1 more region left to be claimed. At which point we will go to war with him, won't we? We will. So we can't work on this settlement just yet. However, if we were to have a little look at it, it's very fertile. So this will be the breadbasket of our empire, absolutely. Rye and emmer can be grown in abundance here. We could also grow a little bit of rye over in Wildfeld as well, couldn't we? There's a bit of fertility around here. Although we'd have to bring in some more workers to do that. Wouldn't mind some more population in this village. So let's circle a road up and around the lake. And then we'll do a pretty similar concept to what we've been doing thus far. I reckon that's probably big enough for 2 burgers plots there, isn't it? 1 would be a bit overkill there. And we do still have some regional wealth to spend, for which we could upgrade another one of these back gardens. This is a massive one, isn't it? Should we do that for veg? That'll feed them for days. We'll never go hungry with that. That should keep them stocked for a long time. Again, that fishing pond's really helping them as well. Cool. So everyone's happy over here. That honey is still making it in a decent abundance, actually. So now we have level 2 houses in over here. The only thing they're actually not happy about for level 2, immediately having come in, is clothing variety. So we have shoes, clothes, or cloaks, is what one of them wants. I believe the best way to do that... How are we doing for hide? 15. Is that coming from the hunter though, or coming from the goats? I think it's coming from the goats, isn't it? So maybe... House... You've got chickens, haven't you? Which in all honesty aren't contributing an enormous amount. I think I'd rather turn you into a cobbler. So then we can get the last clothing upgrade for level 2 homes, which should be quite nice. Our little marketplace fleshing out here as well, isn't this nice? So cool. Should we take a walk through the market? We can see the produce of our settlement on sale here. Got berries, vegetables, got the food market. Common goods here. Bits of leather, firewood. More food down here as well. It's very immersive that the fact the sort of products you actually produce are the ones that appear in the market. I love, there's such a little detail that, but really helps with the immersion, doesn't it? It really does. We've got some pretty tasty regional wealth to run with at the minute. I really want to start producing spares. Now if I was to import them, 140 gold. Which we're very nearly able to afford that actually. I'd love to have some more people trading. As we're selling the war bows and the iron now. We're still not too bad for construction materials either. Can we get this church done, please? I would really like this to be done. Oh, Shaxpit has just moved up a level 2. Wonderful, okay. Well, this might be perfect then. So because we've not really specialised this province into anything in particular, I'm quite happy to go into another branch. Now, the cost for establishing a new trade route is halved is very appealing. Which will also allow us to move into better deals at some point as well. Armourer's Workshop, I'm not massively bothered about. Heavy plough, would have been no farming here. I still find it a bit ridiculous. Sheep breeding is a technology. Also, sheeps can't breed without that point. It's a bit weird. And because we're doing so much trading here, especially with the iron arriving from Windfeld now, I'm going to take trade logistics and then probably take better deals after that. So that is perfect timing because now when I come in to do my spears here, it's 70. Although we did just spend all our regional wealth on something. And I guess bring in at least 20 surplus for those spears. Because I'm probably going to want to be able to summon some more units. We can't even fully stock the units we have currently. But we will with population increases, which is something I would like to work on for Shaxpit. So let's head over and spend that development point for Wildfeld over here. So I think advanced year-round fishing for these guys, right? I think it has to be. Eventually deep mine would be quite cool, but that's 2 points away. So, deep mining. It does mean an indefinite resource count. I mean, how many does it have without that? I mean, we've not even made a dent in it yet, so I think I'm going to go with the fishing here. Yes, so let's do advanced pond keeping. So that will allow them to fish this year round. Did it also double the deposit, did it? Yeah, so it doubles the capacity. So there's now 1,430 fish resource there, which is pretty mental. But yeah, that should be quite a little successful settlement now. Don't think we're going to be bringing it to level 2 anytime soon. I'm really using this as a kind of a bitch settlement for Jackspits at the minute. But yeah, we'll come to develop it at some point. I'd love to get some farms out there as well, like we've discussed. New families are arriving here, which is perfect. A little bit of regional wealth. Let's have a little review of our trade situation here actually. What is it we're actually importing? We're exporting stone. Only worth 1 though, isn't it? It's pretty terrible that really. And we won't be importing any spears until we buy this trade route because it is a major trade. I think the game could do with kind of a trade screen, couldn't it? Kind of a breakdown, a bit of a ledger, if you like. And we're also importing malt still as well, but that's kind of essential now because we need to keep the tavern stocked, which we can also upgrade as well into a large tavern with an increased pantry. Workers can supply up to 100 burgage plots. I'm going to do that while we've got the ale here already. Yeah, we've got a family living in this burgage plot on the edge of town now as well. So I think the next apple orchard is going to come here. We'll spend that when we get that 50 regional wealth. That should be quite nice. And then in terms of construction, I wouldn't mind doing a bit of expansion around our manor. So let's open up the castle planner. Poet, and I didn't even know it. Let's bring some fences around the side wall. Make it quite dramatic. We'll have that. It's going to cost us 46 planks. We've still got quite a bit to use yet. Let's have an outer tower there. And then I guess one on the other side. And then can we build the tax office as well? Can we do a little bit of a sort of fusing here, I wonder? Not that this really matters, but see if we can sort of align it there maybe. And we'll commit to that. We'll upgrade our Lord's Manor with a bit of infrastructure around it. They're immediately going to get to work on that, which is good. There we go, church is getting worked on now. I don't know why they were taking so long to actually get that done. But interestingly enough, the church counts toward the level, even once you upgrade it. It doesn't actually need to be constructed. We just got 176 through trade then. That is cash back. We have people here, yeah, we do. So apple orchard for you. Apple orchard for you. Hello people. And let's also open up that trade route for spears. Yes, please. So there's 17. So that's not too bad. What else do our spearmen use? Shields as well. So do you want to have a look at shields? Because I don't think we'll be producing them locally. I did want to set up... Yeah, do we want to demolish the chickens? And bring in the cobbler here? We could do. We don't have the regional wealth for it right now. I'm just not... I feel like chickens have been nerfed a lot. Eggs used to really contribute toward the food economy and they're not at the minute. And I'm going to demolish the chickens. Yeah, chickens have been demolished. And then we're going to turn this level 2 guy into a cobbler, which will provide our level 2 houses with the last bit of clothing that they need. But we'll wait for some regional wealth to pop in there. But otherwise, we're at decent 12-month stock now. Fuel is absolutely incredible. Got lots of fuel coming in. Plenty of timber as well. I think we're okay here for the time being, aren't we? We could possibly explore having some houses around here. I think I'm going to delete some of these roads. And then we'll reposition them to hold some further apple houses, because that's pretty much what's going to lie over here. Right, can we bring you down here? Yeah, we can. And then let's have this new road. Cool to have a bridge coming out of here at some point, but I guess there is one just down the road, so probably not an immediate need for one here. Let's just run with the boundary there where the game will let us draw out. And then if we say another burgage plot here, let's fill that. So where's that road going there? And you just abruptly end, do you? There we go, that's what I want. And let's see what sort of shape we can design this way. If we were to move you down, we can probably manipulate that with the roads a little bit more. But I'm happy with that to just be there, to be honest, I think. Right, let's head back to Shackspits. Everyone's happy here now. We're back with that taxation. Seems to be a lot better, doesn't it? We're going to be earning some more passive regional wealth as well now with multiple level 2 houses in. Let's go ahead and make you the cobbler's shop, which I think will want leather, if I remember rightly. So we do have a fair bit of hide knocking about. Is anyone at the tannery though? No. Let's put someone in the tannery then, and we'll remove our woodcutters. Should be fine. Just noticed a new population. Yep, wonderful. So I'm really hoping... Oh, would you look at that? You can see the apples. Oh. Oh, that is... Hold on. Hold on. Let's take the first person perspective, shall we? I want to see if the other orchards have apple props. From what I remember, they don't. Look at those vegetables out there being grown. You really get a sense of scale being in the first person view, don't you? Yeah, there's apple props there too. Do you guys have them? Didn't we just plant you there? Oh, okay, yeah, so the fresh orchards don't have apple props on them. So this is new. And then what we just saw, of course, was grown apples, which is... I didn't think I would be excited about grown apples as I actually am seeing them in Manor Lords. Very, very cool. The different shades as well. Isn't that such an unnecessary but incredibly cool detail? There's different shadage of apple. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Love that. Have they contributed to our food economy yet? Not quite. I'm hoping... I think they're harvested September each year, isn't it? So hopefully it's this year. We're in August right now. We're going to see the first apples come in, which would be great. Do we have people living here? We do. You have apples already. That's fine. You out here. I also want you to have apples. Mentioned I just want essentially apple orchards as far as the eye can see. And then same with this house. Pretty sure we wanted one here as well, didn't we? Can I fill you in this whole space? Yeah, perfect. One burgage plot. With the apple orchards against the river. That is exactly what I wanted to happen. Superb. Apiaries are still working at pretty decent capacity. Honey's moving around. How are our bloomery people doing? Are you guys not getting the iron anymore? Or have you just used it all up? You probably have, haven't you? Let's take you out of the bloomery then. I'm wondering, is that a supply issue perhaps? I think it is because there's 72 iron ore here waiting. So I am going to set up the pack station here now. Your partner is Shackspits, and you will send iron ore in receipt for more honey. And that essentially should double the capacity of iron ore and honey at the same time, moving via pack station. So Ditz is now already bartering, so he's off immediately with the iron ore. So we're now seeing the pack stations come in a little bit more there, right? You guys are absolutely rolling in it. You've got so much food and fuel, considering there's only a few of you over here. I do want to move this as well, though, now. Let's relocate the logging camp to a bit more of an appropriate position. I wouldn't mind you clearing all this forest out here, actually. In the very long distant future, if we ever reach that point in this series, it'd be great to have the settlements touching via the borders, but that's a significant development away yet. Let's move the logging camp over here. I think we'll do the same with Saw Pit and the Woodcutter's Lodge as well. That one there, and then you come over here as well. Cool, we can start deforesting the border with Shackspits here as well now, essentially. And let's also upgrade our small stable for the ox. He looks a little bit sad and lonely out there, doesn't he? Let's give him a roof at least. And otherwise, everyone's pretty happy over here. We don't have the regional wealth, unfortunately, to bring these people anything. So maybe let's build them a trade post as well, because they've got a lot of stuff to trade. Have the trade post. Where do we want this? Nearby to the town centre, really. Kind of over here is really what I'm after. Just where we demolish the logging camp. There we go. And we can set up some very basic trade here because they've got so much food for such a small population. We can probably sell a lot of that fish, especially now we have the fish specialization, if you like. How are we doing over here now? Workers can't find anything to gather. That's because you picked all the berries. They are now gone. Come back there next year. In terms of food, everyone over here is absolutely wonderful. We've got still tons of firewood, but the population is increasing, so it will get used. Bandit camp was sighted. Where? Okay, yeah, let's go. Let's go take care of that. Summon the merry men. We'll take the retinue. We don't really need all of them here. Yeah, let's just take that. And we can't summon them round here, which is a bit irritating. There we go. Make sure you leave yourself enough room by the board if you want to summon, by the way. Come on, retinue. What are you boys doing? Time to go. The bloody construction workers are blocking them. Get out of the way. There we go. We shouldn't be invaded. We have defeated that main army now. The next significant assault from a force will be when we clash with Hildebalt. Yep, come over here. Come and march toward this new bandit camp. And set yourselves up there. That was taking them around this way. Where's Lord Hildebalt? Does he come from the same direction every time? Yeah, he's already over here. Okay. Come set up by the bridge then. Let's make sure we get there before he does. We should do. Although I said that last time. He's not stealing that camp again. I refuse to allow it. We definitely move faster than him, don't we? You can clearly see that, I think. Right. Let's make sure we manage this properly. I want my spares here. I'm not going to wait to use the bottleneck because I think it's too risky in terms of we're just going to waste time for Hildebalt getting over here. I really want that bandit camp again. Can we bring the archers actually onto the bridge? Let's make sure Hildebalt's not close. Because this is what happened last episode, wasn't it? Should be a pretty easy battle, this one. See if we can sneak the archers around the side. Should be able to. In formation there. Definitely the tactic for the battles in Manor Lords is to just pin them in place with spears and then batter them from behind with the archers. Very much Total War. It's pretty much how I play Total War, to be honest. Just flank with archers is the most overpowered thing for pretty much any medieval RTS. There we go. Right, you go home and you come and get the bandit camp immediately, please. There you go. Come on, it's bloody hidden in the foliage, isn't it? How are you boys living out here? Dense as hell. Right, they're off to get that. Let you boys get back across the border. Giving us the opportunity to claim the last province of Rohalok, which will give us rich clay, iron, fishing. Big old province this one, isn't it? It's huge. But we'll get it before Hildebalt, which is really ultimately what matters. And then a new message. Where do we want to send this regional wealth? Yeah, do we want to send it to the Lord? We could get retinue and militia with that. But the militia are an ongoing monthly fee, aren't they? How much are they? Local thugs are pretty terrible. We don't want to be wasting money on them. Otherwise, the flock of the flock of crazy geese could do a job for us. I'm generally not sure on that one. I think we'll carry on building our own forces. I think that's what I'll do. So we're going to send it to the treasury. Because we can use it to carry on upgrading our retinue as well, can't we? Right, let's send the archers back as well. The boys are coming through. Anyway, back to make sure we get these disbanded so they can get back to their jobs. Wonderful. Yeah, disband boys. So I would like to get some more treasury wealth because next episode I think I want to get the farming province working. Which would be quite good. And that we do need that regional wealth, or treasury wealth, sorry, to well, to set the other settlements up, don't we? The settlement camp, I think it's called. Before we do finish off the episode, oh yes, the apples are being harvested. They're being harvested. Let's get into the orchard here, shall we? Go around the corner. It's a proper dad jog he does, isn't it? It's like when you're slightly late for the bus. That. He's walking away with his little apple basket now, is he? Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Are you taking that back into the house? Yep. Well, that's just awesome, isn't it? So apple harvests are now coming in, which is seriously propping up our food supply. Very, very cool. Let me head to a large granary. So we've got 26 apples in. I'm keen to see just exactly how much one harvest is going to bring. These people here are still harvesting. That's our new region as well. I'm going to stick another family into the trading post here because I just want to start shifting more volume. More frequent trades would be great. Do we have our cobbler? We did. So what is it you want? You want leather. We have to make sure we're producing that. Are our level 2 houses satisfied now? Perfect, look at that. We got full satisfaction on every level 2 plot at Shack's Pits now, which is wonderful. Our apple orchards, we've got multiple of them now through here. Now I want to get this burgage plot done as well. And there goes our trader. Wonderful. Fantastic. Great progress in today's episode, everyone. I am also planning to upload this into one huge supercut at the end of the series as well, so you can kind of watch all 6, 7, 8 hours of it, however long the series ends up being. You can watch it all in one sitting as well. Wicked. Yeah, got a little bit of meat in there as well, although the hunters are also farmers because they have the vegetable plot, don't they? Yeah, the tavern is still under construction. There's a little bit of iron ore making it back now, so back into the bloomery. And I wouldn't mind doing a bit of smithing as well. Let's get that smithy working. Whilst we set that up today, I'm back in Wildfeld. We have moved most of our stuff, so Woodcutter's Lodge and Saw Pit can begin working again as well. Now we can just start to mass clear all of this stuff out. This settlement's nice and happy. We've got nearly 100 ore in here now. I wouldn't mind actually getting that upgraded. So I'll tell you what, don't cut firewood. Do saw pit instead. And then we'll use those planks next episode to upgrade the storehouse here, because with all that ore coming in, it's quickly going to fill up. But otherwise, some really, really good progress today in terms of setting up the pack stations. We've got apples finally coming into our food economy, which is so great. I really love seeing those orchards produce some food. So it turns out we're having great success with apples and honey in Manor Lords Update 4. Definitely the backbone of our food economy as we have our new church. And we also move up to level 2 burgage plots as well, which is brilliant. Well, hello people, and welcome back to part 4 of our Manor Lords Update 4 playthrough. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Just taking a stroll alongside, oh my word. I was just taking a stroll along the bridge before it phased out of existence. The Lord would be furious. What an opening to the episode. Everyone, welcome back to Manor Lords. I was taking a walk at my apple orchards here. As this outer line bit of town really takes on the theme, doesn't it? I look like smaller little personal farms out here. Rather than the industrial grain farms we will hopefully be setting up today as well. Well, welcome back everyone to the wonderful city builder that is Manor Lords. Great to be back, isn't it? Really enjoying this game at the moment. But the town is growing out. Today what I'd like to do is expand the population of shack-spits with some row housing. Because I think we're going to need to build some smaller plots with just single families in them to meet some new artisan demands that the city is getting. So let's draw up straight behind our pub here. We'll kind of box all these buildings in. The clay furnace, honestly, this can be demolished now. So we want to draw up some roads to help us accommodate these row homes. We're going to come right up next door to our berry harvester, I think. And then let's send a road down to the bushes. And I think we'll prepare our row housing to kind of sit in this spot here. We can also build some around this area too. So wait for these supplies to be picked up here. Shouldn't take them too long. I do love seeing them turn up with their little wheelbarrows and load the supplies away. It's very cool. So with the row homes, let's draw in a little space here. That should be big enough. We could go... Yeah, we can't go any higher than that with 2. But that should be okay. Let's do that then. And then we'll do something pretty similar here as well. Maybe a little bit smaller than that. Let's come away from Snap's Road a bit sooner here. See if we can bring that in. Yeah, that'll be good. So these houses are meant to specifically be the artisans. That will develop into many different things in terms of what else we need. If we can find one with an upgrade. It would be great to get the tailor's workshop. That's going to give us some more clothing demand, which we will eventually need. The bakery as well can also be nice when we do start importing flour, but we'll get that from Wildfeld, I imagine. So these will get built over time. In terms of our armed forces at the minute, the next kind of major fight now is going to be with Hildebart when we eventually go to war with him, taking off these provinces, and then the final fight, of course. So I think we will invest in some mercenaries, I think. So we have the Wayward Sons. These look the most appealing and the kind of middle of the road in terms of cost as well. Going to be getting heavy archers, so it's going to give us 2 archer units. I'm going to assign those mercenaries. So the mercenaries have arrived. Let's just come and send them. Actually, no, let's put them in the fort. I think that's going to be most appropriate, isn't it? They can stand on guard in the fort, which should be quite cool to see some soldiers just out there, actually. But we need to make sure we keep in some treasury wealth spare to actually pay them every month as well. Also, let's take a minute to enjoy some of the sights and sounds, as always, of Manor Lords every week, right? Simulation in this game is clinically proven to be good for your soul. Very nice. But this shouldn't take too long to get people in. They're going to be right by near to the market. As they are coming in, let's make sure we keep the demand coming in. We've got quite a lot of logs to use up. Right, I reckon we can go for a fair bit of population increase here. Let's keep this running all the way down here. Let's also increase our basic services. Let's do a well, which would be... And again, we can upgrade this now, can't we? Yeah, let's do that. It's going to increase the capacity of the world to 50 burgage plots. We've got 5 available living space at the minute as well, which is nice. How are we doing for trade materials? Let's just have a little look while we're at the beginning of a new episode. Spears are coming in as well now, which is nice. Wouldn't mind hiring some more of my own spears too. Let's rearrange our roster here as well. You can now drag cards around and rearrange, which is tremendously helpful. I like to keep it kind of retinue, spears and archers. But in terms of our food economy, last episode we realised honey and apples are going to be quite a big crutch for us. I wouldn't mind getting some new apiaries down too, to help increase the amount of honey. And then in terms of food trade, I think we will go for a little bit of apple export, I think. It is a minor trade, isn't it? Yeah, so we will be able to sell it. And sell everything, I guess, over. We got, how much food do we have at the minute? A year's worth, so let's say anything over 30, sell that. And we'll see how that affects things. We might need to raise that in the future, possibly, but we'll just play it by ear. There's also new houses out here that want apple orchards as well now. This one is next up, I think. We'll also... do we want to... Yeah, I think we will increase the living space over here too. Happy for that to keep happening. Wonderful. So everyone's pretty happy here. Our men are squeezing through the gate slowly. One by one. They are filtering through. How cool is that? It would be a really nice feature to add, wouldn't it, if the retinue would also stand outside the manor, almost as if they are kind of on duty. Very cool indeed. So the mercenaries, they're just going to need to chill out here until we need them. Which won't be in the too distant future, I don't think. Let's head over to Wildfeld, because this place does have farmland about it, which is what I want to take advantage of. So in terms of what we do want to grow here, now is rye still locked behind the technology? Yeah, rye cultivation's 2 technologies away, so that's not going to be anytime soon, so let's not focus on rye. But we do have some slightly less impressive Emma fertility here. But it should be enough to run a couple of fields, which is all we really want. So let's come into farming for the first time. Of course, first of all we go a farmhouse, and then let's build out our fields. So we'll have this pretty much. I'm pretty sure 1 Morgan is still the best size to stick to with the I think we'll make the most of the shape of the fertility here if we can. What does that bring us up to? That's exactly 1 Morgan. So let's see if we can take it up to the road. 1.3. Perfect. Let's get this farmhouse built too. I also wouldn't mind getting some extra workers into the mine. And we can do the upgrade now as well. Let's upgrade the storehouse. We are, I guess, keeping quite a lot of iron ore here, aren't we? Yeah, so if one family's keeping 109 surplus, we probably don't need a second family in the mine, which is fine. But this will grow here. We can start growing Emma. Now, in a view to process that, we will also want our windmill to be going to eventually process that. Now, we want windmill efficiency is 100 over here. We probably want this near the farm, don't they? It should probably make sense right there, shouldn't it? And then let's do some more fields as well. I don't just want 1. Let's kind of go something like this. That's 1.6. We'll do it. And then we could even have another one out here as well. How far does this green go? Yeah, we get a fair chunk of green over here. Let's just roughly follow the outside of that as well. Slightly over 1 Morgan each here. But that's okay. I'm not going to be too bothered about that. And here comes our wonderful new farm. We can also start trading this as well, of course, because we did build these guys a trading post last episode. Still got 1 fisherman through here. Supplies are fairly good in this town. Got 22 months worth of food over this side. Let's also switch the saw pit back to the woodcutter's lodge as well now. Everyone's employed over here. Everyone seems to be having a good time. We'll start upgrading some more of these berry plots as well once we get some local trade going here. Let's focus on getting our farms done. Let's make sure we have this as highest priority. Shouldn't take them too long here to build out in the winter. Over what is a really quite breathtaking landscape, isn't it? What a world Manor Lords manages to kind of offer up. Really atmospheric, isn't it? construction finishing at those burgage plots in Shafts Pit, so let's head back over to them. Make sure everyone's okay. So they're not meeting initial requirements, but imagine they will when they move in, hopefully. Did that well upgrade? Oh yes, look at this. Our new upgraded well, isn't that fancy? So there's a couple of people queuing there for water, but it seems to be okay, right? Another person getting it there as well. Very cool, isn't it? Seeing them go to the well to fill up like that. Really sweet. Let's watch this here. Even pulls the water from bucket to bucket. A great animation. Simply superb. Really like that. Cool, so all these new homes here are starting to give us some spare families, which is great. So you are to get apples. And then I wouldn't mind sticking another family in trade. Got 98 going out there. How are we doing for spares now? We can arm 11 men. And what sort of war materials do we have? Not a ton of spare spares. I guess they are just slowly being brought in. They're quite expensive, aren't they? Let's have a look at them. I also wouldn't mind unlocking large shields as an option as well, because we will need them, so I wouldn't mind importing them. We'll say import 20 at a time, in case we need to summon some more men. And this is a major trade, so it will require the trade route unlocking. We'll have to remember to do that when we get paid from said trade again. How are our tradespeople doing? Where's the livestock? Jorg is carrying a rider. Yeah, I wouldn't mind maybe buying them another horse now, especially there's 3 families working out the trade post. Large tavern is staying nice and stocked. There's plenty of booze over in the large granary, which is great. I could almost say off the back of that then, let's actually reduce our malt trade. Let's say don't buy in over 10 because we're more than enough supply for that. That should be fine. Cool. So we just got paid out the trade post. Let's sort those trades out now. Let's do the route for large shields. Okay, let's get that paid. And I'm also going to order you a new horse as well, I think. Also make sure we assign that in the livestock tab. I wouldn't mind also getting involved in some livestock trading here. So why don't we open up a livestock trading post for some future business with livestock traders. Where do we want this? We've got a town centre developing around here. So I wouldn't mind moving the Stonecourse camp and hunting camps out of town now, because we're getting a little bit more dense around here. So probably best to move these smaller buildings out of the way. We can have them just on the edge of town here. And then let's have a little look what's going on. Let's delete our roads around this way. These supplies should get picked up pretty swiftly. And then here I want our livestock trader. Let's turn off snap to red. And let's have that right on the corner there. Still got 9 available living spaces here as well, which is good. With those available families, I did also mention some more honey as well, so let's get that going. Let's have our apiaries. We'll do them at the side of the fort here actually. Although I would like to save space for another larger building there maybe. Where do we want these? How about at the backs of the houses here, nearby to our local industry? Let's set up a little apiary space. We'll do 1, 2, 3, and no 4. Although we can get a 4th one in there, which I'm happy with. Let's just draw some pathways around this. Route you would take the workers to. Route you would expect the workers to take around there. Now, do you want to maybe consider moving to this level? A couple of bits up to level 2. Let's do us doing pretty well over here. A couple of shots level 3. That'll be level 3 as well. Let's bring 2 more buildings up here to level 2, I think. We can also do the living space there as well. I'm not going to do living space, so this will probably end up becoming an artisan at some point too. But I don't want to lose 2 families to that, if that's the case. Cool. So let's get these apiaries going immediately. Enjoy the hustle and bustle of the village up on the wood-cutting hillside here, as our logging camps continue to make more progress into the countryside, which I would like to keep clearing a lot of this riverside. I imagine the town is probably going to grow along the river as things develop. So we'll keep, actually not, maybe even worth sticking that third family in there and telling them to kind of get on with it. Do we also want to consider a new ox for these guys? Maybe give them a dedicated ox, which might be quite nice for them. I think we will. Let's do... We'll have to wait 4 days to get a new ox because they only have the livestock trader periodically, so we'll wait until we get that new ox. Let's also go ahead and throw workers back into our hunting camp as well. Kunz is immediately going hunting, which is I'm sure a traditional German name. Although, not quite in my perspective at least. Hilarious either way. So we're carrying on hunting again. Stone cutting's not a major thing in the minute, so I don't think we'll put that family back in. So otherwise we're getting plenty of spare workers through here now. Some of this spare housing is also starting to fill up. You are immediately going to go to level 2. And I think we'll sacrifice this new person immediately to become an artisan. Let's begin producing something else for us. Happy with the tannery here, you guys waiting? Do we not have any hide coming in at the minute? We do not, so you can just go do something else. Otherwise, just making sure our initial set of level 2s are still satisfied. Yeah, the new one is over here as well. You can also have living space. I guess I'm quite happy to keep going on with the density of bringing you to level 2. And then that's the last one we need, and then we can turn our attention to level 3 to start looking at bringing shack space up to large village, which would be some great progress. But let's make sure we keep on top of our initial production chains here. Yeah, so we've got plenty of logs out here now, haven't we? Let's calm down with the forestry. And let's turn our attention to farming. So we'll put a worker into the farmhouse, and then we turn our attention towards the crop fields, which will run on a 3-year rotation, essentially. So these 2 fields here we'll turn our attention to those in a second. So first year here, let's plant wheat, okay? We also definitely want crop rotation on as well. So then in the 2nd year in this first field, we'll do fallow, 3rd year fallow. So essentially what we want to do is to move through the fields now to keep a healthy crop rotation going, is in this field. We want to do crop rotation 2. It's going to do fallow this year, but year 2 it's going to do wheat. Year 3 will be fallow. There's field 1, wheat in the 1st year, this one wheat in the 2nd year. And then our 3rd field, crop rotation, we're going to do wheat, and then we're going to say wheat in the 3rd year, then put this on fallow. So when it's fallow, it's going to help repair the field's fertility, which is important, otherwise your harvests will diminish into nothing if you don't allow your fields to fallow. And then let's draw some roads alongside these fields here, shall we? So that should give us a pretty healthy crop rotation. Now we don't need a ton of it. A little bit of it will feed this village, but we'll probably trade quite a bit of it for some regional wealth. Just draw our roads up here too. Cool. So our people are coming into plough by hand, which will take them a while. If you want to specialise a farming province, the ploughing station is an excellent addition to your ox working. Our pantry is full at the burgage pot over here. Our people, I think, still transporting goods, aren't they? Yeah, I think it shouldn't go off. They're keeping it stocked relatively well there. Everyone over here is just so happy, and since we got trade posts and farmers and whatnot now, I think we're due some population increase here. Again, we'll keep it, so actually we'll just send it all the way up there now. Let's do this right here. That's way too many, I don't want that, so let's cool it down a little bit. 3 families, what would that give us? We want general logging resources, trading posts, that's kind of 3 families, and then the farmers, so we would have a current spare. Well, let's do 3 for the time being. I don't want to go kind of crazy with the expansion. Ah, I did not leave enough room for the artisans, did I? That is an error from me. That's fine. We'll keep these houses in, but we're gonna change these two to become artisans. Okay, so let's rebuild these guys again. This time with the artisan spot, which is definitely something we need. Get tons of new family members coming in. Let's keep all these stuff working. Let's get more apiarists in too. Let's make sure all of these have at least one person in. Superb. In terms of everything else here, we've got really good stockpiles of most things. Those vegetable plots are really kicking in now. I wouldn't actually mind a few more of those, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, so with you, yeah, we'll have to wait till someone moves in to get to level 2. That's absolutely fine. People are coming in all the time now. And then our other level 2 houses, are we okay here now? Yes, there we go. That's 9 of them all hit. And all of them are remaining satisfied, which is really good. We're also going to continue building future artisan homes around here as well. Yeah, let's make sure we can get that. That's the actual living space, isn't it? Can we not get another artisan in here? No, that's just actual living space there. I'll tell you, I'm actually going to delete a few of these then. That was a mistake. I need to make them slightly larger. I'm happy for some initial row homes in, but I really do want some of them to be artisans. That's kind of the point of building them here, but we live and learn from our own mistakes. But how is this extra honey people affecting us? Yeah, we're up to 20 now, which is nice. I imagine a lot of that's making its way to the trading post. How much of that honey are we actually selling here? The desired 10% surplus, but we're keeping quite a bit ahead of that now, with 20, which is cool. The thing is, those spare families keep coming in. I'm just going to tell them to keep doing the honey, because it's an endless food resource. Let's actually also bring our berries back into play as well. It is spring now, but we don't want to miss out on them. I also love the herb garden, which we have the opportunity to get as I say it, so we'll do that. Oh, she can grow some herb. The little garden that pops up next door. New family members coming into here all the time now. Are we still managing to keep level 1 houses happy? We are. The supply seems to be there, which is good news. And then as those supplies get picked up, yeah, I do want to build another, what's it called, hitching post over here for our logging camp. Which we keep in 28. Now, are you people even working anymore? Yeah, you're waiting, aren't you? Yeah, we have tons of logs then. I'm actually going to remove 2 families from that now. We can really cool that down. And then I'm going to buy an ox here and then upgrade it into a stable straight away. Let's get these new homes built again. And we just want to go, can I even go a bit shallow on that? I'm trying to keep them as small as possible, really. But that's what we want to see there, right? The little shed with a hammer in it is the ability to upgrade to an artisan. Which is what you want to make sure you have when you're doing the various ones. Possibly move up to, we got 2 horses here now, this is great. Do you want to go 5 people trading? Should we do it? Let's do it. Let's do 5 families trading. They should all still be having something to do. Stocking goods for sale, going for a drink, getting fuel supplies. Yes, they're all, actually, you know what? No, let's take that 5th family out and let's carry on hammering into the apiary stuff. I guess do we go with 5 families per apiary? Not sure with that one. I wouldn't mind developing some more food various plots as well. As good as the veg is for the time being, as we're growing our population at such a rapid rate at the minute, we don't want to fall too far behind. Shark's Bits, more family members are coming in there. The farmhouse people are getting fuel supplies. So they've sowed now, we're in the growing phase. And they will harvest. Cool, we've got plenty more people in here now as well, haven't we? So let's go ahead and do some trading jobs here. What are you guys stockpiling? What's the main? Yes, selling some fish would be good, because this fish resource is just absolutely banging. So let's go food. We'll do fish here. Let's export it. The 3 coins isn't bad. And we've got a surplus of 174 now. Let's say sell anything over 60, because they have more than 2 years worth of food here. So we can sell quite a bit of it. There we go, now they're going to start immediately stocking that fish, which is wonderful. And I'm not going to buy you guys a horse just yet. Anything else we can sell here? Vegetables I think we'll keep. Actually, no, yeah, let's sell some veg too. Can we even sell veg? We can. This is going to be a bit of a breadbasket province, isn't it? Especially with the size of these burgers plots we've made. Vegetables are going to be coming in thick and heavy here. Let's say anything over 100, sell it. And let's add a third worker in as well. Superb. We'll start acquiring some more regional wealth for this province as well now. Yeah, we could also set up some more fields. What's the other fertility like? Flax is pretty terrible. There's no point going flax here. Barley. Yeah, there's not even a shred of green anywhere, is there? Not to the other side of the map for barley. So I guess we could, I mean, I'm happy to grow in yellow. It's not horrific. Red is what you really want to avoid with the growth. At least I found with the farms when we did some farming. It's you don't tend to get a lot out of it, but I think we can tolerate yellow. We might do another set of fields through here, maybe. We'll see what happens over time, though. There we go, getting some of that wealth in here now, aren't we? So, should we upgrade some provinces? Do you want to be... Well, we don't have the technology if we've got apples. Keep being veg, then. Veg is doing wonderfully well for this town, and we are selling it now as well. Let's do expanded living spaces, sure. Yeah, I'm happy for the extra families to move in here. Be plenty for you to do. Back to Shark's Bits, everyone's happy. We are approaching 61% happiness, which I guess is still okay. Cool, so all these artisan homes are built now. That's what we wanted. Should we just go ahead and remove these three? I think we probably should, shouldn't we? I'm just going to do it. Sorry if you're living there, but there is plenty of other space you can move into. Also remove our berry worker as well, and they can come and be apiarists for the summer. And with it being August, we're another month away from another apple harvest, which what we're going to have fruiting here now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 apple orchards all about to fruit. I'm really interested to see just how much this hits the food here. Currently say we've only got 7 months worth of food left. We'll see what it does tomorrow. There you go, September, you're going to do it now? Okay, yeah, apple harvest has officially started. We can see the orchard people on their way. I've got another 6 people in here now. Yeah, get to work, get to the trading posts. We're not getting many full signs here, are we? So I think we're okay for general storage workers. The tavern, I think, is okay, isn't it? Everyone's still happy with the tavern demand at these level 2 plots around here now. Yeah, let's do living space over there too. Now with these, do we want to consider moving up to level 3? I think we will. And then we're just going to see what we look like, I think. And we sustain a level 3 home and then work towards setting the settlement up with all these new people now. Just sustaining the level 3s. And then let's just see how that goes. Look at that. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? It's a real extension there along the front, isn't it? Really, really sweet. Looks like a proper building now, doesn't it, next door to our church? Well, hopefully look pretty cool from the river as well, which we'll take a look at. That's looking really cool from the river too, isn't it? Fantastic stuff. Really cool when you start to reach kind of the late to early to mid game in Manor Lords and you really see the settlement begin to buzz. Very cool. I really like it. That cool? Good. So 261 apples, holy crap, and they're still coming in. They're still coming in. Isn't that brilliant? Isn't that great? 192. So of course we're also selling some apples as well, of course, let's not forget that. But they are dwindling now, aren't they? Okay, so with an apple harvest behind us then, that leaves us with 10 months of food at this size, where we have 30, 41 families in so far, 132 population. Let's go ahead and rebuild the homes we took out because we forgot how to build artisans. Let's bring this up here. Probably need some more timber now actually, don't we? Yeah, we do. Let's bring back the 3 families into the logging camp. Since there's just families coming out of our arse at the minute, let's just keep assigning them to be APRists. Cool, so our level 3 house is in and we can immediately sustain it due to the food variation we prepared early game. Although that will drop away when the berries aren't in season, so we need to look at a 4th kind of permanent food source. Since meat and berries are both finite. And that will only continue, that kind of window of those both being available will shrink as we grow in population. So fish could be an option. We could send some fish via another pack station to Windfeld. But we'd have to send something in return. Exactly what we can send. Let's have a look at what we've currently got available. What can we send them? We could send them warbows. We do have quite a lot of warbows, I think, don't we? There's 32 in there, and they're being traded as well. So we could consider that then. We could steal fish from Shaxpits, and that would be a consistent feed. Let's maybe think about constructing another pack station then. We get this in here. We've got a nice little bit of land I've not been able to use here yet. So let's put another pack station in it. And then we'll buy them a mule, pretty much straight away. And then get some fish coming into this village as well. Which is really exciting that we can only do level 3 houses. How many do we want? Only 3 of them? Or should we do that now? Should we do that now? I think I want to. Oh, I'm going to do it. It's a bit dangerous, but I'm going to do it. And of course we're out of bloody roof tiles, aren't we? Do we have any clay still? We do, so we will need to temporarily rebuild the clay furnace, which is fine. Which we will put over... when we have enough timber. Anyway, we will. Also just going to realign the workspace for the logging camp here as well. Let's keep eating into this wider space here because the town's going to grow this way, I think. Second level 3 house here about to become complete. There we go. Again, it remains happy. Which is really cool to see. How are we doing for our army now as well? Really important we keep on top of this, I think. Because if we don't, we're not going to be able to... Oh, our mercenaries left. We must have been able to pay them. How about brigands for hire? A flock of crazy geese would be good, but a 90 a month, we can't sustain that just yet. Although I do want to save some treasury wealth to go set up the other settlement, so maybe we'll just hold off on the mercenaries just yet. We'll keep building our forces. How are we doing for trading spears as well? This guy here is apparently selling us our spears. The clay furnace has finished production. Let's go ahead and get someone working there. How are we doing for our iron production now? We've got 25 ore, which is quite nice. And that's with people also operating the bloomeries. And we are selling those, aren't we? Let me just double check. It should be commodities. No, we're not selling the tools actually. Which we will do. Let's export and do 30 on those. And we do need to buy the trade route, so we will do that this episode. We'll wait for another payment to come in. And then with the crafting materials, we are selling the iron bars, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Which seems to be doing okay, because we are keeping a stock of iron bars in at least. They're not draining. That could also just be people not making it to the trading post in time either. So let's have a look at this other pack station now. So about the partner Wildfeld. Let's receive fish. And then what can we send here? What do we have in abundance? We could send them honey again. It wouldn't be horrendous in terms of crafting materials. Hides aren't too bad, but again, it is a finite resource. I wonder actually, could we send them iron ore? Would that work? Because they're just going to send it straight back to us. I think I'm going to try that. We'll see if we can manipulate the pack station mechanic to essentially just run in a circle, giving us free fish. Because the iron ore is coming from them, they'll just take it back and then bring it back to get the honey. So we'll see if that works. Let's give it a worker. Yeah, we can't afford the mule just yet. But yeah, we'll we'll see what happens with that. Remember that I just want 25 regional wealth, and then we can get our final house here for Shack's Bits, which will be really interesting. I can't wait to see what we can get for that next perk point. Yeah, we had Dwindled a little bit far down here. I think we definitely need to pop someone back in our woodcutter's lodge, don't we? We're burning through firewood these days, if you all enjoy the fun. And then in terms of food, again, I think we're alright. Like I said, I wouldn't mind some larger food plots, like veg and maybe a couple more apple orchards, we'll see. Because the population's really shot up here, up to 171 now. Let's go ahead and build up those houses that we lost over here, that were supposed to be artisans. Let's just run that to the corner. There we go, they have all that artisan upgrade now, which is good. There are people up here now, but they're not meeting their demand fully, which is interesting. Food supply store is totally out there. Can we squeeze in some market space, I wonder? How about directly behind the burger spots here? I'm going to put a market up here for these houses. It probably won't populate for a while, I imagine. But we'll keep our eye on it. We're going to stick another woodcutter in there as well. And actually take someone back out of the logging camp. Just to balance our main supplies a little bit more. Yeah, do we want to have a look at bringing up... Yeah, let's get that last level 3 house done. And do you still have the resources to process from that clay? No, it's all gone now, so come out the clay furnace as well. We won't be bringing the rest of these level 3 for quite a while yet, I imagine. So, have a little walk by our level 3 houses here at night time, shall we? It's in a very dramatic setting by the foot of the cliff and the river, isn't it, this town? But really cool. Walking through the markets up to the level 3 stalls. Now this whole square will look, I guess this whole circle, will look really cool when it's fully encased by level 3 housing. Really sweet. Can we run inside yet? Oh, not yet. Maybe one day. It's almost like the title screen, that image there, isn't it? With the light coming through the window. Very cute. Wonderful, aren't they tall? Really nice, love that. So this is level 2 now, this first burgage plot we set up, but I want to set you to become an artisan. And in terms of what I want you to be, this will enable the production of tools and spears and sidearms. Making our own spears could be quite spicy. A blacksmith would be good. A butcher would give us food variety with sausages, but we don't have salt, so not really a possibility, and we won't have it for a while yet either. So I think blacksmith's workshop is the most appealing. We can also produce crossbows with the iron parts. Let's do blacksmith. And then is he going to need iron bars maybe? Otherwise plenty of equipment coming in here. Now we got 21 and 17 with plenty of militia available. And there is our new development point. Isn't that exciting? So there's our next level 3 house. All fully encased in this little square now. Really, really cool. How many people live in here? 4 families. Okay. That's our cobbler, isn't it? Yeah, our cobbler shop is there. So again, still happy? Yep. Fully happy houses all around the central square here. I think we just need to work on some resources for these folk down here, don't we? Maybe do, although I guess there's actually no one living here yet. But, food store supply and clothing store supply both needed down this end. Let's have a look at you. So please focus on spears. Yeah, for which you will want iron slabs and planks. So you should be able to stay fed there. The bloomery is right across the road. And I think with that, I'm going to ask that we stop importing spears if we're now making them, because it's 17 gold, they're not exactly cheap. And then let's have a look at our next level, which next one's Medium Town, which is quite a ways away yet. Always come back to Shack's Bits. So we were thinking about this one, weren't we, which is Better Deals, reduces all foreign import tariffs by half at the trading post, effectively reducing import prices by 5. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. The other option for trade is to go down the foreign suppliers. Or we can do the Armourer's Workshop, which will allow mail armour and plate armour to be made. I think we're going to go with Better Deals. I think the more trade we can do, the more prepared we're going to be for that eventual war. With so many new people coming in as well, I'm also going to recruit some new units, so I'm going to go for an extra batch of Archer Militia. And then how many warbows do we have in stock at the minute? There's 30 there. I'm almost tempted to switch our boyer's shop here to start producing the old crossbows. I think we'll let some spares build up from our own supply first, yeah. Just want to make sure we are also still keeping on top of iron ore with those additions that we've made. Yeah, people are transporting, they're still bartering, which is cool. We are down to fairly low food here, so I think we need to address that, don't we? We've got plenty of honey coming in. We could apply some more families to the apiaries. That would give us a little bit of a boost. Let's not do them all though, because we will need some. Our berries will be back in the season in a second, and our hunting people. Are you still hunting? We got a lot of animals left actually. So let's actually do 2 families over in the Hunter's Lodge, and we'll take a family out of the apiary. Cool, there we go. Starting to come up a little bit now. So yeah, we definitely reached, I think, our critical mass for this current size and food supply. If we want to grow any more, we're going to need some larger food bearing plots like so. So I wouldn't mind having a look at those. In terms of where we can put them, I wouldn't mind developing a road behind these. I think I'd also like a road around the edge of the castle as well. There we go. And then we can probably use the points there to actually draw out and begin to create some new town infrastructure. Let's keep this main road going. This will go all the way through the woods. Probably up to the river. Maybe we're making a bridge over there at some point. Can we do that now? Oh, we can. There's our first bridge, isn't that great? Which I guess is good for us, but it also opens up another point of attack. But we could build on this peninsula. That is actually our territory there, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, maybe we can build on the peninsula. And we do have salt out here. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and get these salt mine done. We'll just get that built. It's a fair old ways away yet, but we'll use it at some point. It does allow us to maybe bring sausages into the equation. And I think with the food as well, I'm also going to kill the trade of apples as well. I think I want them to remain in our province a little bit longer if it's going to hurt our food supply that much. But it is climbing up again now. I think we're selling plentiful things really, aren't we, to having to worry about selling the apples. Let's head back to Wildfeld. We've got some more people in here now. Let's stick an extra family in the farming and help plough that field by hand. But did we run out of planks over here? Let's go ahead and get some people back in the saw pit. And the Woodcutter's Lodge seems to be okay. These guys got 1,000. What the hell? Where did you get all that from? Is that from selling all your fish? Holy smokes. Holy smokes. 1,000 regional well. Well, that's fine. Let's give you some upgrades and let's spend it, right? Probably give some chicken coops as well, I reckon. Definitely some more vegetable plots because they are working out tremendously well at this size of burgers plot. I think we'll set up some smaller homes to house the chickens. I think all these big ones we will just go ahead and do vegetable plots straight away. Now getting some soaked goods over here, are we? Let's do more granary workers then, as I don't want those goods getting ruined. Aha, we are being attacked, are we? Where is this? Where is this? Quite a while away actually, isn't it? Did I see bandit camp as well, or just raiders? Either way, time to summon the merry men. Let's just go ahead and do all of them. I'm not sure how many are coming. I'll come and summon over here. We should see our village sprint to war now. I say that as almost nobody leaves. Are you guys going? We're being attacked. Can we hurry over? Are we okay? Where's that retinue? Are you being serious? Are you just gonna glitch out like that? Okay, so we're experiencing some mild early access bugs, I imagine. We've got quite a few coming over there. 4 parties this time, goodness gracious. Hopefully they're gonna come over this bridge, that'd be a fantastic bottleneck, but if my archers don't pull their fingers out, we're going to get clapped. I want archers looking onto the sides here, please, boys. And then let's gather our spears. Let's get you right up by the bridge. Yeah. And then slant at the retinue behind. It looks like they're coming this way, right? Unless they're going to cross the other bridge, in which case they've bamboozled me. Looks like they are going to come this way, though. Yeah, so that would appear to be a bit of a bug, wouldn't it? They are having trouble rallying out of the doors, it would seem. They're getting stuck on other sims. Which could be really detrimental to your entire campaign, couldn't it? Imagine if you didn't summon in time. So they should be moving through this forest line any moment now. There we go. Let's see if we can shoot them from across the river here as they approach. Always love a fight in Manor Lords. We're getting one every episode at the minute. Arrows flying across the river here is very dramatic, isn't it? Oh, deadly. Look at that. Very cool. They're taking the pace in before they've even got to the bridge. Interesting to see how much extra damage the bows do than the crossbows, really. Have to hire a unit, I think. As far as I'm aware, friendly fire is not a thing in Manor Lords. This first unit's already reached here was fairly ineffective. See if we can get some side shots in here. There's one of them. Give us some mild influence there. Tell you what, let's bring these spears around the side to open up those back shots. And I want to make sure we keep those flanks open, because those side shots with the archers really do tear at the bandits. If we can get them in a clump like that at the bottlenecks. pull our retinue out of battle a little bit there, I think. Let the peasants, so to speak, take the bulk of the pounding. No, don't get them to come up with the archers, you idiots. Get away, get away. There we go, they're all done. They're all done. Stock's damaged by weather, that's absolutely fine. Everyone go home. And what a dramatic end to the episode, right everyone? Absolutely terrifying. The Lord thanks you, boys. Thank you for defending my borders. As he walks among the bodies, right? Terrible scenes. Absolutely terrible scenes. On a rainy day as well. Goodness gracious. Look at them carrying the bodies back. Whistling as they do it, as if they're carrying a bag of grain. Of course. The hardy men of Shack Spits, everyone. Aren't they just wonderful? So we've got 43 bodies to bury over here. So we're going to remove some apiarists and ask that some people work in the church to get those bodies buried. There we go. Back to get their body. They should be doing that any second. And then I think we did want to also increase our food bearing burger spots as well, didn't we? So I'm going to go ahead and create a spot out here. I don't want to destroy those berry bushes. Make sure we really don't encroach upon them. That is a critical food source over here. Yep. Let's get that done. That should be a really interesting shaped burgage there. Let's make this our highest priority. We're getting new farmers in here all the time though, aren't we? Very nice. All this space over here. Yeah, I guess we had such a fairly big population expansion today, haven't we? Now, how are people doing here? They're producing some spares. Okay. Are we stocking them in the regular warehouse? Yes, we are. Okay. Cool. So I think in terms of killing power, I wonder if we've got 28 spears there now. Got a fair bit stocked up. I think I want to switch the blacksmith over to iron parts. And then I'm going to switch my oil shop over to crossbows. So I really want to see just how much more powerful they are. Now in terms of iron bars, are you staying stocked? Currently out of iron here. I think in that regard then I'm going to remove the smithy, so our source of iron bars goes straight to the blacksmith. I think is what I want to happen there. I'm also going to buy a mule for the pack station as well, so they can move the iron ore back into a little bit quicker. Are we keeping that fish stocked in here? No, not currently at the minute. Yeah, let's really get that next burger spot done. Let's do some more apples here, I think. And then I also want the living space upgrade too. Cool. So we'll keep the outer area of this town just the total apple orchards, which will look really cool when it's all done, isn't it? Then that'd be a really kind of cool visual detail for the town there. So I want to increase some of our food bearing burgers plots here. Yeah, so I think around the back of our orchards we'll transition to some larger vegetable houses, I think. Yeah, so let's run some road networks here to shape what's going to happen. And let's see what we can squeeze in here. I want this to be fairly large. But it may be a little bit too big. We'll probably put... what would one look like in there? That would give us an absolutely enormous farming space. With 2 homes on it as well, so we can have 2 families living and working this land. So I think we will go for that, I think. We will lose the wood, of course, but it's not like it's in short supply. There is pretty much endless wood across these maps. It'd be good to see some more arid maps introduced, I think, wouldn't it? Farthest Frontier is very good at kind of map variation with the random seed generation it has. I feel like Manor Lords would benefit from something similar perhaps one day. Yeah, but that was really wonderful, right, isn't it? It is very cool kind of seeing the progression of a town cut into the forest, you know? Really like that. I also want more down here as well. Let's continue our food expansion. So we've got a road through here. Let's go ahead and put in here a little bit. Send this, let's say, level with this burgers plot that we just set up a moment ago. Send this down to the Riverside Road. Cool. And let's go for another one here. Try to keep the houses kind of facing toward the village if we can. And now we're going down pretty mad terrain here. We're going to be okay. Let's bring it into the corner. And then we just want to say 1 here as well. 2 could possibly work and give us a bit of variation. We also get living spaces here too. Oh, do we want to do one big one though? I'm going for kind of volume here. So bigger the better, especially if we're going to get extra families in here as well. Yeah, let's go for bigger and better on the edge of town here. We can do more smaller spaces toward the centre of town here. We're getting big here now, Shark Spits, aren't we? Things are really coming up. 156 people in the town now, 7 right now. Alright, we're still a little ways off of affording the second settlers camp. Because I would like to get the farmland working here at some point. But we need to also make claim, I think, to Hildebald at some point. We do have the 2k influence needed to claim a town. Maybe something to consider next episode. Perhaps we look at taking something back from Hildebald. Speaking of those eventual wars, how are we doing for kind of numbers now? The main reason I'm rushing so much population here as these get built is I want to make sure we can fully stack, or fully stock, I suppose, 36 or 36 units per card. Because we've got, even though we have a number of cards here, they're still quite low in numbers, so we need the men to fight, literally. But this will be fun, watching this big space get cleared out over here. I think we'll do... We said we want vegetables here, don't we? So vegetables immediately, and then let's get the living space upgrade done. And that gives us a fair old growing space, doesn't it? Look at that. Very cool indeed. We get a little secondary shed down here as well. I think although there's very limited detail in Manor Lords, there's a lot you can do with the zonings and the buildings to create the detail. Which I know isn't really a part of this game just yet, kind of the detailing. But hopefully it will be one day. There will be a list of props and perhaps trees we can place and whatnot. Really landscape the Lord's Manor one day would be a very cool addition to the game. But either way, I think everyone's happy over here. We're waiting for these burger spots to be done. Over this way, which they already are, and we can do... Do you want to make some more apples? We do have quite a lot of apples already. I think we'd like to balance in some veg, so let's do it. And then another living space there as well. That's perfect. And we won't go... We could do one more. Up here, up to the stone line. I think we will. Because of course these are going to take a couple of years to actually produce anyway. But getting them in now is going to be a good idea. And then if you want to kind of build around the stone deposit, which we're not currently collecting, are we? We do have 17. There's no one in the stone cutter though. We'll finish the episode by balancing our families in a second. And then let's go ahead and do the box just around stone here. And are we okay here? Are we colliding with a little fence, are we? And then let's tie that into the roads we've just been building. Shark Spits can really increase its footprint this episode, can't it? Thank you for supporting this episode as well, by the way. You are making it to the end of the Manor Lords episodes. Thank you so much for watching. Over here, and that is another enormous one, isn't it? I think it's maybe a little bit too big though. I think we'll bring it down to about that. And then we might as well fill this space, hadn't we? Let's bring this road up again, where it would make sense to just carry on that trajectory. And then do we have a little frontage road we can set up here? Yeah, and then we can fill that in there as well. And one there too. So that should be absolutely wonderful. Let's let time run here as well. I want to come into the autumn as we finish this episode, ready for the winter next time. Let's head over to Windfeld, or Wildfeld even. We did some big vegetable expansion here as well. These guys are rolling in regional wealth. Yeah, so I reckon we should also come in and trade, because we're not meeting these guys, are we? Yeah, clothing supply isn't met, which is insane considering we've got 86% approval and they have no clothes. Which is an interesting kind of visualization, isn't it? Yeah, let's absolutely get you a horse. You should be having a horse here. And then with the money we are earning from this, so let's go to commodities and we will import some shoes. We're going to set up the established trade route because it is a major trade, so you do need the trade route for it. And then let's say a minimum of 10. Just keep a very basic supply in. And we might as well go full ham here, right? Let's go in all 5 families in the trade post. We should have plenty of iron ore to shift, so more things we can sell. And how are these guys receiving honey from Jack's Pit? So actually getting a ton of it, aren't they? 146. 149 even. Which is mental. That's a lot of honey that's stockpiling here. I guess a much smaller population though, so it's lasting a lot longer. And the Wildfeld grain has also arrived in the granary now too, so the farm is producing. Which means we now need to look at turning that into something for which we can put someone in the windmill, and we can possibly look at some grain trade as well. How much is it worth? Under crops. So we can export it for 2, which isn't bad. And we're now getting flour as well. How much is flour worth compared to the grain? So that'd be craftable materials, right? Yeah. The flour's worth 3, so we can get an extra gold per unit if we just spend the manpower in the windmill, which won't be a permanent job anyway. I'll only need doing once a year. As we can enjoy the aesthetic of fields in Manor Lords, which is always so impressive. Take a screenshot from that. I love the weather in this game. Just listen to the atmosphere, everyone. I was wanting to let the game kind of breathe for a second there. That was such a picturesque moment, wasn't it, with a man walking past with his wheelbarrow. Very special indeed. Very special. I bloody love this game. Absolutely fantastic. So yeah, we said we want to refine our family distribution here for what's going on. These are all coming over time. We do have someone in the berries yet. That's cool. How are we doing for meat? We do have 2 families in here now. Which they are hunting. Which is, it's fine. We've just got a lot of demand here now for food. With those families then, I'm happy to keep on honeying up in these apiaries, especially in the centre of town around this granary. Let's get them working. We'll keep some families free, of course, for moving the oxes around. Trade here is pretty balanced at the minute. Whatever comes in immediately pays for stuff going out. So at possibly point where we want to look at our imports now and maybe refine a little bit. I think we can reduce malt because we're making a ton of beer. Yeah, there's 110 in the granary, so malt is overproducing. Let's bring the desired surplus down. We also need to pay for tool and iron slab exports as well, because well, iron slabs are leaving, but tools still need to be paid for. So we'll have to remember to do that. And we've now got those crossbows hanging out in the large storehouse as well, coming from our boy, which is cool. So we'll be able to start using some crossbows very soon as well. That might even replace one of our archers if we remove you. And then grab some crossbow instead. Can we grab 2? No, that's our unit limit there. This current size, I'm guessing. So yeah, we'll have 5 of them, and once we get attacked, we'll try and see if we can do a test between crossbows and the bows and see how they perform. We're also getting quite a few pantries full messages here, which I know it is apple harvest time, but probably we've not had an extra granary worker for a little while just yet, have we? So let's get those people gathering up these apples here. Oh, would you look at that? Some of our trees have grown. Yes, please. Oh, cool. So this whole area is going to grow to that size. I wonder if that's max size. how big are apple trees? I'm trying to picture one now. I'll probably say that's about as big as they grow, right? That's really cool, isn't it? I wasn't expecting them to grow for some reason. I'm quite happy to see them grow up a little bit. Really sweet. Wonder if they'll grow a little bit taller. But how cool is the edge of town looking now, right? We have all this food production land got into the forest here. I'm pretty mental terrain as well. Be careful our cabbages don't roll downhill, right? Straight into the water. Would be pretty bad. But otherwise really cool. We're starting to sustain a much larger population now. And I'm pretty happy with it. Things are going pretty well. Let's go ahead and have a look at these people here. Yeah, so in terms of food, yeah, we're getting a few disapprovals now, which I'm guessing is these new people coming in and not having their very basic demands met because they're not, you know, over there, basically. So let's have a look at finishing the episode with, I know I've said it about 4 times today. I can't stop playing Manor Lords. Let's set up another kind of basic supply chain for this side of town. And we'll come in with a granary. And we'll also do a storehouse as well. I'm just going to keep lining this main street with all this important infrastructure. And then I think we'll send a road behind here. We'll start to kind of densify the stuff around the castle if we like. So we did kind of look at the well, didn't we? And because this one was fancy, but I think maybe we can keep them a little bit more happy if we also give them that very basic need as well. Even though they can reach the other one, I guess it's going to make sense for town to eventually have one. Do you know what would be cool actually if we could do one in the Lord's Manor? Are we allowed to do that? Oh, that's very irritating. It would have been cool if like the Lord could have built his manor around a water source. That would feel very appropriate, right? We can have a well here though, that's fine. That's right on the water vein. Let's get these building up. Then what else was it we wanted here? Yeah. We'll be able to supply all of those needs via a new storehouse here. Which will help supply this side of town as we continue to go out here. Continue harvesting that stone, etc. We've still got plenty of space to come in here as well, so fresh workers should be arriving non-stop. There we go. There's another one right there. Getting stocks damaged by weather over here as well. Yeah, possibly even more granary workers needed. But yeah, those apples really kicking the food chain up the backside again, aren't they? 259 of them from the current configuration we have. I think if we check the stockpiles of houses, there are still some to be collected. Yeah, we also don't need our berry worker anymore. He has finished for the year, although we are still collecting herbs from there now. Which are appearing in the granary as well, which is giving us another bit of variation, which is cool. That's a nice little addition, that herb garden. It's worth the little investment you have to do for it. Our storehouse is done. Let's go ahead and turn it on and also upgrade it straight away as well, because we'll eventually need it. And the granary is also about to finish up too. And let's actually take someone out of this granary and put them in this one. That way we'll just have hands this side of town to collect all of this rather than having to rush from over there. They can just start a bit closer toward this side of the town here. And also this direction too. I think I also wouldn't mind removing one of these burgers plots and creating a 3 road from this square to this road, because I feel that's going to become quite an important route. Currently you have to go all the way around. We would lose a level 3 house though. With an animal pen, which we could buy in some animals. I wouldn't mind setting up some dedicated animal houses, actually. Although we did actually start bringing in the livestock trading post, don't we? We could set up a animal farm then. Let's have a look at sheep farming. Where do we want to do this? Maybe out here by the stone is a good shout. Although we're going to kind of densify, do I want like more large town around this side of the castle? I guess having the food production this side of the hillside, and then we could do sheep farming here probably makes sense, doesn't it? So let's build that over there. And then let's also build some pasture. It will just about snap into place. Perfect. So we can have that as sheep pasture here on the hillside by the woodland. So hope there's no wolves in there for them, right? Famous for not getting on sheep on wolves, aren't they? And how are we doing here now? We're collecting a lot of war stuff here. And this isn't too far up being finished. Okay, there we go. And new market stalls also propping up too, which is fabulous. In terms of clothing, actually, I wouldn't mind another shoe shop in here. I just need 4 more gold to get this tools trade, which will really help fuel our regional wealth here. Really want to get this going. Superb, there is 120 gold. Let's go ahead and get that trade working. We're going to come to commodities and dedicated established trade route for tools. So we can finally sell them. So that should really help channel more regional wealth here. But in terms of basic needs here, we only have 1 cobbler, for example, like 1 shoe shop. Now, we need to bring them to level 2 for that one. Did we do anything with this one yet? No. Let's get this growing up to level 2 as well. We have our blacksmith here, of course. But I'd like to put another cobbler in town as well, so we can have some shoes. At which point, we need to put someone in the tannery as well, because we've got a lot of hide to process into leather there. Our initial home's still satisfied with leather. Yeah, they do. I'm not sure if clothing store supplies are continuous by, like, once they have 1 pair of shoes, do they need them again in their lifetime? Well, I guess they don't really have a lifetime in Manor Lords, do they? They don't age, there's no children, etc. This level 2 berry spot is done, so you shall become a cobbler. Would it also, actually, should we do Tailor's Workshop? Yeah, I think we'll do Tailor's Workshop, actually. Because we already have shoes, so let's keep that variation going. Always helpful to variate whenever you can in Manor Lords. We're seeing some veg come into the food economy now, which is good. And hopefully it's not too long before these start to produce. They're not super happy with me. They are quite far away. But we've still got positive at least. As long as we're above 50, I'm mostly happy. I believe above 75% gives you a much more increased chance of families arriving, but we're up to 174 population now. I also want to draw out some roads here too. Begin to map out some of that future expanse for this side of the city. So 380 has come in via the regional wealth now. And I think we'll spend a bit of that regional wealth on some livestock. So let's have a look what we want to do. So let's buy some sheep. We will import them. And I guess we'll keep a desired population of 2, I suppose. And then we'll just start out with that. And how did our sheep farm get built? It did. No, it's not a sheep farm. Sheep farm's over here. Let's put someone in that. Which will also give us wool, which means we can start to possibly sell that. I think wool's worth quite a bit, isn't it? That'll be in crafting supplies. Only 2 for export, it's not incredible. Probably better to turn it into clothes first, I imagine, right? Which I think will be another artisan. And we could turn some of these houses into chickens. I think chickens have taken a hit. Because eggs don't seem to be as powerful as they once were in this new patch. But I think veg, an animal pen would also be good. I did say I wanted some animal pens, so let's build them. They're not really massively fussed about size. Should we do 4 here? Let's do 4. Wait for these to get built up with some planks, which we still should have. Still got a construction materials. 11 timber's not too bad. We've got 2 families in the logging camp. Possibly time for another relocation as well soon. And then do pigs. I feel like pigs would be good. Let's do pigs. So we got 4 pigs in there. That should really help prop up our meat supply for the year. And then maybe we'll do 4 goats along here or something, which will really help kind of just prop up some hide supplies too, which would be quite nice. Yeah, we've also just been informed that our royal tax has been increased, which doesn't sound like very good news at all, does it? So we have to pay them 228 treasury wealth, which will eat up. How long do we have to pay that? 340. Yeah, we won't collect that in a year. We have to pay it as well, otherwise we'll get invaded, right? Which is terrible news to end the episode on, isn't it? Fields in Windfeld are beginning to be called now. We have some wheat growing here. Not in great quantities due to the dwindling fertility, which is something I'd like to address today. I would like to set up our breadbasket province alongside declaring war on Hildebalt, I think. So let's spend some time at Wildfeld. I hadn't realised that our tax rates from Treasury is actually now directly taken from regional wealth, but I'm pretty sure it used to be taken via the level of the burgage plot previously. That must have changed in a patch at some point. So today I'd like to upgrade the granary here, and also an extra worker in the large storehouse. So first things first for Wildfeld, I want to get a Lord's Manor built for these guys. And for right now, it can just go on the hillside here. We can probably afford a little wall here, actually. Let's go ahead and draw a road. I think we'll just commit to the regular castle for right now. So this is going to allow us to tax this estate, which is wonderful. Which will then allow us to make treasury wealth from the huge regional wealth pool that Wildfeld has. So it should be quite nice. In terms of satisfying everyone here, they don't have a clothing supply, despite the fact there are shoes here. So I think what we are going to do, I think this is a bug, I'm going to overstock the market in an effort to try and force some of these shoes out. So we do have them in, but they're not making it to market, basically. And there we go, that has fixed it immediately. We now have shoes over here. Cool, so that's going to get worked on. In the meantime, since the last episode, I have gone ahead and divided up the enormous vegetable plots that we did have into much more manageable fields. So they've all been divided up now into kind of 4 or 5 plots rather than one huge one. So this should make vegetables much more achievable for this province now. Which is fantastic news. We did also have some burgage plots here that haven't been upgraded, so I think we're going to go for animal pens in pretty much every one of them, because we do have pigs down this way, and these houses here. I would love some goats, which is going to help prop up our hide supply a little bit as well, which is dwindling. We are now also making wool, thanks to last episode's sheep pasture. So we need to start processing that. So let's come into industry. And we want to grab our weaver's workshop, which will turn wool into yarn and weave flax into linen. Flax will not be here for the considerable just yet. With this little space here, let's go ahead and squeeze in some burgage plots in here, shall we? There's some more people living around the foot of the castle. And making sure we have those artisan upgrades at the back is exactly what we want. Fantastic. Might even upgrade the well too. In terms of further development for Shack's bits, I would like to, I think, now relocate our logging camp out of town. Send this over here. So today's episode, I want to do quite a bit. I'm going to relocate forestry operations. Both woodcutters and planks are also moving out. Let's draw them little roads that connect onto the national road. Around the side there too. And then yeah, I want to start developing this bit over here. So let's bring our road tool down toward the river. And I just want some nice waterfront homes to develop along here, I think. And then we'll send that back up. And now we have this whole space that can be developed whenever we want to increase our population a little bit, which I would like to continue doing. In terms of army numbers, we're not doing too badly. I'd like to get the rest of the retinue in today as well, which we can have a look at. That should hope to be within our reach. Now, in terms of trade here, I have realized there is a trade tab here. So we're making plus 359 gold, 5.5 grand export versus 5,000 import. So in terms of imports, the malt is by far costing us an absolute fortune. 3.5 grand has been spent on malt. Then after that, it's shields. In terms of exports, bows are by far and away our most profitable item, nearly 3,000 gold from the war bows. So I think I want to try reduce this price here today. So malt is pretty expensive right now. So I'm pretty sure we're starting to lose tavern supply for some of these level 3s as well, aren't we? Yeah, some of them aren't super happy with us. I think I want to reconfigure our booze supply. So let's come into trade. I want to stop importing malt altogether. That's absolutely fine. And then I would like to start importing barley for a slightly cheaper price. So let's go for, let's just say a nice 30. Keep 30 in at all times. But now we need a building to process this malt. So let's come back to industry. And then we want to grab our malt house, which will turn barley into said malt. And where do we want this? Somewhere in and around our castle would be quite nice. Let me find a happy spot for it here, perhaps. But that'll do. I've also come to realise that looking at our marketplaces here, they do have kind of a supply system now, kind of a supply capacity. So I've gone ahead and put much more families into the large granary here. And same with the storehouse as well to keep these stocked up. And we can also do the same over here as well. This market's starting to come into the red a little bit. So I'm going to up some workers into the storehouses and the granaries around here, I think. So otherwise, everyone over here is tremendously happy. How much do we have to pay this bill? 77 days, which isn't too bad. I really want to watch this manor get built over here. Making some decent money from trade now as well. We're not selling that honey. We could, because we're making an awful lot of it. So I think we will. Because this is coming from shack spits, this honey, of course. It's being sent by the pack stations, isn't it? So we'll do that. We'll do that. Well, tax has increased again, of course it has. Wonderful. How are you guys doing for animals here? I think I'd like to buy you another horse. There we go. So that'll keep funneling huge amounts of regional wealth in, which will be great. And then as soon as this is done, which we could do with a few extra farm hands on hand as well. I also wouldn't mind some extra fields here. We did discuss that, didn't we? I think we will do that then. Let's bring in a field. Now again, I would like to grow barley here. We do have yellow fertility, which isn't the worst in the world, but by no means the best either. So let's see if we can plot together some fields here. We'll start growing at least a small amount of barley in Wildfeld. We'll just fill this general space. This one's going to be the worst of the fields here. Cool, so crop rotation present on every field, of course. We're pretty familiar with our farming mechanics now. So first year, do barley. Second year barley. And then third year barley. Cool, so 1, 2 and 3 years. Yep, that's perfect. They obviously won't plough in the winter, but they will hopefully pretty soon. And there comes the Lord's Manor. Another one over here. So taxation will work by province, so we need to tax each regional wealth pool with a Lord's Manor, which should allow us to make significant more amounts of money with how much money this province actually produces, mainly due to the vegetables it's making. Wonderful, fantastic. So it's going to taxes. Again, you are incredibly happy. We could even go do 15%. I think we'll do 15% there. Yeah, do 15%. Now, we also have a pretty incredible amount of iron ore over here. Which I know we are sending it to pack stations, but I think we can probably also process it here too. So with this in mind, let's draw in a road. I envision our Lord's Manor will occupy at some point. We'll build the fences around there. And then I wouldn't mind a bloomery here. Start processing that iron. And I also wouldn't be averse to a hunter's lodge on the edge of town here too, with a view to eventually process that tannery if we are going to run into some clothing supply issues over here. And should we do some... I wouldn't mind some row homes for this district either. I really wouldn't. There's not an enormous amount of space for them. How about over here? Can we generate some row homes in here just for maybe a couple of artisans or some pigs or something? Let's do that. We'll have some pigs in there, I think. And we can start to see this area expand now. Super, so tax rates coming in there. There we go. 598 is wonderful. I would like to use that regional wealth to, sorry, not regional wealth, treasury wealth, to establish our breadbasket province, which is going to appear over here. Settlers camp. So, and there is our farming province here. Let's have a look at the fertilities, because we do want to plan this out a little bit. Mainly I want this to be producing barley. So all of our barley fertility is kind of focused around this main road, isn't it? We've got a little bit in the forest over here too. Why don't we set up our initial sort of township around here, right? Settlers camp. Let's throw that in. We'll just go for modest supplies right now. That's absolutely fine. And this region is now ours. Let's get them set up. So basic settlement, we want logging camp. We want a woodcutter's lodge. Granary, which we'll have right here next door to the storehouse. You're also going to want a well. There is very limited underground water over here. Let's have that there instead. Super. So I really want Under to be our breadbasket province. This is going to be mainly built up of farms. Other little farming settlements. Good, you're already out of food. Holy smokes, you've only just moved in here. We will have berries. There's animals over here as well, isn't there, I think? Yes, there is. There is animals over there. We will also factor in the hunter's camp as well. Stick this on the edge of town. Cool. So there's some bread in there for them. We will eventually be okay. Then let's get some burgers plots in as well, for which again I imagine we're going to have some vegetable plots just for some food variety here. So let's do... We can't even do too many yet, can we? Let's get the logging camp up first. Let's get you cutting things down. Get 2 families in there actually, because those logs are going to be important. We'll make sure everyone here is very happy. So I think we've also got rich salt over here as well, don't we? It's part of this province. Yeah, it's over there. Which isn't too important. Salt is used for making sausages, which can be nice food variety if you've got a lot of pigs, but we don't in our current configuration. So our well is installed. We've also got the hunter's lodge down there now as well, which would be nice when we need some food. But for the time being, let's focus on some houses here, shall we? Let's also get to that woodcutter's lodge going too, with our logging camp down. So there's a really cool position here, for where I would like to put the Lord's Manor for this settlement overlooking Shack's Pit, which I think will be quite dramatic, won't it? It's already looking so cool from up here, right? See all the farm fields over there now. Growing the village's food. Very sweet indeed. Very, very cool. Of course, you guys are also going to want your marketplace as well, so let's centre this pretty much in and around the storehouses is going to be fine. There's market stalls set up. That will allow things to get to said markets. And then we've just got one more homelessness issue there. That's the last burgers pot to go up. And then we should be alright over here. New family members coming in. We did not leave housing upgrades here, but in all honesty, that's okay. Gives us that next province development point, which this one is 100% going to be specialised into farming, but which method we go down is quite important. Rye cultivation would be quite nice, but that's 2 steps away. And the heavy plough is very cool because we can plough much larger spaces. So I'm going to get a heavy plough first, I think, when we build up that farmhouse. I'll also want some more families around here too. So let's carry on with our burgage development. Let's do... I'll do 2 in this space. That gives us the extra living upgrades, which is really what I want. I should have made them in there, but it's fine. We've got plenty of room to play with here. There we go. Let's get them built. We are running out of food pretty rapidly here, so I'm going to kill the storehouse supply and tell them to start hunting. Let's get that working. Let's get them advanced area as well. Don't kill above 4. And then let's get this working. And we got a fire in Shack's bits, don't we? Goodness gracious, the market is burning down. Holy smokes. You guys okay? There's a guy in the fire. Wowzers trousers. He doesn't seem to be phased. Should be able to get this bar pretty quickly. I say that as it's spreading. It's the first fire we've had of the series, isn't it? I think it is. Dear me. A requirement's not met. Yeah, so tavern supply has now ground to a halt. Where is our brewery? Yeah. Yeah, so there's no malt in there anymore. I think I might be inclined to buy the trading route for barley. I think I'm going to. Let's get that trading route established. And then we do have the malt house built now, don't we? Yeah. Let's get that working. These markets over here are absolutely fine. Plenty of people working around here now. Initial requirements for these folks have been met, which is what's important. The next point for Shatsbits is 3 level 3 houses. Again, which we can't upgrade these just yet because we've lost the tavern supply, but malt house is kicking in now. And there goes the malt, yeah. So that should now reinstate the tavern supply, which is ultimately what we want. Yeah, there's plenty of barley in there now too. Is it also coming into this granary? Yeah, a little bit. Okay, so the beer flow has re-established. This is wonderful news. Everyone over here, yes, we are totally out of food now, aren't we? They will come back in. There's also berries over here too, so let's go ahead and make use of those. And then once we've got everyone on an initial footing of happiness here, we can begin the farm. Let's kill the woodcutter's lodge now. We don't need those guys around there anymore. And we'll put them back into the storehouse. We've got plenty of firewood here, don't we? Yep, nearly 2 years worth. And then I want those extra living spaces done pretty much straight away too. We could even go for a little bit of veg at some point pretty soon. That regional wealth, or we could get the extra ox in, which I also wouldn't mind. In terms of initial happiness, we also need to look at church level. Which we can bring a church. We need planks for a church, don't we? We do. So let's also get the saw pit working. See if we can get that in there. And then we'll get the church done for these guys as well. There we go. Some food is starting to trickle in from the hunter's camp now. That will help a lot. Shackspect is running out of fuel. Yes, you probably are, aren't you? That's because I not put anyone back into the logging camp, have I? I have not. So, yeah. Woodcutter's Lodge, 3 in the camp, and 1 in the saw pit. Get them back to work again. And food is sustaining about 6 months in the middle of the summer, which isn't too bad at all. Let's get those berries being collected over here. Now, we did also have a wonderful comment last episode about adding in a pasture around our berry bushes to protect them from being felled. Which is what we'll do. Yeah, there's the berry bushes there. Got little raspberries on them. Very nice. Very cute. And I wouldn't mind another forager's hut as well, actually. Or another herb garden. So I think I'll build that over there next door too. Here we go. Here's the first vegetable harvest of the new plots now. So we've got one over here. In terms of people working it, I'm applying by hand. My primary concern here is that they just get them harvested. It looks like they're doing not too bad a job of actually doing that. The firewood really needs to get back in. Do we need more families over here? Woodcutter's Lodge. Do you guys want to come start cutting wood? Ooh, Band of Raiders. Dear me indeed. Dear me. Where are you guys coming from? Where are you attacking from? My unit's been spotted over here. Really? Right by my new farming province? Of all the places. Where are they going to come from? This could be bad news bears. Let's summon our forces. I'm going to assume... Can I bait them over here? I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. Rio needs to keep... No, yeah, they're coming over here. I need you to expand and then grab all of them again. Rally them over here. That is a sucky spawn for them. Are you being serious? They're not even rallying? Are you okay? They're going to burn down my new farming province, aren't they? Don't you dare. Yes, the royal tax has increased, I'm aware. Have we got anyone over here? Nah, they're so slow to summon. And they're already torching the new settlement. That really, really does suck. Yeah, you guys are just... You're too far away. Was that it? Is that all you did? And now you're running away? Yeah. Of course. What else? What else would have happened in that situation? Right, did they burn anything else down? Did we lose the hunter's camp? Enemy units have been spotted again. Yeah, are you coming back to fight or are you done? Yeah, we've got a little bit of a fight here, haven't we? Not sure what's going on over here. So, this is certainly one of the stranger wars that we've fought. Let's get these guys into attack. We will soon. Are you coming over? It'd be great if you could. Attack these. It's a whole mess of people in and around the forest. They don't summon super quick, do they? It's definitely a bit of an issue here, I feel. Can we get some shots in here? I suppose we're up at the front doing some damage. Retinue has abolished those. So that was a very, very unusual fight. I was hoping to test out the war bows in all honesty, but no dice it appears. Can we get these taken care of? There we go. Family's hungry, I'm not surprised. They've just burnt everything down. So that absolutely trashes our first food province there, which is a real shame. You guys get back home. If you would. And just as you arrive here, I do feel like there needs to be some spawn limitations on those bandits. Like, for them to spawn right by the border and then just immediately burn down everything we create is super irritating. But I think we can deal with it. But yeah, let's bring people back in here. Did we rebuild the hunter's camp? No, let's get that done. We did do the forager's hut though. So let's get those berries back in. And then beyond that, I think we should be okay. We did lose some houses here as well. Let's get them rebuilt. Goodness gracious, that was just pure, pure chaos, wasn't it? Oh, would you look at that? They're only just being summoned now, the crossbow militia. What are you doing? You idiot. You missed the fight. It's definitely not the first time I've had that issue, is it? I do want to move more to crossbows though, so I'm going to get rid of another archer unit and bring in those crossbow militia again. That was absolutely dreadful. That was such a bad fight we just had right there. Our fuel supply is just terrible, isn't it? Are we okay over here? Our firewood supply is really, really terrible at the minute. If we start to catch up again soon. Maybe a sign that at this population size now, we possibly need another firewood cutting camp, right? I think we will go ahead and build that. Where do we want another woodcutter's lodge, maybe? Possibly, I guess we can start clearing this side. Let's put this out on the edge of town. We'll start to get some more firewood, hopefully. Yo, so that was absolutely diabolical. That was one of the worst fights we've had of the season so far. But beyond that, yeah, we've got 29% approval now. We also have unburied bodies. We're going to have to build a corpse pit. And we don't have the church yet. Yeah, we don't have the church. Corpse pit is logistics, isn't it? So why don't you build this over here, kind of out of town is where I would rather have it. It's, yeah, Shack Pits is running out of fuel. It's not a storehouse issue, is it? More storehouse people? Did we build that one yet? We did. Stick another family in that. See if that helps. How's the bear doing over here now? Yeah, I really want to get the malt moving between regions from here today. So, this corpse pit is going to have to come into action. So, take people out the logging camp now. And then we need to get these bodies buried as well. They've already picked the berries, so you can come out of there too. Goodness me, everyone. It's absolute chaos over here, wasn't it? Are the bodies gone now? Have you already buried them? That seemed very quick. Okay. Yeah, previous months, unburied bodies. Okay. So we're starting to stabilize here again a little bit now, which is super important. We need to get the church built. For which we also need stone, which we do not have here. Where is the stone? Let's go ahead and get someone working in the saw pit. Which will need to be repaired as well. Didn't notice that burned down. Oh, this needs to be rebuilt actually, doesn't it? I think that's it. Yeah, so I really feel like the spawns could be slightly more optimized there. Because, you know, if your main army is a bit of a ways away, they can just, you know, flood in right from the border there. It seems a little unfair, maybe. Okay, we've got some stores here to build as well. Let's get them going. And then, what else is it you want here? Just waiting on clothing and church, aren't we? And then we can start to bring more families in here. Once we have that approval rating. So the ox also died in the attack as well. So we'll pay for another one now. That's why we're getting no lumber moved around here. Cool, the new ox has arrived. He needs to immediately start pulling this. But that was such a disaster for the start of Dawnley, wasn't it? Really, really bad. But it's all part of the fun of Manor Lords, isn't it? When you get attacked right by the border with very little response time. We seem to have slightly recovered at least. So stonecutter camp over here now is also needed. Shack's Pits is getting some exposed goods. Are we getting the firewood back in now? Just about, it would seem. We're really burning through it, aren't we? Is there one of the new buildings using firewood, I wonder? Has, means to supply itself. The malt house wants it. Is that really what's eating into it? I wonder. It probably is, isn't it? It's okay. Let's get some more people in these woodcutters lodge over there then. Let's really stockpile that firewood here if we can. And is everyone okay here? We need to rebuild from the rubble, do we? I feel like they should be able to rebuild market stalls themselves. 25 beer in there now. Cool. Looks like we're starting to keep on top of the booze again, which is good news. This means we can bring a few more plots here up to level 3. Which would be quite tasty. We've got an enormous amount of treasury wealth now, haven't we? I'm going to come into my retinue then. I'm going to buy 2 more. And then I'm going to buy all of you new armor. That'll make them significantly beefier in terms of what they can fight. And there's any mercenaries we want to hire. We've got decent money. I'm going to grab the flock of crazy geese, I think. Where are you boys spawned in at? Where are we here? We are really, really far away, actually. It's fine though. Come and hang out in the town. Because I think we're going to go to war with Hildebort in the not too distant future. And we've just got so much treasury wealth now, it's pretty wild. Work area is empty, yeah, you can get out of the foragers' huts now. So we're making a decent amount of crossbows. What's our boy focusing on right now? Yeah, he is focusing on the crossbows, which I think I'm still happy with. We could even start selling them. I bet they probably sell for more than the bows as well, don't they? And it will be another costed trade route there. Crossbows, so we can't tell till we buy it, 240, okay. That's fine though, another royal tax increase, no problem at all. Everyone's happy over here now. No, we're just waiting on planks now, so pull them out of there and then come start gathering the stone. I'm going to pull someone out of the storehouse temporarily and get them to cut some logs. We just want to get their happiness back above 50% with the church. It should give us enough resources here. In terms of where we're going to put the church. On the corner here should be decent enough. We're waiting for those last 3 bits of timber. There we go. We can finally build the church, which is wonderful. I wouldn't mind letting them totally clear out that stone deposit actually, because I do want lots of fields through here. So I think we'll leave it. We got 10 months worth of food in. Let's chill out on the hunting camp then, and then bring them back into the storehouse. Now let's make the church also the highest priority. And then in the meantime, we can turn our attention to farming. So let's have the farmhouse right by here. And then I really want to focus on barley as our primary crop here. We will also do other ones, but barley is the key. So let's say we ran... Let's go for this green patch here first. That's 1 Morgan, that's perfect. We run a second one in there. 0.5, we can probably make that a little bit bigger. Let's take it up to this sort of space. 1.1, that's perfect. And then I do want the Lord's Manor perched on that cliff, don't I? So let's have a road up there to remind ourselves of that. I wouldn't mind getting that built sooner rather than later, actually. Just need to wait for a little bit more timber. Otherwise, 50% happiness has returned. Church level will be met momentarily, and after that it's clothing supply, for which a tannery should be built. And we'll have this as part of our sort of town centre structure that's happening around here. Then more fields as well. Let's do farming, and then we'll have a field right up alongside our farmhouse. And then let's do one that kind of fills in these spaces behind, right? We can probably get some pretty interesting shapes here. Something like that. And then we can also do one in a second once all that stone is gone, which isn't too far away now. We are managing a fine balance of people here. Back into the woodcutter's lodge. There goes the church. Happiness goes up. Fantastic. With these fields, you again crop rotate. So we want barley year 1. Then crop rotate here as well with barley in year 2. And now let's go ahead and complete the third field over here with barley, which again is green and yellow. That's a fertility I can tolerate. Another one in there, and then you will be our third year of barley over here. 80%, still not bad. Cool, so that's set up perfectly. I also really want the ploughing station as well, since we just paid for that technology, so it makes sense to have it. And then I also want to upgrade the small stable. Did we get the living space upgrades in here? Yes, we did, didn't we? That's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't mind another ox for farm, really. Can't buy one just yet, can we? No, we can already, we can. We're going to invest in the ox again then, and then I want one of those oxes to be dedicated to the farm. Stone's nearly done. As soon as that stone's done, we're going to put them into the farm. And then I wouldn't mind another burgage plot or two, perhaps. Just so we can have a few extra farm hands on hand. Let's go for here. Something like that. And I want the living upgrades, so let's just do 2 for right now. Again, there's a fine balance between getting too many people in, because obviously there are extra mouths to feed. Cool, let's get those workers in. Really want these fields working this episode. And then we're very nearly done with the stone here too. Do you want to grab the berries while they're in season? Could be a good idea. Food's at 6 months on this side of the farm so far. We should be alright, I think. We should be alright. A trading post here for regional wealth would also go down quite well. So we can start getting some vegetable gardens growing for them. Food variety is going to be important. Cool, there goes the stonecutters camp. Let's demolish that now. And then we've got people over here, right? Yeah, there we go. So this is a really nice technology to get if you're focusing a province on farming. And the ploughing, well, the ox plough makes the fields significantly faster to plough. So with these fields here, again, I'm going to do crop rotation for both of them. We can also add in that extra one we wanted as well now. Again, I think I want to focus entirely on barley. So we need to wait for those supplies to be picked up. That shouldn't be too long. There we go. Yeah, so all these 3 to be crop rotated. Yeah, I think I will focus on barley for the foreseeable, because I want to send it over to Shaxpits. So year 1 you can have barley, you can have barley year 2, and you can have barley year 3. So now we've got 2 fields per year both working barley, which should be alright. Whilst we have that spare family, get them back into the hunters, and let's also get the actual living space here too. And I will also preempt a trading post while I'm here. And let's do trade, and we'll have this. Sure, on the edge of town there should be fine. Wonderful. Right, so I think we're okay here now. We should start to produce. Let's also get the pack station in as well, because we will be using that. Let's have that right there. Super. Right. That was chaos, but we are finally established. Let's cause further chaos now by attacking Hildebolt. Pantries are full over here. I'm going to make some more large granary people then. And I also want the communal oven over here now as well, because we are producing bread, which can be used to feed and trade. Let's get someone working in the bloomery. Yes, splendid and tremendous. Let's turn our attention then to war, shall we? So I am going to make a claim, I think, for Towsonbrook, which has a shoal of fish and rich iron deposits, both of which are very nice. We'll claim that with influence. Hildebolt is almost going to surely refute that claim. Yes, there we go. The gauntlet has been thrown. Indeed it has. Rally the merry men. Where are we rallying? Where are you coming from? Over there. Right, so I want to see if we can cheese a little bit of a bottleneck. So let's just organise our men here. Yeah, so let's grab our archers. And I want these, of course, looking over the water. And then let's have our men. Mercenaries up front first. I'd rather they take the damage than the civilians. And then retinue also in here. So I'm not sure how cheesable the AI is going to be over a bridge battle. This is what I'm really looking forward to. This is how I plan to defeat Hildebart, because he has significantly more numbers than us, which is fine. All planned, all part of the plan. But let's see what happens here, shall we? So I imagine we'll probably have to run a unit over to him to fight. Everyone's happy over here no matter they have that disastrous start to life. Yeah, barley growing in 2 fields. I also wouldn't mind asking the Lord's manor be built over here as well, which we need some more planks, so let's get someone in the saw pit. Wunderbar. Right. Are you guys okay? Are you just hanging out over there? Do you want to come join the rest of your brethren? What are you? You are spearmen. We want you there then. Enemy unit has been spotted. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, so you guys here. And then I think we'll send our retinue out to try and bait them toward the bridge, which we'll see how this pretty massive battle goes. Yep, there they go. Come back across. They've seen us. So yeah, we want you boys right in there, and then everyone settle in for what I'm sure will be a fantastic fight. I want you here, your spears. And then let's have you there. Cool, so taking damage from their archers is going to be a cause for concern here, as we engage upon the largest bridge battle we've seen so far in Manor Lords, everyone. Get ready for this. It should be an absolute bottleneck. Get a screenshot of this as well, shall we? Fantastic, look at that. Look at that. So it turns out bridges are very overpowered. There we go. We're taking enemy fire now. Do not allow them to shoot at us. Should be able to make it over there, right? You guys gonna shoot? Okay, shoot on the bridge instead then. Are you going to shoot? Try to reposition them a little bit here. And to make sure we don't take too much fire from those enemy archers, they'll really begin to whittle us down if we're not careful. Otherwise the bridge is holding, isn't it? Get a screenshot of that too. Proper war, everyone. Welcome to Manor Lords. Okay, we're taking a pound in here. Although so are their archers too. They are not effective at all at the minute because they're in the trees, I'm guessing. But is that also blocking my shots? I'm not sure. Our mercenaries here are more than holding the line. Got a new message. It is now really the time. So, drop over your claims. No, not. We're literally in the middle of fighting, mate. I am not dropping my claims. Fast forward time a little bit here. Yeah, we have lost a few of our archermen here, which is understandable. Although they are breaking through. Please kill them. They ran away, the rest of their archers? No, they've still got some killing power here. fire into the side here. They're all pretty much breaking now, aren't they? Yeah, their enemy AI does not like those bottlenecks, do they? They really can't navigate them very well. Yeah. Charge the archers now. Charge the archers. And that should be his claims pretty much broken already. There we go. Wonderful 1-0. We took a bit of a pounding then, I think, didn't we? Let's get everyone home. Tons of bodies on the bridge. Holy crap. So here's the Lord. God. All in his name as well, right? Diabolical. Get a screenshot of that as well. Cool. Yeah, all you guys, although really, I don't want to disband the mercenaries. I suppose we won't really need them just yet, will we? Yeah, everyone go home. Everyone go home. That was brutal. There should be no bodies to bury because we were over here, and we now own Towsonburg, which is wonderful. That's fantastic, isn't it? We'll have to send another settlers camp over there at some point. Either way, we can now return over here. Looks like our saw pit is fine. Remove you. Let's go ahead and get the Lord's Manor built for Ander over here. There we go. And again, I want this overlooking the town here. Let's just commit to that basic structure, and then we can have that overlook Shack's bits, which is very exciting. And there's that barley kicking in now as well. So let's have a look at the pack station configuration for this. So please send barley, which should be a year-round production for them now, in exchange for honey. We've got so much honey being exported from there, so that's fine. And your trade partner is Shack's bits. And I guess we'll already have the worker in there just now anyway. Should be fine. Fantastic. So our breadbasket province is now starting to pop up. We've got new people living in these houses all the time. We could begin to trade. There's not a lot to trade though just here just yet. We'll have to wait for the farms to kick in. I think we'll stick another family in the farm then in that case. Actually no, let's do another one in the forager's hut here. Cool. That's good news. What was the damage like on the soldiers then? Yeah, we took some casualties then. We did. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, we also have some houses in mourning as well after those losses. But that'll soon pass. That's no problem. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about tavern supply here. Doesn't seem to be being met. Oh no, there we go. It does just tick over. We do have... Do you want another family in there maybe? We do have the headroom. What we like for upgrades here now. Not enough regional wealth. Okay. Yeah, look at the food. Holy smokes. Just so many vegetables. So many vegetables. Which is... Okay. Where are they being stored? There's a lot of them over here. Cool. But essentially food is no longer a concern over here anymore. We also have 1k planks. Why are planks getting so much love? Let's chill out on the planks a little bit. We don't need that many. Suppose we could also sell some as well actually. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think we will do that. Let's not stop production. We'll sell them instead. Because extra regional wealth is always welcome. So that should just be general trade. We want to export planks. Let's say anything over 500 should be okay. Fantastic. Again, maybe time for another trade post very soon in Shack's bits as well. We'll have to see how things grow. We did build these houses as well, so didn't we? Also the Weaver's Workshop. Let's start processing that wool. We've got plenty of malt over here. These guys are transporting it around. So Shack's bits finally seems to be in a state of enjoyment. Another tax increase, that's okay. Yeah, we'll see these living upgrades as well. Extra families are always needed. And then I wouldn't mind some apiaries too. A bit more honey would be good. Cool. And those apples just about to run out, and we're a month away from another harvest. But they're coming in real nicely now, aren't they? Let's head over to Wildfeld. Everyone over here, we're not super happy with the level of tax. That's fair enough. Let's bring it back down to 10% then. Then how are we doing for regular supply over here now? Yeah, everything but the clothing supply. I don't know why they're doing that. We do have shoes in the market. I tell them to overstock again. Yeah, 0% clothing. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Communal oven hasn't got a stock yet. I'm going to take a family out the farm and ask them to go into the oven. I'm going to remove a trade as well and ask them to begin processing stuff at the tannery. Another family out the trade, and you start hunting animals. That'll supply us with basic food needs here, which will just bump up that happiness a little bit. Very nice. We just unlocked the next level over in Andar as well, which is very cool. Well, not next level, sorry, retinue. Let's look at that. We have the Lord's Manor right on the cliffside. Isn't that just so wonderful? I really like that. Cool, but the breadbasket province is doing well. We should also do a windmill over here as well, because we will eventually be growing wheat here. So let's get that built. Let me have it somewhere here. There should be okay. And I wouldn't mind a few more fields. Yeah, let's have these next set of fields now as Emma. We'll start growing some wheat here. We'll have wheat 1. Wheat 2. Then let's take it to the end of the road. And then wheat 3. Same deal again. Crop rotation enabled for all 3. At year 1 you can have wheat. 99% is very nice indeed. Should have some serious wheat harvest out here now. I wonder, will you come in and plough now? Probably not, right? You're probably out of season. The berries are probably left as well, right? Yes, they have. That's fine. But otherwise, we're okay out here now. That pack station will start running barley. 2 shacks bits, and finally our production chain can come in whole now. Which is such a cool improvement from what we've just been doing so far right now. Our breadbasket province is set up over here, which is looking fantastic. Let's get a screenshot of that. And then our main military province is... could do with some more men still. We could also upgrade them too. What is our blacksmith producing at the moment? I'm going to send him back to spears for a bit. I think with our livestock trade, I'm going to ask as well for 6 sheep, I think. I think we'll do that. Berries are back in. Let's get some gatherers in there. A new herb garden is also a great addition. I think we're pretty stable here now, right? A year's worth of food and fuel in the back for these people. Plenty of room to go out over here, as we do get some... I'd love to get some new burger spots going anyway. What do we really want to focus these on? I did say I want some more artisans, don't I? We do row homes here. Let's do... I don't want it to be too big. That should be fine. We'll treat these as more specialised artisans now to help diversify this province a little bit more. We do have unassigned families. We do indeed. How are we doing for market supply here? Yeah, we can kill some storehouse workers. We don't need that many. Cool. And we're also well oversupplied on firewood now as well. So let's kill that second woodcutter's lodge. Fantastic. This is going swimmingly well. We've got some exposed stocks at the storehouse, do we? We do. Let's upgrade to large in both capacities for granary. On the storehouse there too. You won't be working yet, will you? Oh no, you are. You bringing food back? Yeah, you're bringing the honey back now, aren't you? Okay, so there's our first barley harvest. It seemed to go quite well. It gave us 11 sacks, I assume, which isn't too bad. And then there's loads of people plying by hand here, so let's get those extra families in there now. You also have your ox, which is helping you plough the fields. And that's wonderful. There's something very satisfying about the fields in Manor Lords, isn't there? Yeah, kind of rise and flow over the hills like that. Really, really cool. Cool, so that's really good. Let's finish the episode by getting the next province established. So we did just win Talsonbrook via war. And it will now become our new province administration. Let's have a settlers camp. Let's get them right in here. Also, we can afford plentiful. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. Which will give them so many more starting supplies, which is fantastic. So let's get them set up. Absolute basics, of course. We want a logging camp. You can probably... We've got another cliffside here as well, don't we? Where's the nearest bridge here? You know, if we start going to war with Hildebalt, he tends to come from this direction, doesn't he? It's fine. If I claim this province, maybe he'll go to defend that, and we can funnel him into another bottleneck fight, probably here. Yeah. I think we'll do that, because it won't be long, I think, before we wipe out Hildebalt. Super. Let's get this set up. So we want all of our forestry basics. Let's get the saw pit done as well. Initially, we want some burgage plots. Let's run a road up to the lake. We'll certainly base the town around the lake. And then with those initial burgage spaces, we'll do some veg. Let's just do 3. Should be fine. And let's just go ahead and set up this province with its basic necessities. We also want a well, which can hang out over here. Bring a road behind the houses here. Super. And then food. The obvious choice for you guys at the minute is clearly the fish. And you'll have a fishing hut there. We also have rich iron here, don't we? So this province is going to function pretty much the same as Wildfeld next door. How are we doing for clothing now? Did that fix it? We should have... You guys are still harvesting, are you? Yeah, there's bits of leather here. I'm guessing that's just an early access bug then, because we do have clothes here, but... And again, it is only a few of them that don't have the clothing supply met. Hopefully the animal and the tannery will help with that. We'll see, anyway. But now with Talsonbrook up and operating, yeah, of course, let's not also forget the basic storage units as well. We want a granary, and we also want the storehouse as well. And then we're also going to request the immediate building of the actual living spaces at Talsonbrook too. Get these set up. Yeah, logging camp, let's go. Woodcutters Lodge, let's go. This is just the homeless stuff over here, isn't it? That'll get tidied up eventually. And then with that second, I'm going to ask for the second living space immediately too. And of course, because we gave them a plentiful supply, we start out with 150 regional wealth, which is very tasty indeed. Means we'll be able to get vegetables growing here pretty much immediately. I also wouldn't mind second ox for them as well, but we'll need the saw pit to do that. Cool. So yeah, you guys grow some veg. Have vegetables over here as well. Storehouse is done. Get a worker in there. And of course we also want our market space too. I'm just going to put this opposite the houses, directly next to the storehouse. And then a family in the granary. And I should tidy up the rest of those supplies over there too. Fabulous. So that's another province settled. In terms of happiness, yeah, the water's going to get built. We'll do your church next episode. Now we have another province to build out, which is super, super exciting, isn't it? Well, hello people, and welcome back to Manor Lords Update 4, Episode 6 of our new series. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Enjoying some soon-to-be very wintry views around our new breadbasket province. which will expand today. Got a few jobs on the to-do list alongside upgrading our retinue. But goodness gracious, what a pleasure to be back. Right, I am loving update 4 at the moment. There's so much fun to be had in this game. So we'll return to our breadbasket province, the Ander Dawnlie over here. These guys don't really have a fantastic permanent food source at the moment. We're lacking a little bit of regional wealth to be able to bring them vegetable plots, which is really what we'll rely on. So I'd like to begin setting up some trade for them so they can start to accrue said regional wealth. So in terms of what we can sell here, crops are obviously a good idea because we're going to be having quite a lot of them. We've only got 10 barley right now, but you know, it's only just started. Eventually there will be. We're also getting a fair bit of hide, which we should process really because these guys don't have their clothing supply. So let's start with that. Let's put someone into the tannery, start processing those hides, and then these guys do have a rich salt deposit, which I think is where we'll make the bulk of our income. So let's come to mining. We'll have a mining pit over here. Let's draw a road up to this as well. Superb. They've not really made a dent in them animal numbers either, which is very nice. Do we still actually have a hunter? We do. Yeah, they're actually getting quite a lot there, aren't they? Definitely feels like the animals have been much better balanced. They used to deplete really quickly in previous updates. So let's come to our trade post. Currently, there is no one working here. Let's decide what it is we're going to trade. So where would our salt be? Crafting materials. And this is a minor trade, so we can sell it straight away. So salt, you will export. Just say anything over 10. I'm not massively bothered about a surplus of salt. And we'll make 4 gold from that, which isn't bad at all actually. Especially for a consistent, quite easy resource to gather like salt is. And then some crops. Now we are sending a few crops out to shack spits, mainly the barley, but we will be growing wheat here eventually, won't we? Yeah, we've got a field of wheat in there, and we will be processing that into flour. We could also sell a little bit of flour here as well. I think again we'll go for exporting flour. I'd say keep a desired surplus of 20. I don't want it all to be sold immediately, so that should be okay. We will add a family into the trade post. We could also sell some shoes here as well. Not shoes, sorry. Leather is what I am looking for. Although leather is a major trade, so we can't trade that here. We don't have the regional wealth to purchase the trade route, but that's okay. Let's also relocate our logging camp out of town now, in terms of where it's going to go. I wouldn't mind clearing this spot here because it's all fertile land. So we'll start to deforest this area over here, and we'll also shift our saw pits and foresters camps over here as well. This will also clear a little bit more room for a new burgage plot, which we'll probably build a few of them. Yes, you will perish a little bit, but please bear with it. The berries will be back soon and in greater numbers. So hopefully the berries will tide them over for a little bit just yet. Has our mine been built yet? It's very, very close. But, just a need for one more plank out here. Which is a very bleak job, isn't it? Working in the mines of Ander. That on this exposed hillside. Pretty grim. Let's also give you guys a more sensible kind of desire path there as well, right? Feel free to cut across rather than walking across the road there. Let's wait for this final plank to be delivered. I absolutely love that you can see them delivering the planks. Isn't it just so cool? I'll never not be happy to see that. Fantastic. There is our new salt mine. Please open on up. That's absolutely wonderful. New family should be here imminently. We're all on their way. That salt will begin to stockpile, and our tradesmen will begin to sell it, generating regional wealth for this province. Returning to Shack Spits, of course, what is essentially our capital. Things are very well here. For a population of 258, we now have more than a year's worth of food and fuel in the bank, which is very good. Vegetables are propping up our economy just incredibly well. They're really good. I'd also like to get some more honey on here as well today. We've also got 10 spare families as well, so I feel like we could possibly increase the efficiency of something, although I'm not exactly sure what it is we really want to do around here at the moment. But I do know what I do want to do with our manor. I want to come into the castle planner and build up a garrison tower, because this is going to increase the retinue size by 12, limited to 1 per region. Where do we want this, I wonder? Actually place it outside of our tower here, can't we? I wouldn't actually mind it there. Kind of on the way into the settlement, you are greeted with a garrison tower. I think that'll be pretty cool. So we'll commit to that. And we'll also make this highest priority. And with those 10 hands on hand, or 10 families on hand, this shouldn't take too long at all. Will also be kind of a new tower for our skyline as well, which would be quite nice, won't it? Well, I'll tell you what, should we take a little walk down Main Street here? Now we have like 250 people in here. Let's see the hustle and bustle of Manor Lords, shall we? You see people having a lot of conversation there, isn't that wonderful? Walking past the granary here. People carting goods around to their respective jobs. Busy day at the market. Maybe we can steal some leather, that's unattended. Maybe we can take it. She's selling cabbage. It's a pretty quiet day at the market, actually, there's not too many people here. So then we come downhill. Passing with his wheelbarrow. Doesn't it feel so alive? We can see the other Lord's Manor on the hill over there too. Simply superb. Really nice. Cool, so that's going to grow up, that's going to give us extra retinue, which we will use our large treasury pool to upgrade. I'd also like to do something similar in the other provinces as well, because we do want to continue to increase our armed forces for the eventual final fight. Last episode we built the animal pens, but we didn't buy animals. I'm going to put goats in these, because we've got pigs in the other ones. It should start to prop up our supply of meat and hide a little bit more as well. So we've got 4 oxen at the minute. That seems like it might be a little bit low. I think I'm going to go ahead and buy another one for them. That way they should be able to keep up with moving those logs around a little bit more. Talsonbrook is running out of food, that's fine. We will eventually get over here. Before we do, I just want to get that garrison tower building in Wildfeld as well. I would like you... Should put that one right next door to the Lord's Manor? I think we will. And then we can increase this retinue size by 12 also. And then let's head back to our brand new province of Talsonbrook and spend a little bit of time getting everyone happy over here. So we started out with the kind of extra resources here, didn't we? So what is it you want? You guys are missing food. And we don't have anyone working in the fisherman's hut. Let's go do that then. And how many logs do we have at the moment? Yeah, we don't really need much timber right now. So let's delete that. And then I also want to start exploiting the resources we have here as well. So let's come to mining. Grab ourselves an iron mine. No, we won't, because we want to do a little bit of saw pitting first. Just go ahead and get those ones made. How are we doing for fuel? 37 months. So might be time to stop chopping firewood. I think we're alright for a little bit yet, aren't we? Well, this is a fairly big old province. Now, this is right on the border with Hildebalt. Now, every time we've attacked him, he's come from here. He essentially leaves from this road. So I think when we do go to war with them, I think Kleinau will be the last province we take. We'll go for Fordau before we take that one. So this will be our next fight. Which again, I think this bridge will come in very handy for attacking him. But otherwise, should be okay here. No, not enough supplies. The extra fish. Oh, it's frozen, isn't it? Yeah. You guys don't have the advanced pond keeping technology yet, do you? Yeah, it's going to be a harsh winter then, I'm afraid, boys. It's going to be a harsh, harsh winter. I actually wouldn't mind getting some extra burgage plots built just so we can actually get that development point for this town. We got the planks now, we do indeed. So let's go ahead and build up our rich ore mine over here. And we'll build a road out to this as well. Coming through the forest line here. And I guess you'd also kind of get people walking this way as well, wouldn't you? Superb. In terms of other happiness, church level is also needed here too. Clothing store supply is going to be quite interesting actually. I don't know what we're going to do for clothing here. That could be a job for the pack station. To send some leather out here. I wonder where is best to source leather from. These guys are making a lot of money. You could just send them shoes, you know. Because these guys are importing shoes and there's already a backlog here. I think we'll do that. I think we'll just set up a pack station system between these two towns. And they can send them shoes. Right, so let's come up to our logistics. We have a pack station. In terms of what we can send back. And these two provinces are really similar. They both have rich fish and rich iron. I suppose we could just send some rich fish, right? Because these guys are starting to eat into that fish resource now. As their population grows. So let's have our pack station out on the road here. I also wouldn't mind actually building a new road connection between these two provinces. Where would make sense? I think kind of like here, right? So let's take this just across the border. And then come into this road here. I think you definitely get people traversing that distance, won't you? Now we own this province as well. So let's buy them. We do have the vegetable gardens already here, don't we? Let's do a few more. Got them there too. Let's also do living space upgrades. Yes, Under Donley is running out of food. Which is fine. We'll head over there and just check how their salt resource is going over here. The berries will be back any minute now as well, but yeah, the more permanent food supply needs to be sorted out here. I mean, vegetable plots are definitely the breadbasket here, aren't they? What are we receiving from the pack station? Maybe we want to change the barter here. Maybe actually let's send some vegetables instead of honey. Here. Where are our people doing the pack station here? They're waiting. Is that because you don't have any barley to send? Yeah, you've sent all the barley now, haven't you? Okay, let's do some more field expansion here as well then. So current fields, we've got fallow, and fallow here. Is there only 2 wheat fields? It's kind of hard to see them in the winter, isn't it? You can't really see where they're marked out. Let's get the logs being cut down here as well. Now we've moved that. I think we'll draw more fields in this forest once we've deforested it. And that ox is very slowly moving away, but we do now have more regional wealth here, so this is a perfect opportunity to come back in for more vegetable plots. And we'll build some out here. Let's do 3 of them. And the berries should be back any minute now. I'm just going to go ahead and put the worker in. And then whilst that happens, I'm going to take a worker out of the tannery, because we've got enough leather for the time being. Okay, but otherwise they are pretty happy beside the dwindling food resource, so everyone over here should be okay. And then we'll check back in a little bit and try build up some of this forest over here as well. I also wouldn't mind the herb garden. It can actually be quite useful. It also adds for variety too. Otherwise everyone over here now is pretty much happy. That food variety should come in over time. And the berries will be back any second as well. Oh yes, I've got this now. Our new tower is also available in Shacksmiths. Very, very nice. Very cool. So let's take a moment to upgrade that retinue then. So let's grab our retinue here. You can see now it says of 24. So we want to customize them and buy 12 more. And I think I'm also going to go ahead and, can we afford to upgrade their armor? That's probably going to get quite expensive, so I think we'll not do them all just yet. But regardless, that's very fun. And how's trade looking in Shackspits these days? Too bad, we're still making decent enough money. We're exporting quite a lot these days. Warbows are really profitable, but we should still be okay. We're making decent profit here now. So I'm happy with that. We did also want to increase our artisans over here as well, didn't we? Which we definitely have room for more artisans now. So I think we'll go ahead. I mean, you guys are already happy, so these new waterfront homes I want to be artisans. So all of you will upgrade immediately to level 2. And I think we'll also factor in some more development here as well, because again, more population is more numbers for the meat grinder. And let's give them a little bit more room. I don't want them all packed in. Extra living space upgrade is always handy. Although you really shouldn't do the extra living space upgrade actually if you want the artisan in there. It'll eat 2 families instead of 1. Let's have a look about bringing some extra plots up to level 3 here as well. Let's do that. Can't bring it up because we're out of roof tiles. Do we still have our clay furnace? We do, although I don't think we have any clay, do we? Pretty sure clay is out, yeah, but we can mine it again. I suppose now with so many spare families, we might as well be mining that clay, because we will use it for those upgrades at some point, so we'll do that as well. And then in preparation for that, also get back into the clay furnace, because I want those roof tiles again for level 3 upgrades. Next level here is... we should get those level 2 plots. There we go. As we talk about it, it does. And then the level 3s are also needed after that as well. In terms of market supply here, everyone is more than happy. Same over here again as well. It's verging on a little bit of red, but we should be okay for the time being, I think. In preparation for this area developing, I also wouldn't mind bringing in a new granary and apiary system, because I feel like we're going to want that honey barrier, if you like. So let's build ourselves a granary. We'll grab this one here. And let's have this one there. That will draw a road kind of around it here. And then draw one straight out there. Straight out the back. And then let's build our apiaries. So we'll grab... is it farming? Where are they? No, it's gathering, isn't it? So we'll build our apiaries. Let's kind of put them all around the granary here. We'll see if we can make a bit of a honey farm, if you like, out of all these. And then, you guys making it to market alright? Yeah, he's still quite happy to walk over there, aren't you? So I think it's alright just for right now. But yes, in these homes here, let's have a look at some new artisans. So I think we've got plenty of war equipment, don't we? At least it's being produced at our boyer over here, who's currently producing crossbows. I don't think we want another boyer shop. Butcher's workshop. We don't have a ton of meat. The extra sausage would be nice food variation. We also have a tailor, blacksmith's workshop. Although we are selling quite a lot of those war bows, aren't we? So maybe going for another boyer would help increase our regional wealth too. Because they're only made from planks. I think we might do that actually. And rely on that for our money as well. We'll see how that goes anyway. Super, we did just lose quite a few families there, didn't we? Forager's hut is full. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about that still. Berries to gather over here. Everyone's okay. But we have a bit of a glitch here in the province name, don't we? I think that's why I was a bit confused. There we go. Just glitch like that sometimes. I think your camera kind of moves over the border. It kind of show a little bit strangely. So let's put someone in the granary. And then these apiaries are also starting to appear now too. So with the families that we have spare, we can hopefully top up that honey supply a little bit. It's one starting to grow out this side of the city now, isn't it? Very cool. Have some larger homes here as well one day at some point. Super. So here comes the boyer. We should be okay for planks and timber. How are we doing on those construction materials actually? I think maybe if we're going to start increasing that saw pit production, let's stick another family in it. Woodcutters Lodge, we're out for fuel, aren't we? Yeah, years worth of fuel. and the logs are still in plentiful supply, so I don't think we need another logging camp or a forester just yet either. So with the boya, yeah, you just focus on bows, I think. That's all I want from you. And they should be crafting pretty easily. We are still selling warbows, aren't we? Let me just double check. Yep, still exporting them. We don't need a 30 surplus either. Let's bring that down to 5 or something. 30 is way too many. Because as soon as we get more able population, these guys should start coming in anyway. But otherwise, life is grand over in Shark's Bits. And for that other food harvest as well, 1.1k vegetables now. I wouldn't mind getting more apple orchards done as well. We did have a house set up over here, which was demolished after we made our borage pots too big. I think if we fill this space with a view to have, we say what, 3? 2? 3 does give us the actual living space upgrade, or so does 2 as well though. How big are our other orchards compared to this? I feel like 3 is probably the more sensible of the choice. So we'll do that, and then we'll get more apples built out here. Yeah, because we've got lots of veg, but I'd like to have a bit more apple as well. I think that'd be quite nice. How are we doing for kind of fighting numbers now? We're slowly beginning to fully stock a unit, aren't we? So hopefully not too long before that actually completes for good. Let's head over to Towsonbrook. How are you guys doing now? You all set up? We need your church, don't we? Yep, church and clothing supply. So let's set that clothing supply up. You can have a mule, sure. Do we have the stable space for that? We do, yeah. So you will send fish, and you shall receive shoes, and your trade partner is Wildfeld. I should give them their supply of what they want. We also want to get mining the iron as well, because that's going to be making us money. For which we also want the trading post also. So I think we're going to move our initial resource gathering points over here. Where do we want to move you? I think if we're going to be attacked from this direction, I'd rather the enemy not be able to shelter in the trees. So I'd like to deforest the border a little bit. We'll also just pop the saw pit a little bit down the road as well. Same with our woodcutters. Super. And then you will want a trade post. So it's going to trade. Our trading post will have here. Although we've already used up all our goods over this way. So we'll wait for the logging camp to get built again. Food is coming in now, which is good. There we go. 9 months worth of food. Raw taxes increased again. Extremely greedy, aren't they? Constant these days. This is mental. And then over here, we now also have our retinue. So, I'd like to customize Wildfeld's retinue. At least 12, I think, which leaves us with just enough to pay the raw tax. We should be okay there. And then I've also dragged this retinue. So we're going to have nearly 3 full units of retinue, hopefully, by the end of today's episode. Which will put us in a much stronger position for fighting. But everyone over here is still good. They still have just incredible amounts of vegetables. We are exporting those veg, aren't we, I believe? Vegetables exporting, yeah, but there's such a saturation of market value. Extremely low prices, no foreign export. Okay. Yeah, it is too saturated. Let's stop exporting them then. Because we have too many. I mean, we could set up a pack station to just move those vegetables around. Now, do we want to consider bringing this up to level 2, actually? I think we might do now. Everyone's very happy. Let's do it. Let's go for level 2. And then we can move Wildfeld up to its new level, give it a new technology. Meanwhile, everyone over here is quite happy. We should have some logs back in now once we restock our logging camp. And how are we doing for supplies? Yeah, well, we can always use planks. We'll need them for the church as well. We also want stone for the church. Did we bring any stone with us? We did. Let's have a look at our residential. Yeah, we actually just need the planks and then we can build the church. But let's get this done pretty sharpish. Oh, we got a band of raiders. A band of raiders. Oh dear. Oh no. They're right here. They're going to burn Talsonbrook down. I know it. I know it's going to come. Right. Let's gather the merry men. I'll take quite a few. Come on, rally by Talsonbrook. Pretty sure. Yeah, we're not gonna get there in time. But it's not. But you know, I guess it's just the villages on the frontier are most vulnerable, aren't they? I mean, we even want to send you into battle. Aren't you just going to die a horrible death? Okay, hold on, just chill out a little bit, right? Just hang back. I really don't want to lose the retinue. We've just paid a lot of money for. Although Shaxpit's retinue are pretty kitted out, they have armor, and there's 24 of them. You boys come and get involved. I'm gonna line up over here. I don't think we're going to get here in time to protect it, but we'll give it our damn best shot. They are slowly marching through the woods. Pillagers. Scumbags, all of them. Setting my progress back. Talsonbrook has a technology there. Every cloud. Every cloud. Yeah, we're just too far away, aren't we? We are just very, very far away. Alright, retinue. I feel like it's not even worth engaging them in battle. I feel like it's not even worth it. How about if what about if I run away? Will this work? What about if I bait you all toward my current incoming troops? How about that? How about that indeed? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Is it working? Yes, it is. It is working. They're not attacking the village. They're following the retinue. Fantastic. Okay. Come on, run. Why have you come this way? Why are you walking underneath the water? What are you doing? Use the bridge. There you go, they are using the bridge. Okay. This could still work yet. Line up over here. Okay, so it would appear that you can bait raiders to come and attack anywhere, essentially. You can hold tab as well, by the way, to also see where your stuff is. We've exhausted a mining pit somewhere. That's Shack's pits, isn't it? Yeah, okay, get out of there now then, there's no point. He's been spotted. Let's get some fire off them already. See if we can bring you around the side a little bit here. And attack. Let me get another surprise fight. I love the little war horn. Come on, lads. Batter them. Murder them all. Oh no! No, not the archers. No, 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 no. Backfired. Get away. Get out of there right now. Come and kill these. Yeah, kill the bandits. Kill the bandits. They should be absolutely trash. We'll lose. Oh, that's such a bad loss. That was absolutely my bad. I'm so sorry, archers. We just lost a whole unit. That was my error. Absolutely devastating. Just lost a lot of fighting men there. Rest in peace. So a win nonetheless, right? We're going to need a church here pretty sharpish. You boys have got some bodies to bury. Let's build this in our town centre over here. Do we not have any logs yet? You guys not working? Grinding an ox. Okay, we just need more logs. I should be done in a second here. There we go. That'll give us a significant amount more influence. Okay, so the archers really took the pound in there. That is a real shame. But they're not even archers, they're crossbow militia as well. Yeah, that sucks. That is a nasty loss. You guys get over there. And you lot back to Shark's Bits. Yeah, so we were caught out there, weren't we, with that border raid. But I suppose that's the risk of building on the frontier, isn't it? And everyone home. So how are we going to replenish those numbers? They're back to 13 now with the crossbows. It's a real shame, isn't it? We were just about getting some decent stock of troops in there. But they will repopulate over time, of course. Over here, timber is pretty needed. Let's get that working. And super, we can get that church built now. So let's get them going. Now we do have some bodies to bury here too. So we could build a corpse pit, but I think we'll just put them in the church. Save work in the extra family. And then we also wanted a trade post for here as well, didn't we? But we didn't have the logs, but we do now. So we'll have that over there. Wildfeld should have also received its next development point now too, as has Talsonbrook actually. We got a couple of these to spend. So Wildfeld absolutely does not need any food technology here. It's kind of insane. So I don't want to go down this one. Now they do have the deep mine, well, rich iron deposit, which would allow us to make it an infinite extraction, but we do need to go through charcoal burning first. Which again is maybe another thing we can trade. I think I'm going to do that. We're going to go down the deep mine route for the iron deposit, which still should have quite a lot left. Yeah, we're still not even halfway through after all this time, so we should be fine. So with that unlocked then, let's come into our gathering, and we want a charcoal kiln. So this will turn firewood into 2 charcoal, thus increasing fuel efficiency. Let's put this by our wood cutting people then. We'll have this on the edge of town. And then we'll stop this. Should have quite a lot of firewood here, right? Yeah, it's a fair amount of it. That's only with one family in there as well. More family members coming in now all the time in Shackspits now since we lost those soldiers, so that population should pop back up. Charcoal kiln coming in.
I need to drill holes for the pegs.
Although, is that upside down? Oh no, it's just half built, isn't it? I was going to say it looks a little strange. We do want a source of family for this actually. How is the market supplied? Very well. So let's take a work out with the granary. They've got tons of food here, which is good. I'm not complaining. It will allow us to keep them happy. Tavern supply is now a real thing here as well, because we have level 2 houses. So let's build them a tavern, and you can all get drunk. How about here? There's a bit of a village centre around the church. We also need to upgrade the church as well, don't we? What do we want for you? Let's start importing those tiles, because we're not going to produce them locally here. Import, say 10 of them. Is it 10 we need? It is, yeah. We'll just import them and then we can get the church upgraded. And I think tavern supply might have to wait a little bit here. We'll see how it goes anyway. And let's get the family in that charcoal kiln too. And I almost forgot. Let's add that to our trade roster. So, crafting materials, charcoal is a major trade. We don't have the money to unlock it just yet, but we will soon. And then Talsonbrook also has a development point to spend as well. In terms of how we want to specialise this one, it's pretty much going to mimic Wildfeld, isn't it? So, you're not doing an awful lot of trading, no farming really either. Again, it's 2 points to get to deep mine, or we could go for year-round fishing. That advanced pond keeping's so good, so I think we'll do that. The double capacity and allow year-round fishing is very tasty. That trade is also about to be built up here too. Food coming in thick and fast. Do we want to Get this populated now as well. You can also have a mule as well. Fantastic. So they should, yep, already they're immediately going to barter, so they will bring back the shoes. That is going to satisfy the clothing requirement, which I'm happy with. That should be quite tasty now. And everyone over here, for the time being, is pretty much happy. We are going to trade. Where's our storehouse here? We're getting a lot of iron. I wouldn't mind processing the iron as well. So let's go into industry. We will have a bloomery. Let's have this over here, nearby where the iron comes out of. And then also a smithy. And then we can sell the tools then, because they're worth much more. And then let's also do... Do we have living upgrades here? We do. Get them in. And maybe a few more population as well. And I don't want to go too far over that mine there. Let's get 3 more houses in here, I think. Just so we got those extra work families to put into things like the smithy and the trade post and whatnot. Market is quite easily supplied here, or then maybe an extra family in granary might be quite welcome. Oh, we didn't bury the bodies, did we? Although the warning seems to have gone away, as have the bodies. That is very Game of Thrones, isn't it? The White Walkers here? Feel like they might be. You know, disappearing bodies. Back in Shack Specs, things are very grand. We're seeing a bit more honey trickle through into the food economy now. They're still making decent regional wealth. And we're starting to get a few more units. Back up to 13 on that one there now. I almost wonder if I want to move to full crossbows. I think I might do. Yeah, let's go full crossbows. And that means all the war bows then can just be sold for straight profit. How's the iron supply here doing? You are getting goods. The smithy isn't working. How is the blacksmith doing? You are transporting. Waiting though, so let's have a look at the pack station between these two towns, because they're getting that iron from Wildfeld, aren't they? From this pack station right here. Okay, did we just happen to catch them as they were trading? I think we did, didn't we? So where do these people go? Okay, yeah, he's just dropped off 10 iron though there, hasn't he? Okay, yeah, I think we just happened to catch them during the transitional phase, didn't we? Yeah, they're back to transporting goods between now. Yeah, so we will still be able to make warbows, which are being made at our boyar's shop over here. Although tavern supply is dried up again. Road tax increased, of course it has. Yeah, where's our brewer? You guys are waiting. I have heard of some bugs, yeah, so there's plenty of malt and barley here. But our brewery people are just sat on the street waiting. Okay. I suppose there's not really a vast amount we can do about that, is there? So it would appear, whilst distracted, I missed the notification that Towsonbrook had been claimed. I was wondering why I couldn't click on the buildings. I heard about a stolen Towsonbrook. I had totally missed the notification while resolving something with, I think, the breweries. I went back and checked the footage, and he's just taken it with absolutely no claim to the town. Which is not acceptable whatsoever. So we need to fix that. So if we're going to attack him here, we do have... I mean, what's the army looking like at the moment? Quite shallow on the ground. How about... We do have some mercenaries. Interesting. I wonder if we grab all 3 of these. How much money do we have? 687. I think we'll do it in that case then. I'm going to sign all of them. Let's arrange them in our bars here. We'll also summon the retinue. I think we'll leave our archers at home because they're all quite weak. How many do we have here? We got 1. We got 3 archers. We should be okay with that, I think. So let's rally our men on the border. And then we'll also grab our own stock of troops. I don't think we're going to take the archers. I think we'll leave them at home because they're quite weak after that raider fight. But 3 and this many men should be enough, I think, to secure victory. Now, we actually have over 7,000 influence. Where are you guys coming from? Over here? Yeah, that's fine. So, I mean, I've never tried to claim all 3 at once, so I'm not sure what the impact of that would be. Should we try? I think we will. Well, we'll obviously wait for our mercenaries to get over here first. Meanwhile, let's do one final scan here. I can't believe I missed that notification. But either way, it has forced our hand. Land has been taken unclaimed, so we will claim it back. Otherwise, over here, we're starting to run out of fuel a little bit, so let's stick someone back into the woodcutters camp there too. Now, this forest is starting to clear out. We do have pasture around the... No, we don't, so let's make sure we get that in. We want farming here and pasture, so if you build a little pasture area around your berries, it will stop them from being deforested. Let's have that there. Should be able to see our little berry bushes. There they are. Super, so the woodcutters won't take them down there, which is great news. And that should keep everyone over here happy. Besides that, the Empire's really starting to grow. After the fight, I wouldn't also mind having a settlement here as well. Although I guess it's how far do we take this series, right? Do we just want to kill Hildebot and then that's the end? Alright, so we are fully formed up. I'm actually going to pull the mercenary units up to the front now. Just to make sure they take the first hit. I'd rather lose them than my own citizens, of course. But otherwise, we're in a position to claim, so let's see what happens when we claim all 3 provinces at once. We'll start with Ferda, I think. Do 2,000 here. And do Clyde. Yeah, so we can claim multiple at once. And then let's do Talsenbrook. He should refute all 3 claims, I imagine. I doubt he will accept any of them. Even though I did to him. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we get 3 battlefields at once, don't we? Very interesting. But the enemy has been spotted. Okay, we're going to come over here. Just got 3 messages then, but one disappeared. You can make it worth our while. No. How about now? We're gonna see what happens here. So the battlefields are where? Third hour's over here. Flying out is just over this bridge, and then Talsenbrooks is in the south of the province. Okay. So if we move forward, we should start to take this, right? Yeah, Talsenbrook changes to winning. Just interested to see where the armies are going. It would look as though they're all meeting in one place, wouldn't it? Though they're actually in my province there. Are they claiming that at the same time, are they? Surely not. It would appear that they are in my land, though. That must be a bug with the battlefield there, I think. Another enemy unit has been spotted. I know it's just them going back out the forest. There's another bottleneck here we could attack them from. Although, if I... Where's this battlefield over here? Let me grab a unit here. Let's send one of the mercenaries. Let's send the brigands. If I put them in this battlefield, will they also change the status to winning? So it should be far enough away for them to not auto-attack. They definitely have an aggro range, the enemy armies. I'm very interested to see what happens here. And then we just have to wait out the 72 days. But then we could immediately fight him anyway. We've got the mercenaries. What's his actual sort of final army looking like there? Doesn't seem that great. I think our army will probably kill it. The Kleinar's battlefield is here, just on the edge of the forest. Let's line them up there. I think we'll have to sit here for 2 months. But if we can claim 2 provinces back and then immediately claim him again and meet him on the battlefield, then we can essentially claim all 3 provinces with 1 fight. I don't know if this is how it's going to work. I guess we'll see. Got a new message. He wants us to drop our claims again, but no dice. That's no company paid. Everyone's fine. We do need... When's that tax due? Oh, it's quite a long time yet. We should be okay. We've still got plenty of regional wealth in the provinces. The breadbasket province is getting very rich now, with plenty of food supply knocking about too. I wouldn't mind a brewer, while we have so much barley here not making it to Shacksmiths. Let's make an upgrade in that case then. I think we'll build some new artisan homes for Ander. Let's do that while we're here. Which one should we do? Maybe this little space here might be quite nice. Can we get something interesting around this kind of shape? How about that? We can have two little artisan homes near the fields. Kleinow has also changed to winning, and they are not attacking. How very interesting. So I guess now I just have to wait out 50 days. I think with so many spare families back in Shackspits now as well, let's also fully populate all kind of logistic chains. Let's upgrade that granary too. Whilst we do wait for that timer to tick down, I wouldn't mind another kind of massive population expanse for Shackspits. So I'm going to bring some roads through here. And let's also carry on this riverside road. We did mention we want this to run all the way around. And I guess we can kind of use that as the border, right? So with the residential there, send this on this way. What are we missing out in Ander now? Feel? He should still be okay, right? There's someone in the Woodcutters Lodge. I don't know if this is a logistics chain actually, I bet it is, isn't it? Where is the market? Yeah, storehouse supply is crap. Let's put that with 2 people. Slightly better, we probably do with someone else in the granary as well. Got a decent amount of food here actually for such a new province. They're really starting to stockpile quite good here. With so much happiness and approval as well, I think oh, we didn't even put this tax up, goodness me. I think we can probably afford 15 here. And that will help us with our tax for sure, because they've got a lot of money over here now. So anyway, sorry, let's get distracted. It's very easy to get distracted in Manor Lords. So I want to kind of make some roads here to hold what is essentially going to be kind of terrace housing really, I think. I think we'll run them in this sort of orientation. I definitely want the artisan yards on them as well. Let's do another batch over here. That will probably kill our log supply, I imagine. There you go, that should be plenty of them. We probably want a storehouse over here as well now too, so let's pop that down. Once we do have enough logs, thinking maybe we want to think about a foresting setup. We've still got a ton of trees there that I'm happy to keep clearing. Might even put up a new logging camp over here, the other side of the river, begin to clear this peninsula. Let's do a logging camp here. Let's clear out more of this riverbank. Our archers are starting to populate again, which is really good. I'm happy with that. But speaking of our armies again, we are still winning in both of the battles. They are not engaging, so this would appear to be some update for Manor Lords cheese. We can also see their full force here now as well. We have 2 units of retinue. Not too bad. Brigands, light infantry. Archers, infantry. It's all light stuff, so we shouldn't be too bad. We'll need to take care of those archers though. How many units do they have there? 3. 3 units of 36 as well, so we'll need to kill their missiles. But yeah, let's hang around here. 3 more days to go, and then we'll see what happens. It looks like it's going to be some hardcore update for cheese. There's no way this is going to work. Oh my god, it worked. It worked. Peace declared and we got the 2 provinces back. Wowzers. Wowzers, trousers. I cannot believe that actually worked. Can we still attack here? No, not anymore. Okay, and then what? I guess with 2,000 more influence, we just... Yeah, okay, yeah, we go to claim Furdo. And then we'll meet the army again on the battlefield here. To wipe them out. With Wildfeld, I'm going to begin exporting vegetables again. Should be quite nice otherwise. Pretty happy with this with 49 months of food is insane. 2,500 vegetables. Just mad. Absolutely nuts. But new families are moving in all the time now to 325 people. Really want to keep this big population expanse going. And then we'll head over and check back on Towsonbrook too. This logging camp is up too, so I'm going to put another 3 families in here. That will double our log supply. We've also got some space to fill around here too. We do have space for more possible houses. But in terms of beginning to manage a settlement this size, if you are wondering in update 4, at 326 people, we are 12 months and 11 months with several thousand bits of food. Supplies aren't too bad. We've got large shields now as well. We haven't built a joiner's workshop yet, which would allow us to do shields. Now I'm pretty sure, aren't we spending import on shields in this province? We are, and they're quite expensive as well, so we can stop that now then. I forgot to check. Sorry, what was those shields requiring? Is it planks? Well, we can't tell until it's done anyway. But I think it is usually planks for these kind of wood-based artisans, isn't it? So if we can have our own shields, that's going to allow us to tax this province a little bit more. Because we do have those mercenaries to pay for now. Which we know we need if we are to take on Hildebalt. Yeah, so... Oh goodness me, yeah, sorry guys. I've left you all still standing over here. My most sincere apologies. Let's disband all the retinue back to their provinces. I think I'm just going to wait for some more population to roll in to fully stock my archers, and then once we have all these units full strength, we're going to go in and hit Hildebalt and we'll wipe him out of the map this episode. It's going to make sense to do it now, isn't it? Yes, disband boys, everyone go home. Managed to survive. You head over there, and I want to keep all my mercenaries grouped together. I guess we can just keep these guys near the border. Might as well hang out here still. We'll just pay for them to hang out there, they won't need to be fed or anything. Disband the retinue, and then they'll take a while to get back to their province. Yeah, we can't appear to hire any more troops now, we are at the maximum, so we'll get big old battle size, I think. So Towsonbrook is not very happy at all. Right, we need someone back in the Woodcutter's Lodge over here. And I think beside that we should be okay. This is where the family was called, wasn't it? Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, that's my fault. Let's get a couple of families in that Woodcutter's Lodge. Let's get that working. But otherwise, this province is beginning to self-sustain. Again, the retinue here doesn't currently exist, so let's have a look at some administration for this settlement. Let's have our Lord's Manor kind of right in the centre of town here. We'll really build around it. Now let's just commit to that for the immediate work so we can get the retinue, and then we'll get that garrison tower built. And then in terms of a settler's fee, I wouldn't mind also more retinue from here. I guess we can do that. That's not going to take too long to get to, is it? Let's do settlers camp, and where do we want to settle over here? By the animals might be quite tasty. I wonder if they'd actually hunt on this animal patch so close to the border. Either way, let's build at the... I mean, if they're going to come from here, rather than not attack the town or come near it, so let's actually build it kind of over this way instead. We could send 500 average supplies, that will help us along a little bit. I think we're making decent regional wealth enough now. That's due in 45 days. How are we doing for happiness here now with that tax rate? You guys can disband. Everyone's still super happy here, aren't they? I'm going to chance it then. We're going to go for not 25, that's too high. Let's do 20. So, do have some things to pay for now. And I think we can probably up the tax rate here as well. I think let's go for 20 because super happy. 80% with this many people is brilliant. We probably don't need to pay too much tithe tax anymore either because we've got all the influence we need. But we will win 100 anyway. At 42 timber now in this province. Holy crap. You know, that second logging camp is making itself known, isn't it? Yeah, so I want kind of density around here, I suppose. That's really what I'm trying to build up. So let's keep the row housing coming in. Let's actually have these facing toward the water. And fantastic, Towsonbrook now has its manor. So we can build that. Let's have... Can we already do the tower just yet? We can, yet. Let's do that straight away then. And that allows us to buy up the rest of the retinue. We can also, what's happiness like here? Yeah, we can probably afford to tax these guys too. How's the trade set up here working? We need to start processing the iron, don't we? So let's get people in the bloomery. And then in the smithy. And then we'll take them out of the logging camp here too, because we're going to need a family for trade as well. There's already shoes in here for some reason. Oh, do we wanted to import shoes here, didn't we? But wasn't that via the pack station? Does the pack station deliver to the trading post? It must do. The shoes are in there. Okay, I didn't know that. That must be why they're in there, because we're not trading them here. But happiness here is okay. Just clothing supply. How's the market doing? Granaries, it's not great, is it? But there are, yeah, I think there's a bug, isn't there, for shoes making it to market. We had that same thing in Wildfeld as well. It's okay though, we can make do with it. They're still taxable, that's all that really matters. It says the ultimate leader, right? Let's go help our new friends. We have a new province to take care of. Where are we here? Over this way. Hello people. So the new settlement of Rollock will need to be established. Let's have logging camp. Woodcutters. Let's open it. We also want storehouse, granary, and an initial market space, plus a well. Which do we have? Can't see it. Oh no, it is there. It's just very, very hidden. Okay. We got a little bit over there. It's nearby to the animals though. Not super happy about that. It's pretty sparse over here, isn't it? Okay, I guess you're gonna have to come all the way out here for your water then. Here we go. We'll have some other roads. We'll follow the natural tracks that are already on the map actually. And then after that, we just want burgage pots here, don't we? How much wood do we have left? We can get a few built already. Again, I don't want to build over here because of the animals. So let's fill it in this space here, shall we? Let's do 6. How much regional wealth did that take with them? 100, yeah, so we can buy them some vegetables right off the bat. Let's get the logging camp going. Let's get 2 farmers in there straight away. World taxes increased again, no problem. We're still making really good treasury wealth there, so nothing to worry about too much. So this will just be a really basic first settlement setup. Being able to pay for those extra or higher level settlement camps is also very welcome now with that extra treasury wealth. There's extra logs and stuff roads make getting started quite a bit easier. Let's get a woodcutter too, and I suppose we'll stick someone straight in the saw pit. Actually, no we won't. No we won't. Let's get the food away first. I'll make the logging camp now. Now we have the storehouse up. Let's get the supplies tucked away. And then we're already back up to 5 timber, so let's get the last houses in. Let's have them. How about here? Make some fun shapes, right? Let's use Manor Lords' zoning system. Although, not to that shape. Yes, homelessness is about to be solved imminently. And everyone over here should be happy. So the first thing we want to get to, yeah, is just the burgage pots, isn't it? Which will take us to Small Village, which is the milestone we want for the Lord's Manor, which is administration, and we need planks for that, which is what we'll get the saw pit doing in a second. There is a settlement increase. How are we doing for fuel over here? We need to do food as well, so don't we? Let's go ahead and get the hunters camp set up here. Do we have, what's the resources here? I haven't really checked, have we? Rich clay isn't amazing. I guess you could sell a lot of roof tiles. And there's iron and fish over here. We'll make use of the animals here, because it'll also give us the clothing supply as well. Let's just pop that a bit further down the road. Right, let's also get someone hunting for Rollock as well. What are we going to kill for production here? How are we doing for timber? Yeah, not too bad. You can calm that down for a hot minute. But otherwise, I think it's time to go to war. Now, I've got a feeling because last time we claimed Ferdow, he came and stood here, didn't he? So I think he'll do that again because I'm pretty sure the battlefields don't change location. I'm pretty sure he'll attack from that distance there, because it is quite a wide aggro range, so I think we're better off forming up in Rolock rather than in Towsonbrook. So we could meet them here, couldn't we? Yeah, let's do it then. Let's go to war. We're going to form up all of our guys first. We'll even bring the archers this time. And then let's grab all of our big boys to come over here too. Even though this will be the end of kind of the series, I think I might carry on playing this map and make some more kind of informative / tutorial videos on it. Perhaps some food setups for the late game. I'm thoroughly enjoying Manor Lords, so even though kind of the let's play, if you like, will finish this episode, I think we will continue to explore some Manor Lords science on the channel as well, if you like. Man, I'm really liking Update 4. There'll also be a supercut of the entire series uploading to the channel as well, if you'd like to watch back all 6 hours of this run in its entirety. Cool, so I'm just going to stagger my units a little bit here. I'm also going to keep these units of 5 retinue together. Let's have you guys here. Those light mercenaries at the front, ready to take the brunt of the attack. And bring a bit more protection over this side too. Super, let's go ahead and claim the last province. We will press claim towards the region, which I imagine he will immediately refute. And then we can finally wipe out Hildebelt. Our family members move in. You picked a bad time for it. Yeah, they should stream toward us here now. I'm just going to send pretty much what he sent last time, isn't he? I guess we'll find out together. Of how the trader is just walking toward us now. Yeah, they're actually redirecting from the village now, aren't they? Let's just come back to where we were. I'm gonna put these brigands back near the forest line, I think. So I have to get some units coming through the forest line here. I think I definitely want the archers to stand their ground here. However, I do want to target them. I want to make sure they're shooting their retinue. They're going to be the most dangerous unit. In terms of getting flanked as well here, we've had a unit go into the forest, like mercenary infantry here. I'm going to bring these spears up a little bit to stop that charge. They are firing now. Who are these firing? Archers are firing first. These crossbows have got a slightly shorter range, haven't they? They seem to be targeting the retinue already, so I'll let them keep shooting on their own free will. I'll be out here as well, just to correct the position against the charge. We are getting flanked over here. They've left a load of archers fully undefended. Go after them, I think. Otherwise they're just going to shoot at us anyway. Get both of them out here. Let's check our left flank too. They have retinue over here. I'm not happy about that. Let's bring our retinue over to meet that charge. I don't want the brigands to fight the retinue. They will get stomped. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Otherwise we're still doing okay. I'm going to come around the back of these guys here. Let's bring these brigands around too. Let's chase their archers off. Bring them behind. Over here, we're not doing too badly. We do have more retinue over there we need to watch out for. I'm going to bring my spears around the back here to attack them from behind. Same with the retinue. I'm not going to catch those guys, are they? Bring these spears back then. You go after them. Yeah, you keep chasing the archers off. They need to die. Otherwise, they'll just be shooting us. See if we can do some more damage over here. Yeah, back. Yeah, with these archers, I want you guys to turn more this way now. I'm going to rely on those missile units a lot for our damage. They're still being chased. They really are running away. Get after them. It's like an episode of Benny Hill, isn't it? It really is. We're getting some decent kills off here. And can we go after their retinue? He's sending me messages in the middle of battle. He's offering me 4,500. No thank you. No thank you. we go. Starting to break them now. Fantastic news. Broken. Now it's just got to be these guys, right? These are in combat, they are losing. Let's get the other brigands over here too. But that was a very successful battle. An absolutely wild scene as well during the fight, wasn't it? Crazy. Dramatic scenes even. But it's not over yet. And the battle is still in progress. Yeah. Yes, come and start killing these guys then. I'll have to, yeah, those are the brigands that are dying anyway. I'm not hugely bothered about those. And then the very last unit who refuses to surrender, he's just marauding around the forest. Finally breaks. And we finally complete Manor Lords, which is such a wonderful game. I absolutely love it. It's such a fantastic experience. We have 3,700 days, which is quite a long time. How many years is that? Editing Egg will put it up in the edit for us, I'm sure. With a fair few constructions. Total population of 512 is what we won it with. Although we did need those mercenaries, they definitely came in clutch with 184 dead villagers. So we can continue playing in sandbox mode or finish the game. I would like to continue playing this map, I think. Peace is made and the land is ours, which is fantastic. Super. So do we need to disband our forces? Yeah. Let's wrap up the series here. Let's send everyone back home. So all of our mercenaries can disband. You guys come back to Shaxbits, and then we can disperse the retinue around too. So a really fun build in the end. And yeah, as I mentioned, I think we will kind of consider this the end of the series, if you like. Like, we've completed the game now. So don't expect any more kind of episodic Let's Play episodes of Manor Lords. But I'm still really enjoying playing Update 4, and I want to kind of, you know, test out maybe some different designs, perhaps some more modular build style stuff. And I'm playing the city building aspect of Manor Lords, I think, so we'll make some fun videos on that. And maybe we can do some kind of design templates. Maybe you guys might be interested in some more Manor Lords kind of tutorial content like that. But I'm really happy with what we did. Look at these apple orchards now, producing green and red apples for us. And Shaxbits was definitely my capital. Look at that big, intimidating fort on the hill over there. Isn't that cool? Superb. Yeah, but massive shout out to the patrons that support the channel. Real call to our Golden Eggs, Andrew Perez, Louis Adlin, OK Casino, Phoenix, MD, and Warfo. If you want to get involved in that, links below to Patreon and Instant Gaming. And the best way to support the channel is a monthly giveaway on Instant Gaming that you can enter as well. Pick up Manor Lords from there as well if you want. It should be super cheap now. But yeah, thank you for watching. As I mentioned, there will be a supercut of this series up on the channel, and if you have anything you'd like me to explore in that kind of late game sandbox that we've created here, please do let me know. I would love to continue making more Manor Lords videos. For any suggestions or ideas on that, do get them down below. But really fun series, cannot recommend this game enough. It's such a unique experience, and Slavic Magic, Greg, has pulled this off just so good. Like, it's still in such an early access phase, but it's already so incredible. And it's only going to get better with each major update. We'll definitely see another Manor Lords series again as those major installments and additions come out. But otherwise, let's thank you all so much for watching. And as always, enjoy the rest of your day.